一度通った道でも前に
Oh hey June, long time no see. How are you? I'm still like preparing. I need to get me some water and I need to cook some stuff in real quick. But like, yeah, how are you? Welcome. Hold on. Is this better or no? Because I don't really play, well, not play. I don't really stream a lot of PC games. So I know like the audio for PC games is is different when you stream it compared to like console. Because for console I'm able to like kind of gauge how loud it is. But for PC it's like, yeah, I can't. Yeah, that's better. Might turn it down a smidge more, but it isn't too bad. Alright, I'll just probably bump it down by like maybe 5 more %. I always go by 5s because that's like an easier measurement for me. But like, yeah. Hey, how are you, June? Welcome. I'm still preparing. I still need to get water and also like plug some stuff in. Yeah, how are you? Welcome. Let's see. I'm mostly okay. Frustrated though. Got up to get some groceries and my dumb bum ankle rolled right before I reached the car. So I'm ordering pizza and icing it. My ankle, not the, not the pizza. I'll be questioning if you're icing a pizza because I'm like, I can't imagine eating cold pizza. Like, I prefer my pizza to be like hot and fresh and whatnot. But yeah, well that sucks. Sucks that like that your ankle is like hurting before you're about to get ready for grocery shopping and such. So that sucks a lot, dude. I kind of get that. It's kind of like when you accidentally stub your toe, like your pinky toe, and then you're just like, fuck, that's gonna hurt for days. Like you're just busy cleaning the house, and then all of a sudden you like accidentally stub it, and you're like, fuck, I can't do much anymore. What if cake icing? I don't know. When it comes to like pizza, I prefer it to be hot. For cake, I guess ice cream cake can be considered like icing the cake, but like, I don't know. When it comes to cake, I'm kind of used to just eating it like lukewarm. Except if it was ice cream cake, then you have to eat that shit cold. No, I mean like putting cake icing on pizza. Oh, huh. I don't know. I know the concept of sweet pizza is a thing where people put like actual sugar as like a topping for pizza. I don't know if that actually tastes good or is gonna be the most ridiculous taste in the world. Like, I really don't know. Like, I feel like with cake icing, I don't think it'd be too bad, right? Like, it doesn't have much of a flavor. It's like, it's a little sweet. Like, other than that, it can't be that, right? Like, that's the type of icing I'm used to when it comes to cake. It's like, it's not that sweet. It's like, kind of tasteless. It's just kind of there for decoration at that point. Like, huh. Maybe. I don't know. Let's say you probably need to make it a totally different way, I imagine. Yeah, most likely. Like, I really don't know. It's kind of like a new box for me because, like, when it comes to pizza, I'm kind of like basic. I like pepperoni pizza or plain cheese pizza. Like, those are the ones I tend to eat the most. It's not like I don't eat the ones with like anchovies and like combo and shit. It's like they're fine. I think they're cool. I just prefer the regular like pepperoni and that's it. And also plain cheese. Like, those are fine to me. Thinking it over, by the time you make it work, it'd just be a cheesecake with extra steps. Most likely, yeah. Like, has similar ingredients, has like some interesting methods of cooking. Yeah, it's kind of the same thing now that you word it like that. Yeah, it is. But yeah. Yeah, we've been talking about food. I don't mind. What kind of food have I been like eating recently? I guess I've been eating something basic like tip-ball salsa. Oh wait, you guys are not Vietnamese. So hitball is beef in Vietnamese. Sal is an. Salat is literally salad. So it's beef and salad. That's what tip-ball salsa lot is. And whatnot. There's like a quick Vietnamese lesson for you guys. So yeah. It's like how I word it. Basically, you just cook the beef normally. I usually cook it with like oyster sauce as like the seasoning. And then I just make a salad on the side. And then sometimes, if you want to, you could put the cooked beef on top of the salad, and there you go. You got beef salad and whatnot. It's like very, Very basic, very simple. Me personally, I actually eat it separately because I don't like putting like hot food on top of a salad. It kind of ruins it in my opinion. And so because of that, I just eat the two in like separate bowls, and then I just have like a bowl of rice, just like just eat it. But yeah, I've been eating that lately, and I mean it's fine. The salad part is healthy. I haven't been eating any greens lately because mostly because I haven't been grocery shopping in a while. But other things that I've eaten. Wait, have you guys ever ate asparagus before? Like, have you guys noticed that like when you eat asparagus, it actually makes your piss smell, and it's because of like the minerals in the asparagus. That's the reason why your piss smells. Asparagus is amazing. Yeah, I agree with that. Never noticed that though. Really? You never noticed it? Heard it, but never noticed. Oh, okay. So like, yeah, I guess for my case, I was able to notice it when I first ate asparagus when I was young. It's not because I was like sniffing my pee all the time. It's just like it produces a specific scent that I was able to notice when I did use the restroom after eating asparagus and whatnot. And because of that, I was like, huh, that's kind of a funny smell. To be honest, my nose sucks at its job well. I don't blame you, my dude. I kind of feel like I'm in a similar boat, but for a different reason. Because I noticed that I can't smell flowers. Like, you know how people say like, oh, flowers have like a specific scent and whatnot, and I'm like, I can't smell shit. All I smell is pollen, and I'm fucking allergic to it. So I'm like sneezing for days at that point and whatnot. And I noticed like there's other things I can't really smell well, like onions and like garlic. Like I literally can't smell those two for some reason. But if it's like, you know, oh, I've been like, or June, if it's like, oh, I've been like cooking like steak and shit, it's like, yeah, I can smell that. Like there's an obvious smell to me. But if it's like fucking onions and garlic, I can't smell shit. Or flowers too, as well. Like I can't smell any of those things. What else I couldn't smell? Like I can't detect the smell of. I know this sounds kind of weird, but I remember I was not able to smell the scent of the men's bathroom when I was young. When I got older, I was able to smell, and it was the worst thing I have experienced because the moment I gained that ability to like actually smell what bathrooms smell like, I was in fucking college, and it was the worst time. And whatnot, because I didn't live, well, the college I went to, I didn't live in dorms yet until like my later years because I was able to commute there through like my old place and whatnot. So I didn't live in dorms at the time. But the moment I did live in the dorms, I was able to smell what the men's bathroom smelled like. And it was the worst thing in the world. I was like, God, no wonder there's a joke about the guy's bathroom being the worst place. I wasn't able to smell it until now. Like, God, Lord, that was unpleasant. And whatnot. Like, I will never forget the smell of like fucking Axe and Old Spice in the toilet. Not like, you know, in the surrounding area. It was directly in the toilet. Because I remember there were some stalls where someone like accidentally flushed their deodorant. So because of that, the scent was so pungent that I just couldn't stand being near those stalls. And I just went like, I'd rather just use the urinal. At least the urinals at least smell like piss instead of fucking deodorant that's been like there for literally decades. And whatnot. Like at least that's manageable to me. And that's a really sad sentence when you think about it. and whatnot. But like, yeah, man, I knew some funny shit when I was in college, man. But nowadays I'm kind of like a tired, I wouldn't call it disgruntled, but I'm just kind of like a tired guy who just works a desk job essentially. But yeah. Oh yeah, what we're gonna do for the stream today? Well, I'm just gonna play more Fairy Fencer F. It's mostly because like we entered the second half of the game, Jim, soon, and we're pretty much going through like the story at this point because I already finished like most of the side quests, so I went like, okay, might as well continue the story because the last stream I did, we pretty much did like everything you need to do for the first half, and so I'm like, okay, I'm ready to enter the second half. We go through a bunch of story cutscenes. We go through some let's just say a event that kind of leads to us having to do some good old time fuckery. Let's put it like that. So now we're in the second half of the game, and we're pretty much told like, all right, so we just have to retrace our steps for the most part while also collecting the theories and freeing the goddess and such, while also kind of noticing the difference in the events now because of us doing some like time fuckery at that point. And whatnot, you know, very simple, basic, like, you know, time travel story plotline and whatnot. Although I do kind of like the idea of it, mostly because I feel like for this game they actually kept it very simplistic. Like it's very straightforward to the point where it's like, yeah, you can't really fuck it up because it's really easy to understand it. Although in my opinion, Jin, when it comes to time travel, oh, it never makes sense. Like, I don't care how many times people will tell me shit like, oh, Back to the Future makes sense, or like, oh, this game's time travel makes sense. I'm like, no, it doesn't. Time travel is fucking complicated. There's a reason why there's so many rules to it, and like, most of these rules fucking contradict each other. They are literal paradoxes to one another, to the point that it's like, yeah, there's no point in trying to make it make sense. You just have to accept that fact. And whatnot. Like, it really doesn't. And I'm still mad they added time travel in Gunvolt. I believe that one was Gunvolt 3 for one of the endings, if I remember correctly. Although, I am kind of curious about how they're going to handle it. Because I heard talks about them thinking like, oh yeah, if they have time travel, then like, we could do some like interesting concepts with it. So like, that's cool and all. Let's see. IMO Gargoyles did really well. I mean, for that one, it's fine. Like, I still had some complaints with it, although that's mostly because that's mostly because of me just going like, time travel is like fucking time travel. Let's see. Gargoyles states that time is immutable. If you go back in time and do something, it doesn't change anything because it was always part of the timeline. Yeah, that's exactly it. Like, it's literally the first paradox. Like, it's stated in the timeline that you had the time travel, even though most of the time when it comes to stories like that, it's kind of like oh, this is the first time we're gonna do it and whatnot. But if fate dictates that you did in fact time travel in that particular timeline, then that's the first paradox. Like, what happens when you do shit that didn't work? Like, what happens if you fulfill your goal? You're like, oh, the reason why I'm time traveling is to prevent like something to occur. I'm like, okay then. So you prevent that from happening. So therefore, there's no need for the time travel plot to happen. Like, once you fix the past and like, you know, make the present all nice and tidy, there's no point in it. That's the first paradox. Like, like that's literally one of the things I remember when it came to like time travel stories. It was like, wait, if you need time travel to solve the problem, then it's like, you know, you don't need it anymore if you solve it. There's no incentive to it. That's the first paradox. And whatnot. And if it's like a case of, oh, the timeline dictates that you had the time travel, then it's like, is it really time traveling? Or is it just you following fate? Like, that's kind of the thing. Yeah, it's on Nita said when it is low. Yeah, which is Gargoyles also managed. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's like stuff like that. and whatnot. Like I remember, fuck, what was one game I remember they handled time travel somewhat fine because I was okay with how they handled it. I guess like most people will go like, oh, like Chrono Trigger. Like when you think of time travel plots in like JRPGs, I'm like, yeah, Chrono Trigger is probably one of them. I liked I'm trying to remember one. Hold on, Jun. I'm trying to remember one game. I actually remember liking the time travel in that one. It had to be. Fuck, it was like a PlayStation 2 game. No, it was that Xenosaga. Xenosaga didn't have time travel. That one was more like reincarnations and whatnot. It'd be like, fuck, I'm trying to remember. It's like it's literally a PlayStation 2 game. I remember playing it. Fuck, what was it? It was oh, Onimusha Dri. There we go. Onimusha Dri. Okay. Worst example of time travel, Sonic 06. Oh yeah, like the whole like you go through the events of 06 and then it ends with the girl making out with Sonic and then it just like resets everything. Yeah, I remember that. Also the whole backstory of Silver the Hedgehog. And whatnot. Like I remember that. But yeah, like now I remember June. It was only Musha Dri. I remember liking the time traveling in that one. Because they didn't like go into the whole like paradox thing that I mentioned to you. They just straight up went like, yeah, it's a thing. Like there's no need to question it. Like June. Like like I need to give you context. Dude, like Onimusha Dri, the literal plot of it is you play as a Japanese samurai in the Sengoku period of Japan. He gets flung into the future of the early 2000s. And while that's happening, a French policeman who looks like Van Diesel, you know, the guy, the Van Diesel dude from Fast and Furious, who looks like Van Diesel, he gets flung into Sengoku, Japan, and he's like, oh shit, demons are real. How do I defend myself? I know, with a gun. And you literally play that first 2 hours of the French guy's campaign, just wielding a fucking pistol, just absolutely going ham on the samurai demons. And it was the best first 2 hours of the game. And not only that, but the moment the guy actually ran out of ammo, they're like, okay, what kind of weapon should we give the French Van Diesel? They're like, a whip. A magic ass whip. And he does some like Castlevania shit combos and it's great. Like, you can't make this shit up, June. It's the best. Like, I fucking love Onimusha Dri. It is such the most over-the-top plot, and they absolutely succeeded. Also, it's like one of the few games where they straight up went ham with the explosions. Because, like, the first two Onimusha games, they were very... They lean more on the magic side of things, like the occult side. And there wasn't a lot of, like... explosions. It actually leaned more on, like... This is essentially Resident Evil / Devil May Cry, just in ancient Japan. So it leaned more on the like atmospheric horror that the not only Resident Evil was known for, especially for the earlier titles, but also for Devil May Cry, because the only Devil May Cry games that came out at the time that Onimusha came out was the first 3 games, and it took more inspiration from the first Devil May Cry game, which it was more of an atmospheric journey. Like, I know most people would be like, I thought Devil May Cry was like a silly action B movie and whatnot. I'm like, technically yes, if you're going by like 3, 4, and 5. But when you go to 1 and 2, it was more like, yeah, there was action in it, but you going through the levels was more like, oh yeah, it's like an atmospheric like castle where you're just kind of soaking in like the gothic horror and whatnot. That's like the best way I would describe the first 2 games of Devil May Cry. And Onimusha is pretty much, you know, like that, essentially. And whatnot. So, like, yeah, it was a very middle ground between Devil May Cry and Resident Evil. Yeah, exactly. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And whatnot. But, like, yeah, I remember that was how the first 2 Onimusha games were like. It leaned very heavily on the atmospheric horror of, like, demons and shit. And then you get to Dre, where it's like essentially Devil May Cry 3. It's so action-packed. It is so funny to me. It's amazing. And then you get to 4, June, where it's literally like, okay, what should we do with 4? They're like, okay, we'll just make it anime as fuck in the best way possible. It is so like early 2000s shonen that I couldn't help but just be like, yeah, this is my jam. Also, the combo system in that game, fucking chef's kiss. It is so fun, like actually fighting in that game, because they really went ham with like how many weapons you can use in the fly, and also the amount of like combos you can do as well. Like, it's very impressive for like a PlayStation 2 game. Also, there was like a lot of content in that one too. Like, there was a fuck ton of stuff you can do in that game. But yeah, what was I? But yeah, dude, I can't wait for like the new Onimusha game. Like the one they announced like a while ago, and now they're saying like, oh yeah, it's gonna come out maybe this year or next year. Like from the recent trailer that we got, they're like, yeah, it's gonna be around that time. Well, I'm looking forward to it because I really like Onimusha. I still have like which Onimusha game that I bought on PlayStation 2 that I have. I still have the second game. I really like that game. But man, 1, 2, and 3, well, all the Onimusha games to be precise, man, they were a magical time. Like, I really missed that period of Capcom, if I'm gonna be honest with you, June. Because I feel like nowadays, when it comes to Capcom, it feels kind of, I guess they're just going by the numbers in terms of, like, their entries. Like, it doesn't really feel like they're actually having fun when they're making the games, unfortunately. It just kind of feels like, you know, oh, yeah, we're just making the game because, well, money, duh. And whatnot. Like, you don't really feel like, oh, yeah, we're just making this game because we thought it was going to be, we're just gonna make this game because, like, hey, we thought a funny premise, might as well go for it. Because that's how I felt like when it comes to a lot of these, like, older companies that has been, you know, forever and whatnot. When you look at their earlier entries, it's literally like, yeah, we're just doing this because we just want to have fun, LMAO. Like, we don't give a shit if it's gonna be a good game or not. Like, we're just doing it for passion and then whatnot. So, because of that, it's like, yeah, I kind of miss that. I mean, you can still have it with like indie titles. Like, I am aware of like the indie scene and how a lot of the indie games are literally just a bunch of nerds just going like, hey, I really miss this concept from this one obscure PS2 game. Might as well make a game that's a reference to it, essentially. And then, you know, they just spend like their actual free time outside of their like personal life to like, you know, make the game and shit, and then they release it, and, you know, depending on how it goes, it either becomes super popular or it becomes a cult classic, which both methods are fine. I really like it a lot, though. And whatnot. But, like, yeah, I feel like, yes, you can still have that in these scenes, but I do kind of miss it when it comes to, like, the major AAA titles. Because, like, I don't know. I just feel like it's kind of a missing art nowadays, June. Because, like, I remember, like, trying out... What was a modern game from, like, Capcom that I played? Oh, yeah, like, the new Street Fighter. Like, I was playing, like, the new Street Fighter on the arcade. Like, I had, like, a local arcade that actually had a Street Fighter cabinet for, like, the latest entry and whatnot. And I remember playing it, and I don't know. I kind of felt like, doesn't really hit well compared to, like, Street Fighter 3 and 4, which are the ones that I played the most when I was growing up and whatnot. Like, 6, I don't know. It just doesn't hit right. Like, sure, I'm like doing the combos properly, but I'm just feeling kind of bored. Like, I just feel kind of like, I guess that's it. Sort of thing. Like, I don't know. Like, I just felt kind of bored afterwards. Like, I did finish the campaign, well, the arcade story for like Zangief, because I love playing Zangief. He is like my favorite character to play in Street Fighter. But like, sure, I beat it and whatnot, but at the same time, I was just left with the feeling of like, didn't really feel satisfying compared to like 3 and 4. I know Zangief wasn't, wait, was Zangief in 3? I don't remember him in 3. I remember there was a different wrestler character in 3. But I remember him in 4, and I had so much fun playing Zangief in that game. Like, Zangief in 4 was amazing. But yeah, Street Fighter 3 is so peak. Yeah, it is. Like, dude, the soundtrack, the art style, the aesthetic they're going with, which was like kind of like Y2K, like unironically Y2K like dude, it was awesome. Also, June, the title, like the character select music, like goddamn, that was a good ass track. I love the character select music. It was amazing. And then whatnot, but like yeah. Even the announcer is amazing. Yeah, that is true. That is very true. Ooh, man, Street Fighter 3. Who did I play the most in that game? I think I played as like... Coming in with the fucking... Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, like, dude. Yeah, man, I remember that a lot. What? Who did I play as in Dream? I'm trying to remember because it's been a while since I played it. I think I played as Alex and fuck. I'm trying to remember the characters because it's literally been a while since I played it. I think I played as Alex and I don't think Dan was in it. No. Dan was in another game. I think I played Alex and Hugo. Yeah, Hugo. Yeah, I remember Hugo. Oh, like those are the two that I played the most in Street Fighter 3. Yeah, I think it's mostly because like their inputs were like easy for me to understand, so it was a lot easier for me to play. Speaking of fighters, how you play Pokken? Pokken? Oh yeah, like Pokken Tournament, like the Tekken Pokemon game crossover. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I played it. Dude, I played it back on like the Wii U, and then I did play the like enhanced edition that came out on Switch. Like, dude, Pokken Tournament was awesome. It was literally just Tekken with Pokemon. Like it was a straight up Tekken. And Tekken was awesome too. I'm not really the biggest Tekken fan. Like, I have a friend who really likes Tekken, and I do play with him sometimes. I think that like the only Tekken game that I actually played, like I actually owned and played, I believe it was a PlayStation 2 entry. Hold on. Let me get my phone. Because I'm not really good at remembering like names of like games sometimes. So let me see if I can find it for you, June. Hold on. Tekken PS2 games. Okay, 4. Yeah, 4. No, it's Tekken 4. Yeah, I played that one. The reason why I was able to play that one was because I had an uncle who had like PS2 games. Like, he had like a random selection. He had like Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance. He had like Armageddon. He had like Legend of this. Well, not Disgaea. It was like Legend of Legaia and whatnot. Like the sequel to that game. He also had like Dynasty Warriors and shit. Like, I grew up playing those. And but he also had Tekken 4. And I remember playing that game a lot as well. Although I don't remember the cast in that one. Like, the only thing I remember in Tekken 4 was just like some of the goofier endings. And whatnot. Like, I don't know. I feel like when it came to Tekken 4, I literally just went like, yeah, I played it a lot when I was young. I don't remember the goofy ass endings in it. If you ever ask me about like, you know, the who I played as the most in that game, can't tell you. It's been ages. It's been ages, man. And whatnot. But yeah. Man, fighting games. Oh yeah, Jun, since we both like talked about fighters right now and whatnot, I actually play like a decent amount of like fighting 2D anime fighting games. I guess that's what they call that particular subgenre. You know, stuff like Guilty Gear and like Blaze Blue. Especially Blaze Blue. I fucking love Blaze Blue. That is like my actual fighting game jam. Like, sure, I can tell you about like, oh yeah, I play like Street Fighter 3. I play like King of Fighters 97. Like, I can play... Like, I play, like, yeah, DNF Duel. Yeah, that too. and whatnot. Like I can tell you, like I play all of those games. But if you ask me, like, okay, what was the fighting game that like hooked you into like fighting games? What was the one that made you go like, yeah, this is my fucking jam? It was Blaze Blue. I played the very first Blaze Blue game, Calamity Trigger, not on PlayStation 3, not on Xbox 360, and not on the terrible ass Steam port. Like, June, I refuse to like let anyone play the first Blaze Blue game on Steam because that version is really bad. I don't wanna. I highly don't recommend that one. I suggest playing like the console versions. And whatnot, but like yeah, but let's get back to the Blaze Blue part real quick. I will read your comment. Just hold on, but yeah, I didn't play any of those console versions of Blaze Blue Calamity Trigger. I played the PSP version, which a lot of people did not knew existed, where they kind of they simplified the graphics because the arcade/console had like 3D like backgrounds for the stages. So for the PSP version, they had to like reduce it to a degree where it looks more 2D than 3D, but they kept the sprites actually accurate to it, so that's like a plus side. And I remember they had to like map some of the inputs to work on a D-pad, because I'm gonna be honest with you, June, I can only play fighting games with a stick. Whether it's a joystick or an arcade stick, I can only play them with a stick. I cannot play on D-pad. It is an alien concept to me. And whatnot. So like yeah, there's that. But anyway, I remember I was able to do like the inputs kind of okay on like the PSP. It was fine. I was doing okay. But what hooked me was like the story and how it's literally like June, the story of Blaze Blue is literally just a visual novel with some segments where you do play as a fighting game. Like that's the story mode, mind you. Like the arcade mode is like your typical arcade mode in a fighting game. But the story mode, it's literally you sitting and just reading a visual novel that's like almost an hour long for each character route. And whatnot. And what's funny is that when I look back at like the total playtime of the story mode that I did when I was younger, I noticed it was like roughly like 24 hours. And I was like, wait, so you're telling me I literally spent like a whole day like reading a visual novel with some fighting game segments? like you can't make that shit up. Like it's so funny to me. Like it's hilarious. And I know that Blaze Blue is known for having like a long ass story and whatnot. I mean, it's kind of the standard for Blaze Blue. Like June, like the last entry, which was Central Fiction, that game's story mode is literally 60 hours long. It's 60 hours long. And you want to know the funny thing about it? The creator admit that he had to cut the story in half because of like time constraints, because there was supposed to be more cutscenes revolving around like one particular character in his storyline and whatnot. So according to him, if he did added that cut storyline, it would have bumped the story length by 2 times. So that means it would not be a 60-hour story. It would have been a 120-hour story. That's how long it was initially going to be. And I will forever laugh at that information. It is so funny. Let's see, Guilty Gear XX also that way too. Yeah, that is true. Guilty Gear XX was also very story heavy. It's kind of a shame that like when it came to Guilty Gear XX, what was the name? The creator of Guilty Gear, he literally like when that game was in development and they were like, oh hey, we're gonna make a console port, like what do you want to do with it? He's like, oh just port the console, and that was it. And whatnot, like just port it, like don't add anything new. And like he literally went like, yeah, there's no need to make a story mode for it, like just port the arcade and that's it, like nothing else, no new bonus content. Is this going to be a straight port? But the people who made Guilty Gear XX, they're like, no, we need to have a story to put an incentive of people buying the console port. and whatnot. So because of that, when it came to Guilty Gear XX, they pretty much went ham with the story, with the information that was given to them from like the previous entries, and they just kind of went like, yeah, this is what we can do so far. And it's so funny that there's so many plot points that was introduced in XX that XR, and I don't really like Strive at all. I really don't like Strive. Like, as a game, it fucking sucks balls. The story of Strive sucks hell. Like, I really didn't like how they handled a majority of the characters. The only character that I actually, like, think they did a good job with in Strive was fucking Axel and Soul. Those were the only ones I thought they actually handled well in the story. But everyone else, especially Ino, I didn't like how they handled her in Strive. Like, I straight up didn't like it. It was mostly because of them going like, oh, you know this like character that we first introduced in like the X and also XX games, where she's literally the most piece of shit person in the world, to the point that literally the first thing she did when we were introduced to her character was like, oh, I have the ability to time travel, but I have no memories. What should I do with this power? I know, I should fuck with the timeline, get Kai killed, and start essentially World War III, where Dizzy takes the role of Justice, and it literally leads to the world ending, and the only thing that Ino got from it was just laughing at her ass about it. And the only reason why she restored it was because that man, her boss, is like, hey, you can't do that, you need to fix it, and she's like, okay, fine, and whatnot. Like, so that means if that man didn't tell her to, like, you know, stop it, she would have just let the world end it at that point. And remember, that's literally the first thing she did when you were first introduced to her character and whatnot. Like, and it even helps that, like, in the later games prior to Strive, she's literally meant to be like an asshole. Like, you're not supposed to be, like, you know, supportive of the character. It's like, yeah, she's like a dick for the sake of being a dick. And whatnot. And then you get the Strive, where they're like, actually she's a good person, and all those things that you saw that she did when she was first introduced, that's fine. We can just, you know, put that under the rug and whatnot. Like, bury the hatchet. I'm like, no. Oh, like, you can't do that. Like, you literally made us not like this character for like almost 2 decades, and you expect us to actually like her now because of what you did in Strive. I'm like, no. I don't accept that. That's a literal character assassination, in my opinion. And then whatnot. But, like, yeah, outside of my usual rants of, like, Strive. Also, I didn't like the gameplay. I really didn't like the gameplay of Strive. But, other than that, yeah, when it came to Guilty Gear XX, I liked the game. It was fun. I love the characters in it. I love the story mode. It's actually kind of surprising how they did a really decent job with, like, with the gameplay. And I still play it to this game. To this day, actually. Like, I still play, like, Guilty Gear XX, Advent Core, plus R. I think that's what it's called on Steam. But yeah, I play that. I played that a lot with, like, one of my friends. But, like, yeah. What else do you guys wrote down? Let's see. Central Fiction Director's Cut went, I wish it was a thing. I really did. Let's see. Have June watched the Ingrid trailer? I was so excited when I saw Ingrid, but the design was so weird. It reminds me of, like, the people complaining about the movie Attila's Eyes. Wait, yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, June. It's like the fact that they kept her anime eyes, but they made everything else about her like have human-like proportions, essentially. I think that's what happened. Yeah, I remember. I saw screenshots of the trailer. I didn't watch the whole thing because I remember, like, people on Twitter, June, they were literally making jokes about how she looks like this one character in, like, in Fate Stay Night, like one of the maids that helps out Ilya. Like, they were literally making jokes about her outfit looking similar to them. And whatnot, but, like, yeah. I think I know what you're talking about, Jin. Like, you said, like, yeah, her design is weird. I'm like, yeah, I feel so too, because from the screenshots I saw, like, it's like, yeah, it's like human proportions in terms of, like, her body shape, but the eyes are anime. Like, it's a straight up anime. It's like a weird disconnect, essentially. And when yeah, like Ascent Core plus Art, I think. Yeah, that one. I really like the Attila movie. It had problems, but I enjoyed it. Yeah, I remember the Attila movie. I thought it was fine. Like, for a live action anime adaptation, it was on the okay side. I just thought it was fine. I mean, I know it's like kind of a low blow, but at least it's better than like Dragon Ball Evolution. But like, but still, like, wait, Alita. Oh, L before the T. Oh, okay. So it's Alita. Wait. Oh, it's an L. I thought it was a T because I'm like looking it from far away. I was like, oh, it's an L, not a T. Alita. Okay, that makes more sense. And let's see, what about the Strive Jam and 2.0 gameplay? I feel like they over-designed Jam, to be honest with you. I actually prefer her more straightforward, simplistic outfit in the older games. Because I feel like with the older games, you're able to kind of, you know, understand her general personality from the get-go. While also going like, oh, okay, she's like a martial artist, kind of like Bruce Lee and whatnot. So you're able to kind of like picture what kind of moves that she has. But like, for Strive's case, I feel like because of them over-designing her general outfit, you're kind of left with like actual design, like, fatigue, because you're kind of just going like, there's so many things going on, like, I don't get it, like, what's your gameplay, like, I don't get this. And whatnot. Like, I honestly prefer the more like straightforward, simple designs, because it does a better job at like conveying what the character is, and you get like a good like first impression of them before you get to know them more in the story and such. Going to make me cry mispronouncing her name. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I'm not the best when it comes to names. There's some names that I can't pronounce properly. And whatnot. Like June, if you gave me like a fucking French name or something, I ain't gonna pronounce that shit. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Like, for example, June, you know that like, you know, little cute like alchemy franchise that people really like and is all wholesome and chungus and also has a lot of good fan service and whatnot? Like the one made by Gus, which is like Atelier. I can't pronounce it. It's a French word. And whatnot. Like every time I think of that franchise, I'm like, I can't pronounce shit. I don't know French. Every time I hear people pronounce it, it's always a different way. So at this point, I might as well just call it Atelier or something. Like, I don't know. Like, at that point, it's just me just having to describe what the franchise is about instead of actually saying its name. And whatnot. But, like, yeah. Like, I literally can't pronounce it. Like, I'm not French. I don't know a lick of French. And whatnot. But, like, yeah. That's, like, one franchise that I can't pronounce the ever... Like, I literally can't pronounce it. I literally have to just say, like, stuff like, oh, the Ryza game. Or, like, the Sophia game. The Dust trilogy. You know, shit like that. I have to say it like that. I can't actually say, like, the franchise's name properly. And whatnot. Like, it's... Like, look, I know, like, there's a case of, like, but Mizu, you can at least try to pronounce it. I'm like, I did. I just couldn't. So I just give up at that point. And whatnot. Like, at that point, I just literally gave up. And whatnot. But yeah, what other things I remember? I don't think did I play anything new recently? I don't think I did. I've been like kind of busy in life, to be honest. I guess I like revisit some like games I used to play, like what that I finished and whatnot, like Disgaea and whatnot. Now that I mentioned Disgaea, I always find it funny when I talk to like a Western Disgaea fan like chat. Like every time I actually interact with one, they always complain to me about like, oh, why is the franchise like to flanderize their old protagonists when they return as a cameo? Why can't they like, keep their character development and shit? I'm like, the franchise is literally haha goofy, right? Like, the only time I would argue Disgaea was actually serious was 1 and 2. But even then, it was goofy. Like, the first Disgaea game was literally about a little boy who, after learning his dad is dead, he's like, oh, okay, well, looks like I'm the only overlord that's the strongest in the world. Only for, like, the dad's, like, subordinates to, like, take over the castle. So he has to, like, climb from the bottom to get everything back. And then throughout the whole thing, Lohar is literally, like, a literal piece of shit along with Edna, which makes sense because they're both demons. Of course, they're not going to have, like, the best moral compass in the world. Odin and whatnot. And then you have Flior, who's, like, an angel who's, like, nice, goody two-shoes. And she's designed to be like the dirt of their trio, and she's kind of like the optimistic kind. I wouldn't call her the straight man. I feel like Edna's kind of in that lane when it comes to their shenanigans, but for the most part, like Flior is just kind of like the little ray of sunshine to their like demon pessimism and like general assholeness. And whatnot. And then you play through the game, you get to the second half, they're like, okay, let's go more into like the backstory of Lohar and whatnot. And you kind of start realizing why he acts the way he does, especially when it comes to like why he's so allergic to like love and affection, and especially the fact that he can't really stand big ass tits. Like like when you actually get to his backstory, you're kind of like, oh, that makes sense. Like, it actually, it actually pieces well together. And then you get to the endings of, like, Disgaea 1, where the normal ending is fucking bittersweet. Like, it's one of the few times that the games actually went with a bittersweet ending. And it hits very hard when you kind of start realizing what's happening. Like, the true ending is happy. Like, there's no need for people to go, like, oh, yes, let me get some tissues and whatnot. Like, the true ending is a happy ending. Like, it's a nice one. It makes you have tears of joy and whatnot. But the normal ending for Disgaea 1, it is so fucking bittersweet. Like, you can't help but feel bad for everyone in that scenario and whatnot. And then the bad ending is just the bad ending. There's not really much to say at that point and whatnot. So yeah, there's that. But yeah, that was like the first Disgaea game. It's literally like, yeah, goofy, haha, like for the first half. The second half, it does go into a more deeper nuance in terms of like characterization. So it's kind of an interesting middle ground of sorts. But like, yeah, that was like the first Disgaea game. The second Disgaea game was literally like, hey, let's just play the traditional tropes of a JRPG story to a T. To the point that a majority of the game's comedy comes from the main character being the straight man to all the goofiness of like these traditional story beats that you have seen in JRPGs, but also with the characters he interact with throughout the game. That's where most of the game's comedy comes from. It's not necessarily like, fully haha goofy funny sort of thing. It's more like there is jokes, but there's not a lot of it compared to the first game and whatnot. That's like the best way I would describe Disgaea 2. But the comedy still hits hard because it's literally like entirely a straight man like routine, and it's pretty interesting how they handle it overall. Also, it's actually one of the few times like this guy actually handled like a love story, and it was actually a really good one too. It was actually a really good love story. I really like that one. But yeah, I remember the endings to that game was also pretty good as well. I remember the terrible ending. That one I remember like was more like dramatic. Well, I wouldn't call it dramatic. It was more dramatic. Well, fuck. I know I say I wouldn't call it dramatic. It's more like, I wouldn't call it dark. It's more like, it's more serious in nature. Like, there's a much heavier emphasis on the fact that this is the worst ending you could ever get. And the Japanese version highlights that even more because of what happens in it. and it's very it's quite something. Let's put it like that. It's really quite something. And whatnot. But like, yeah, the Sky 2, I liked it a lot. I enjoyed that game. And then you get to the Sky 3. Oh, hold on. I'm getting called. Hold on. Okay, chat. So I need to do a quick BRB. Maybe take me like 5 minutes. I need to help out with family real quick. So like, yeah, it's just gonna be like a quick 5-minute BRB. So yeah. All right, I'm back. Let's see what you guys wrote down real quick. Let's see. Are you planning on playing Disgaea Mayhem this year? Nah, not a fan of the high ceiling of that series. I tried Rivalin and Refrain by the same people. It was fun until the very end when it felt like I was miles away from winning. When it comes to like Nippon Ichi software games in general, they really do expect you to min and max very hard. Like you're going to be grinding for days in their games. And that's pretty much the appeal. Like the literal appeal of the games are like, oh hey, you're able to like get the stats to like, I don't know, 1 million, and you can do like 1 trillion amounts of damage and whatnot. And like they literally make grinding like literally a part of the game system. And whatnot, where you're just min and maxing, you're just trying to figure out like, okay, what's the best optimal route just to absolutely annihilate everything. I feel like that's the appeal of like Nippon Ichi software games in general. It's just you just min and maxing and grinding the hell out of the game. Like you leave no stone left, like you turn no stone behind. You turn every stone at that point. But like yeah, that's pretty much the whole point of those games. Games and whatnot, which I can understand. It's a bit of an acquired taste. Me personally, I like grinding, so it's like yeah, it's my jam at that point. I remember spending like literal not decades. I remember spending literal hours just to get like the right stats for like certain equipment, so I'm able to like get the huge amount of stat bonuses for me to do my grinding more easily. And whatnot, like it's just part of their nature at that point. But yeah, oh yeah, for Labyrinth of Refrain, since June like mentioned it and whatnot, I played so much of that game. Like I remember actually using the character builder that people made in like the Reddit for like Nippon Ichi software, and I actually used the character builder to like literally build the perfect like like characters for like a particular team setup that I was going for at the time. And man, it was so fun, just me like just looking through each of the character each of the class skills, and just me trying to figure out like, okay, I want to have this class with this skill, and it needs to have this skill here so it can have an easier time with this and that. And then I'm gonna like have it have this personality so it can have an easier time to do this particular skill and whatnot. Like you know what I mean, right? Like it's literally shit like that. Like I was literally min and maxing. I was literally min maxing to the max and whatnot. Like it was just so funny. It was just so funny how much I spent so much time in that character creator, and I was able to do what I needed to do when it came to like doing most of that game's content. But yeah, was it have June also play Grand Blue Fantasy versus? I don't know. You can ask. Ask if they want to answer and whatnot. But like, yeah, no, I haven't. Oh, okay. Hey. Well, when it comes to Grand Blue versus, I liked it as a fighting game. It was nice. It was easy to pick up in terms of like them kind of I wouldn't call it simplifying. They kind of mainline a lot of the fighting game mechanics, so it was easier for people to like pick up. Me personally, I don't think it's a bad thing. I feel like the game has a lot of nuance to its combat that's able to kind of be more advanced while being easy to pick up sort of thing. So I kind of like how they went with that when it came to Grand Blue versus. And also, man, all the characters of Grand Blue Fantasy for a 12-year-old gacha game, which I still play to this day. Man, I miss them. It's kind of funny how the characters they pick in versus are literally like the popular characters since like day one of the game's like of the gacha game's like first years and shit. Like it's just so funny to me. Like I remember people going like, "Oh man, Zeta and Vassaroff are cool characters." I'm like, yeah, they were there since day one. They're old. They're 12 years old. And whatnot. Like it's it's like the more I think about like the spin-off games of Grand Blue Fantasy, the more I kind of realize that wait a minute, it's an old ass franchise. Like it's ridiculously old. And I remember hopping into it and it's like fuck, what year was it? Because I hopped in when it was about to be like the anniversary event and they were doing the What Makes the Sky Blue trilogy. Well, more specifically, it wasn't a trilogy yet. They were making a second part to it called Paradise Lost. So what year was that one? What year was that event? I remember doing it. Let's see, 2008. Wait, it was 2018? It was the 4th birthday? No, this can't be. No. Wait. Wait, I was... Oh my lord. Okay, so... Well, I didn't hop onto it when it started in 2014. I hopped onto it when it was 2018, so 4 years later. And I'm still playing that game to this day. And I did the anniversary event. I was able to get some characters as well, so I'm glad for that. But still, like, oh lord. Am I really getting that old? But yeah, man, I've been like rambling. Like, how long has it been since I like literally just started yapping with you guys? It's been an hour. Wait, chat. I literally spent an hour just yapping in general with you guys, and we didn't even touch the game yet. We didn't even touch my very Fencer F. I literally spent an hour just yapping hard as I can. I don't even feel tired either because I actually kind of woke up a little sleepy. I guess just talking with you guys for an hour just made me more energetic. But yeah, let's just get to the game. But man, that was a good like 1 hour yapping session. Like you guys really do know how to make me yap for days. Lucy, have you seen the Bunny Garden 2 trailer? I didn't know they were making a second game. I am aware of Bunny Garden 1 and also the spin-off game where you're supposed to help the girl get back home after she like drunk too much, and then it's essentially like Frogger, essentially. Like you're literally playing Frogger but with like a bunny anime girl. But I didn't know they were making a sequel to Bunny Garden. I didn't see the trailer. Wait, what the fuck am I doing? Oh, I remember. So June, I was trying to do this, well, also chat in general. But, June, I was trying to get this achievement here. Where is it? Here. Use the switch command like a certain amount of times. Because I remember that it's a lot easier to do this achievement when you only have these two. Like literally just them. So you don't have to like pay attention when you're doing swapping. And it's once you get more than like 2 characters is when swapping becomes like more of a, oh, I have to actually pay attention to who do I swap to. And but with these two, it's a lot easier just to like kind of button mash it and whatnot. So yeah. I'm trying to get to the end part here because I remember there was some achievements in this game where one of them gives you like a boost to your movement, so you can actually move more when it's like your turn in battle. So I'm trying to like remember which one has it, but also at the same time just doing the ones that I know I can like finish, like both grinding off screen but also grinding with you guys. And this is the one I've been working on off stream because it used to be like here. I didn't do swapping that much when I first started streaming this game, but since I'm like, well, might as well do it to like, you know, get the nice bonus stats. So I've been like doing it for like roughly 30 minutes, like when I got off stream like last night and whatnot. So like, yeah, this time I'm hoping we're able to like do this properly. Let's see, they say we had to do it 60 times. I wonder how long 60 times is now that I think about it. Should I do like by 10s? Like every encounter we do it by 10s, so it's easier to like gauge it? Or should I just try to do 60 all at once? But even then, I don't think I've been counting right now. It's probably better for me just to gauge it for each encounter, so it's easier for me to measure it.
どうだ悪いがやらせてもらった
How many times do we did it? Let's see, it was like 65, 66. So it went from that to 72. So for one encounter, I did it for, hold on, I need to like map this properly because I'm not really good at like mapping right away. I like literally did it 7 to 6 times in one encounter. All right, so it's better for me to actually measure it by 10s, so it's easier. All right. So this makes it 1, 2.
どなたが相手かし、あとは頼みます。休んでね。覚悟しな。頼んだ。
3.
行きますわ。私の出番はまだか。あとは頼みます。任せろ。テンション上がってきたぜ。任せた。変わります。お覚悟をお願いしますわ。俺の出番だな。任せた。
5.
行きますわ。どなたが相手かしら。あとは頼みます。
休んでね。行くぜ。うわ、いい。
変わります。
6.
始めます。あとは頼みます。
俺の出番だな。頼んだ。
あとは任せてください。行きますわ。あとは頼みます。
Let me make sure I count this right.
さてと、頼んだ。
8.
変わります。お覚悟をお願いしますわ。
俺の出番だな。 任せた
This makes
あ
it
とは
9.
任せてください。お願いしますわ。
任せろやらせてもらう
And this
任せ
should
た
be 10.
あとは任せてください。どなたが相手かしら。お願い。
So let's see if my counting actually works.
さてとうりゃ飛ぶ次突っ込んだな
Okay, so my counting did work. It was 10. Because for a second I thought I counted wrong.
さあやるぜさてと切るそこだ次覚悟しな頼んだ
変わります。あとは頼みます。
俺の出番だな頼んだ
行きますわ。どなたが相手かしら。お願い。
俺の出番だな任せた
変わります。お覚悟をお願い。
休んでな覚悟しな頼んだ
行きますわ。どなたが相手かしら。あとは頼みます。
俺の出番だなやらせてもらう任せた
変わります。お覚悟をお願い。
任せろうおー
What should the next one I should work on? Maybe
任せた
jumping?
あとは任せてください。
But jumping takes a while because they go by like hundreds range
覚悟しな
when it comes to them measuring like the amount of times you need to jump.
あとは任せ。
At least this one is more
本当
bearable
の
for
力
me
見たいかお願
because
い
it's
しま
going
す
by
わ。
like small like numbers. So it's easier for me to be like, yeah, I can like do this many
行きま
times.
すわ。
That's easier to
行きま
understand.
すわ。あとは頼みます。
任せろ覚悟しな悪い
変わります。どなたが相手か
But
しら。お
jumping
願い
is like it's by
俺の
hundreds.
出番だな
But I don't understand it because there's like another one they also do by hundreds, which is like you getting a specific number of
任
like
せろ
symbol
覚悟
attacks,
しな
which is when you like hit the enemy before they touch you to
お覚悟を。
initiate battle, so you get like an advantage. Oh,
はい。
I messed it up.
あら、
Oops,
この程度なんですよ。
I did not mean to do that. Okay, so I did it by 10 again. So that means we have 7 more. Like look at this. This is easier for me to measure. It's like, yeah, Dree, 8, 15, dirty, 50, 100. Like, that's normal. Like, to me, that's like, okay, that's fine. But shit like this, 10, 100, 250. What's another one that I thought was stupid? Regular. I feel like regular is okay. Guardian is okay too, because of the amount of grinding you want to do in this game. Treasure Hunter. Yeah, this is the one I think was absolutely dumb. Like, they are like, oh, hey, you need to have this ability to find hidden treasure. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. Like, the first one is like, okay, 3 times. That's good. That's okay. Second level, 100. I'm like, who the fuck thought this was a good idea? Who thought of this was a good, like, leap? And not only that, but I'm assuming that the other ones are also going to go by hundreds as well. Like, how do you go from a single digit to, like, triple digits? Like, at least the other ones make sense to me. Like, this one is like, okay, like, this one made sense to me. Like, 5, 10, 20, 50. Yeah. Good. Gucci. I get it. That works. But this shit, How the fuck now? Like, this one makes more sense too. Look, 10, 20, 50, 80, 100. The moment we see the achievement, that means we did it, and then we had to get to the next level, which I am curious how much we have to do. Alright, what's the next number? It's triple digit? Are you kidding me? What's the last one then? Wait, so wait, let me count this right. So we went from 3, 8, 15, 30, 50, 100. That's normal. 50 to 100. That's easy to manage. 100 times? Huh. I'm kind of curious what the last one will be now. Because this one is like, yeah, you need to do this like you go from 100 to like 100 times. It's like, okay, that's fine. But what's the max though? Like we're literally near the end of it. Let me look this up. Where is swapping? That's escaping. Escaping I kinda wanna do off stream. Power to the pole. 500. Wait, hold on. So 200, 500. So that means we have to do 300 times. And if I wait. So I need to get to 20 battles for like this one here. And then for the last one, which is 500, I need to get to the 300 difference. So that divided by. So dirty battles. And I had to swap 10 times per battle. I guess that's bearable. I guess that's easy. I thought for a second it was going to take me way too long, but then I kind of like started dividing and mapping. I'm like, you know what? That's actually manageable. Never mind. This should be one. Oh, I'm getting called. Hold on. Alright, I'm back.
うわいい。
あとは任せてください。お願いしますわ。
I
俺
think
の
it
出
was
番だ
like
な。頼
number
んだ。
6.
行きますわ。まったくまたお願い。
俺の出番だな。
So maybe do this like
あとは任せてください。始めます。
4 more times, so
お
that'd
願
be
いしま
10.
すわ。
俺の出番だな。
Because I don't think you guys are gonna be interested
あとは任せ
in
て
just
く
me
ださい。
sitting here doing switching
あとは
like
頼みます。
you know
任せろ。
100 on the go,
任せた。
especially since the
行
next
きま
one
す
is
わ。
gonna be like
行きます
300.
わ。お願いしますわ。
休んでな。さてと頼んだ。
And shit. So because of that, I think it's better for me just
ど
to
なた
gauge
が相
it
手
by
かしら。あ
10s.
とは頼みます。
So we just get into like
やらせ
let's
て
see,
もらう。
20, well, we have to get into 10 encounters because that makes 100. And then the next one is 300, so we have to get to dirty encounters. Okay.
頼んだ。
行きますわ。行きますわ。お願い。
俺の出番だな。任せた。
あとは任せてください。
And then
お
after
願い
this,
しますわ。
yeah, that should be good enough.
聞かねえよ。無駄だ。飛ぶ。やらせてもらう。まだだ。一丁上がり。親食再々。
This is not what I was looking for. It was this. No. Oh, I fucked up. I did it 15 times. I thought I did it like 10 times. Oops. Wait, can I do 15? I mean, 15s make it faster, but like, I don't know.
やらせてもらう。覚悟しな。頼んだ。
変わります。行きますわ。お願い。
休んでな。さてと頼んだ。
Number
変わり
2.
ます。お覚悟をお願いしますわ。
任せろ。やらせてもらう。頼んだ。
Number 3.
変わります。私の出番はまだこそお願いしますわ。
任せろ。覚悟しな。わいい。
あと
4.
は任せてください。始めます。お願いしますわ。
俺の出番だ。まだまだ行くぜ。わい
5.
い。
行きますわ。始めます。あとは頼みます。
休んでな。さてとわいい。
6.
変わります。お覚悟をお願いしますわ。
休んでな。覚悟しな。頼んだ。
変わります。
7.
お覚悟をあとは頼みます。
休んでな。やらせてもらう。わいい。
8.
あとは任せてください。お願いしますわ。
俺の出番だな。わいい。
9.
行きますわ。お覚悟をあとは頼みます。
俺の出番だな。
And this should be 10.
あとは任せてください。始めます。お願いしますわ。
俺の出番だな。さてとおまけ。次。ま、俺にかかればこれぐらい。
Yeah, I counted right. Sweet. Alright. I feel so bad for the other characters. Because, like, these two, it's much easier to do this achievement with them compared to the other ones. Because the other ones are like, yeah, you can't really swap between them easily compared to, like, when there's only 2 people in total. Because you actually do have to pay attention who you're targeting and whatnot. So because of that, it's like, yeah, it's just better to do it when you only have 2 people, either at the start of the game or at this point in the mid game.
やらせてもらう。さてと
マジカルエフェクトバーンエクスプロード。
炎。次。さてと頼んだ。
変わります。お覚悟を あとは頼みます。
俺の出番だな。さーてと、悪い。
2.
あとは任せてください。お願いしますわ。
休んでな。さーてと、頼んだ。
あとは任せてください。私の出番はまだかし。お願い。
俺の出番だな。さーてと、頼んだ。
変わります。お
4.
覚悟を。
Question mark.
あとは頼みます。
休んでな。行くぜ。頼んだ。
5.
変わります。始めます。お願いしますわ。
任せろ。行くぜ。任せた。
あとは任せてください。お覚悟を。
This is 6.
お願いしますわ。
俺の出番だな。頼んだ。
変わります。
7.
どなたが相手かしら。あとは頼みます。
休んでな。行くぜ。悪い。
行きますわ。どなたが相手かしら。あとは頼みます。
任せろ。さーてと、頼んだ。
変わります。お覚悟を。あとは頼みます。
休んでな。やらせてもらう。悪い。
変わります。どなたが相手かし。お願いしますわ。
任せろ。行くぜ。任せた。
変わります。どなたが相手かしら。お願いしますわ。
俺の出番だな。
Wait, I forgot to count.
任
Wait,
せ
what number am I
行
at?
きますわ。お
Uh,
覚悟を。お
maybe
願
let's
い
do
し
one
ま
more
すわ。
swap and then kill the
覚
enemy.
悟しな。悪い。
あとは任せてくださ
I
い。
keep forgetting that if I don't like remind myself to count, I'll like miscount and forget.
まだだ。どうだ。突っ込んだな。
Also, these encounters actually give out a good amount of experience now that I'm looking at it.
我に助力を請うならば負けることは相ならぬ。心して戦うがよい。ただし共に戦うに値せぬとみなせば即座に切り捨てる。寝首をかかれぬよう気をつけること。
未来に何が起こるか。
女神の力は時空をも超えるか。悪しき心を持つ者にこの力を使われたらと思うと恐ろしいことよ。
やらせてもらう。やらせてもらう。頼んだ。
Alright, let's do this.
変わります。行きますわ。お願いしますわ。
休んでな。さーてと、任せた。
あとは任せてください。お願いしますわ。
休んでな。やらせてもらう。任せた。
行きます
Number
わ。
3.
本当のお願いしますわ。
休んでな。行くぜ。任せた。
あとは任せてください。行きますわ。
4.
お願いしますわ。
休んでな。テンション上がってきたぜ。頼んだ。
あとは任せてください。あとは頼みます。
俺の出番だな。行くぜ。頼んだ。
あとは任せてください。お願い。
俺の出番だな。任せた。
行きますわ。お覚悟を。お願い。
休んでな。さーてと、任せた。
あとは任せてください。お願い。
任せろ。やらせてもらう。頼んだ。
変わります。どなたが相手かしら。あとは頼みます。
休んでな。さーてと、任せた。
行きますわ。どなたが相手か、あとは頼みます。
俺の出番だな。任せた。
変わります。どなたが相手かしら。お願い。
俺の出番だな。頼んだ。
行きますわ。お覚悟を。あとは頼みます。
俺の出番だな。
Alright, we just need to do it one more time.
あとは任せてください。さあ、これからでお願いしますわ。
任せろ。行くぜ。キル。まだだ。寝てろ。お夜食再々。
We're almost there. Should I go play Tony's instead? I don't know if Tony's probably a good idea. Let's see, 20 per encounter. I don't think that's a good idea. Maybe 10. Hey Mizu, what's up? Hey Ruta Haria, welcome, welcome. Let me give you a shout out real quick. Hold on. I'm doing fine. I'm just doing some challenge grinding because I went like, oh, this is the perfect opportunity for me to do one particular challenge that it's recommended to do it early on before you get more than 2 people, or you do it at this point of the story where you do some time travel shenanigans and it kind of bumps you back to 2 people only and whatnot. But like, yeah, I'm trying to do a particular challenge. I'll show you what it is. Hold on. Just let me give you that shout out. There you go, Ruto. All right.
Ikimasu wa? Ikimasu wa? Onegaishimasu wa?
俺の出番だな。さてと。まだだ。一丁上がり。悪いがやらせてもらった。
So here's the challenge Ruto here. Use the switch command a certain amount of times. And I'm like, okay, doesn't seem too bad. Let's see, 3 times. All right. Next milestone, 8. Okay. 15. That seems reasonable. Dirty. All right. That's just 2 times 15. That's fine. 50. Not a bad number. 100. Not bad. Right now, 200. And if you're wondering, like, okay, what's the last number? 500. And the thing is I actually been grinding this off stream. And I remember spending like at least 30 minutes, like getting from here to here. And whatnot. So because of that, I was like, okay, I think I can do this and this. Like, I feel like these are doable. Like, I'm able to grind it with you guys, essentially. I don't think it's gonna take me too long, because I'd rather just have it done right now and whatnot. But like, yeah, for all the achievements in this game, this is the only one I finished. Numbers of battles fought alone. This is the easiest to do, and you get like a huge boost in your magic. I would say the one that's probably the most painful will be this one, Ruto. Treasure Hunter, find hidden treasure. So, you see this first milestone? It's 3 times. You're like, okay, that sounds reasonable, like finding hidden treasure. The next milestone, 100. It went from a single digit to triple digit. And that's the second milestone. So that means the other ones are going to have huge ones. And I literally thought to myself, are you kidding me? I don't think I can do that. Like the other ones, they seem kind of reasonable to me. It's like, for example, take Swordmaster. Like this one is like, oh, use your skill a certain amount of times. 10, 20, you're like, okay, that's fine. 50, that's okay. 80, that's fine. 100, that's fair. 200, that's fair. 500, that's fair. Almost 1,000, that's fair. But this shit, you go from 3 to 100. That's bullcrap. And whatnot. And there's like other ones that I think are like I think this one is fine because if you just do like the DLC dungeons and you just get hit instead of healing, then this is really easy to accomplish. Same case with Sponge as well. Those ones are easier to do. This one I feel like you would naturally just do it as you play through the game if you just like grind crazy. Same case with Air Master and Uniqueness. Because at least it's like reasonable amounts. But not Treasure Hunter. Treasure Hunter will always be the BS one to me. I'm like, there's no way anyone in God Green Earth they're gonna accomplish this one. Like there's no way. But yeah, we're just focusing on the switching one, Ruto. How many numbers I need to do? Where is it? 48. Okay, both of them are 48. So I'm going by 10s per encounter. So that means I need to do it at least 5 battles. Oh yeah, Ruto, you're just gonna see me just kind of sit here and just constantly swapping characters until I reach like number 10, and then we kill the encounter and get to the next one. Because I don't think I'm gonna like actually sit here and like literally swap like 100 times in a single battle, because I don't think my brain can like handle that long of a time sink. So it's just better for me to just gauge it by 10s and like go like per encounter, because at least if I do that, I can also grind both experience, money, and also WP. Damn it, why am I yawning now? Because I wasn't yawning when like... Oh yeah, Ruto, so I started the stream and then I ended up getting to like a yapping session, and it literally lasted for an hour. And throughout the whole yapping session, I didn't yawn at all. I was literally just yapping for days. But now I guess because of me, like, I guess not talking that much anymore, it just kind of made my tiredness come back for some reason. But at the same time, I don't mind if like you guys just want to be like, hey, I just want to sit here and relax, you know, just chill. No need to talk, just like listen to the game musics. Also hearing like I guess me ramble every now and then. Like if you guys need to do something, then like go ahead, just leave me in the background, just lurk. I don't mind at all. But like so I don't really have much of an interesting topic to talk about, to be honest, other than like maybe some stuff I saw on Twitter. Even then, like the things I see in social media basically boils down to like either anime art, R18 works of anime characters, or video game news. Those are literally the 3 things I get from social media. But even then, like the latest thing I saw from like anime stuff is literally people like talking about the final few episodes of what was it called in Japanese? I kind of refuse to use the English name because it's like it's very straightforward, but it's kind of boring compared to the Japanese name. It was and then no Shobatai or Fire Force, which is the English name for it. Which look, I get it straightforward, but I like the Japanese name more because when you roughly translate it, it's literally called Fire Brigade of Flames, which sounds so redundant, but it's sick at the same time. It's so cool. Oh, and like I know that they recently finished the anime and whatnot, and people are like watching the last few episodes and like saw the ending to the story and whatnot. Although, when it comes to the whole story of it, I honestly prefer the manga because the anime did have to like cut off a lot of stuff, and they had to like essentially speedrun some events as well compared to like the manga. Also, I noticed that the anime is they kind of what's the word I'm looking for? There's not a lot of blood in it. Like they kept the gore, but there wasn't a lot of blood compared to the manga, because the manga really doesn't hold back when it comes to the blood and gore, which kind of reminds me a lot of like Soul Eater. I know it's like by the same author and everything, but it reminds me of how the anime adaptation of Soul Eater handled the blood and gore. Because in the anime, yeah, there was a lot of blood, but they rarely used gore that much compared to the manga. The manga did not hold back when it came to the blood and gore and whatnot. Also, the anime didn't incorporate a lot of the comedic moments from the manga, because the manga had a lot more comedic events and also more fan service moments compared to the anime, which kind of did its own thing. Because the anime actually cut off from the Soul Eater manga at like a specific point to the degree that the anime is literally just its own thing, while it's literally its own thing while being completely separate from the manga, because they both have different endings. They had different outcomes for specific characters. Some characters that were like how I word it, because of them cutting off the story at a certain degree and like the anime just doing its own thing, some characters that were initially like antagonists in the manga, in the anime they're like not an antagonist, because they didn't adapt that moment in the manga story where these characters are like the antagonists at that point. Instead, they're just going with like what they were initially introduced when you saw them early on, where they were like allies and such, and everything in the like what they did in the anime. And whatnot. Also, like the ending of Soul Eater will forever be both the best, but also will forever crack me up. Like the manga the manga ending, I need to be precise with. The anime ending was okay, if I'm gonna be honest with you. I felt like the anime kind of played it too safe when it came to like certain characters like Death, because I remember what happens to him in the manga was generally one of the best moments in it, especially what happens at the end. Only for the anime they kind of go like, oh, we were kind of going that direction, but haha, he's actually alive at the end and whatnot. I'm like, come on, like you literally built up to Death like literally like passing the mantle to Death the Kid and whatnot. Like Kid was ready to become like the next Shinigami and whatnot, but they fucking cock-blocked him. They fucking cock-blocked him, and Death is still around, just doing his shtick as usual, compared to the manga, which was an actual really well done like farewell from him and whatnot. Like it was generally one of the few times that they actually kept their word, and they're like, yeah, Death is retiring. Like Kid is gonna be the next Death. Like he's gonna say his final goodbyes to his son and whatnot. Like they make it very clear that's what's gonna happen to him in the manga, and they absolutely nailed it. But in the anime, they just, you know, kind of cock-blocked us and just made Death still alive and everything. And Kid's not the next Shinigami. What else was there about Soul Eater? Oh yeah, I remember. Like Soul Eater added more. The manga had more. I mean, because of the story, like, how I word. The anime, I felt like some characters, because of how they were treated in the anime. They didn't have like a lot of story events happening with them compared to the manga, because the manga actually expanded on a lot of character motives for like some of the side characters. And heck, I remember there was even like a plot line with Dr. Stein, my bad. His name was Dr. Stein. I remember there was a plot line with Dr. Stein and with like another girl who was one of Death's weapons, and that we learned that the two were like classmates during their academy days, and like he kind of has secret feelings for Stein and vice versa, despite the fact that the girl's known for like hooking up like with all kinds of random people throughout her life and whatnot. But I remember they handled their romance in a very interesting manner in the manga compared to the anime, where it just did not exist at all. Like she was just kind of there as like a cameo, and that was pretty much it. like Dr. Stein, I felt like he was such a interesting character in the manga, so it's kind of a shame that the anime just didn't adapt most of it and just did their own thing, and Stein was just kind of there for the ride at that point, which is, it's a shame in my opinion. Same case with Soul, because like there was a lot more Soul moments in the manga compared to the anime, and I honestly am really sad that they didn't adapt like some of the cool transformations that occurred near the end of the manga to the anime. Although I think it's because the anime, when the anime came out, the manga was still in production, so it wasn't able to get to that point. So I guess that's why the anime kind of did its own thing. But like when you look at it now, it's kind of like, man, it's two different ball games and whatnot. And I'm really sad that like even by the end of Soul Eater, both like anime and manga, I did feel like there was some plot points that I felt were either a little rushed, or I wish they could have like expanded on a little more. But for the most part, it's kind of fine with it where it is at right now. And whatnot. But yeah, I remember when the Eren no Joe. Bye. Bye. Oh my god. I didn't know Shobatai. Like, I'm not gonna call it Fire Force. I know it's like the easiest way of saying it, but I refuse to. I'm too stubborn. And whatnot. Let's just call it Fire Brigade of Flames. But when I remember when they showed like the last few episodes, people were like speculating they're gonna make like a Soul Eater remake in the same vein as like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, where it was also in the same ballpark, where the Full Metal Alchemist anime, the original, actually deviated from the manga because the manga was still like being made at the time. Anime kind of did its own thing, and then when Brotherhood came out, it pretty much adapted the entire manga into anime format. It was like really accurate to it as well. And so a lot of people were speculating that they're probably going to do the same thing for Soul Eater because of the ending of and then no Shotabai and whatnot. Shobotai and whatnot. So like yeah, I remember people were speculating about that, but at the same time I'm like, who knows? Like if they're going to do a remake, then I can't wait for that, because there was so many cool stuff that happened in the manga of Soul Eater. And I know like the author himself is, I think he's retired now. He's like no longer making new works and whatnot. But the works that he did pump out, I love them. I like them a lot. I still read Soul Eater and Eren Show Bolt Pie to this day. I don't watch the anime that much anymore because I realized that nowadays I don't really have time to watch anime anymore. I just prefer reading now. And whatnot. I think like the only time I probably watch the animes like is either for nostalgic reasons, or I'm just gonna like look up the anime soundtrack to listen to while I'm like reading the manga. Those are probably like the only times.
ふっ悪いな覚悟しなふっだ飛ぶ一丁上がりやらせてもらうわいい
行きますわ始めますあとは頼みます
休んでな行くぜわいい
行きますわお覚悟を
I don't think I've been reading
俺の出番
anything
だな
recently.
覚悟しな
Now that I'm thinking about,
任せた
because because like most of the manga that I read, they tend to be like, oh, we haven't had an update since like I don't know a few months ago, sort of thing. So because I got a lot of the new works that I tend to read, it's like I kind of forget about them because it's been so long since there was a new chapter and whatnot, to the point where I'm like, man, how long am I gonna wait until like either A is gonna be the next chapter or B is when it's gonna end. Like it's either or at that point. Wait, it's 400. Wait, so it's 400 in this game. Oh, okay, because I saw 500 because I was using the what's the one I'm looking for? I was using the Advent Dark Force like challenge list as like the way for me to like look at it. But I guess like for this one's case, the number is different. So this one's 400. So okay, so I just need to get to 20 battles. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. For both characters, we get 100 luck. Wait, how much 100 luck? Okay, so we'll bump it up to like 400. I feel like, what does luck? Did luck help me a lot in general? I think luck affects like certain things, like avalanche attacks as well. So I guess like having more luck makes it easier for us to do like avalanche attacks. So I guess that's fair. So let's save before I lose my progress, because I remember there are times when this game would like straight up turn off if I like accidentally leave it on too long. What time is it right now? Okay, it's been like an hour. I usually do a BRB break every hour. Since I didn't do it the first time when I was like yapping for like a literal hour straight, I think it's fine for me to do like a break right now since it's been 2 hours. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do a BRB break with you guys. Okay. Alright, that should be fine, I guess. I guess so, but yeah. Alright, so take this as you guys an opportunity for your own BRB break. Get a snack, get a drink, use the restroom. I'll be right back. Hold on, I need to double check something. Okay, the volume's fine. Yeah. Alright, this is good. This is good. Alright, BRB. Alright. I'm back. Okay, let's do this. I think I can do this.
奇襲成功。さーてと、だ飛ぶ。どうだ。無駄だ。キックか。だまだだ。寝てろ。やらせてもらう。わ
行きますわ。お覚悟をお願い。
One,
任せろ。覚悟しな。任せた。
あとは任せてください。お願い。
俺の出番だな。悪い。
あとは任せてください。私の出番はまだかしら。お願いしますわ。
休んでな。やらせてもらう。悪い。
変わります。お覚悟をお願いしますわ。
休んでな。行くぜ。悪い。
変わります。どなたが相手かし。お願い。
休んでな。行くぜ。悪い。
変わります。お覚悟をお願い。
俺の出番だな。やらせてもらう。頼んだ。
あとは任せてください。お願い。
任せろ。やらせてもらう。悪い。
あとは任せてください。 お願いしますわ。
俺の出番だな。
There we go.
任せた。
変わります。始めます。お願いしますわ。
休んでな。覚悟しな。任せた。
変わります。始めます。あとは頼みます。
俺の出番だな。うわ、いい。
行きますわ。どなたが相手かしら。あとは頼みます。
俺の出番だな。任せた。
あとは任せ。まったく私としたことだ。お願いしますわ。
俺の出番だな。
Damn it, I forgot to count.
頼んだ。
変わります。お覚悟を。
Also, hold on. I need to. I need to charge my phone because I notice it's running out of batteries. Hold on.
お願い。
休んでな。さーてと、任せた。
行きますわ。始めます。あとは頼みます。
休んでな。やらせてもらう。うわ、いい。
変わります。どなたが相手かし。お願いしますわ。
休んでな。覚悟しな。頼んだ。
あとは任せてください。お願いしますわ。
俺の出番だな。任せた。
あとは任せてください。お願い。
俺の出番だな。やらせてもらう。任せた。
行きますわ。どなたが相手かし。お願い。
I think I went by 10
やらせ
already.
てもらう。うわ、いい。
But I got into the rhythm of this
どなた
swapping
が相手かし。
that I
お願い。
literally forgot to count.
任せろ。さーてと、おまけ。一丁上がり。ワール
I did it 19 times? Huh.
悪いな。行くぜ。任せた。
行きますわ。お願いしますわ。
俺の出番だな。うわ、いい。
行きますわ。どなたが相手か。あとは頼みます。
任せろ。行くぜ。頼んだ。
変わります。始めます。お願い。
俺の出番
The
だな。
second battle thing is kind of warming up to me.
うわ、いい。
I like
行
it.
きますわ。止まりませんわよ。
I'm so used to the default one.
任せろ。まだまだ行くぜ。うわ、いい。
変わります。お覚悟を。お願い。
任せろ。行くぜ。うわ、いい。
変わります。行きますわ。お願い。
俺の出番だな。うわ、いい。
変わります。お覚悟を。お願い。
俺の出番だな。やらせてもらう。うわ、いい。
変わります。お覚悟を。お願い。
任せろ。さーてと、任せた。
あとは任せてください。お覚悟を。お願いしますわ。
休んでな。やらせてもらう。頼んだ。
変わります。みなぎりますわ。 あとは頼みます。
俺の出番だな。覚悟しな。頼んだ。
行きますわ。始めます。あとは頼みます。
俺の出番だな。今なら。
Let's see, I haven't played Blue Reflection. Also, I'm back to lurk. Oh, okay, no problem.
うわ、いい。
あとは任せてください。
You didn't really miss much,
ご覚悟を。
Ruto. I was just doing the achieve. I was trying to do the challenge thing that I told you earlier.
うわ、いい。
行きますわ。行きますわ。消えなさい。チャンスですわ。たわいもないもんさ。行き。
How many times I did it? Okay, let me count this. I did it 19 times, so that means it's 32 now. I did it 13 times. Okay. Oh, my nose. I took allergy medicine as well, like, but my nose is still acting up. Are you kidding me? Come on.
奇襲成功。覚悟しな。任せた。
あとは任せてください。行きますわ。お願い。
俺の出番だな。任せた。
変わります。始めます。お願いしますわ。
休んでな。覚悟しな。
My
任せ
nose.
た。
行きますわ。私の出番はまだ。あとは頼みます。
休んでな。さーてと。うわ、いい。
あとは任せてください。行きますわ。お願いしますわ。
俺の出番だな。力が。うわ、いい。
あとは任せてください。お願い。
任せ
I'm
ろ。
actually kind of glad that
任せた。
変わります。
I'm like doing it right now, because if I decided to do this like challenge
行くぜ。
way later on, I'll probably go
あとは
insane.
任せてください。お覚悟を。お願い。
俺の出番だな。うわ、いい。
変わります。行きますわ。お願いします
At
わ。
least here it's simple. You just have to like do this.
いい。
Don't have to
行き
think
ます
too
わ。
much.
お覚悟を。お願いしますわ。
任せろ。やらせてもらう。うわ、いい。
変わります。みなぎりますわ。あとは頼みます。
休んでな。さーてと。任せた。
あとは任せてください。お願い。
任せろ。さーてと。任せた。
変わります。始めます。お願い。
休んでな。覚悟しな。うわ、いい。
Uh,
あとは任せてください。始めます。お願いしますわ。
休んでな。今ならいける。まだだ。どうだ。突っ込んだな。
all right. How many did we did this time? Oh, so I did it precisely 13 times. Okay. We're almost there. We're almost there, chat. We're almost to 400. Just need to get into more encounters.
Put. 覚悟はいいんだな。やらせてもらう。
Yeah, it's fine to kill the Raven. Just leave one enemy alive so we don't have to like
任せた。
deal with it.
行きますわ。
Because all our defenses are pretty high.
お願いしますわ。
俺の出番だな。うわ、いい。
変わります。お覚悟を。お願い。
休んでな。行くぜ。任せた。
変わります。行きますわ。お願いしますわ。
任せろ。やらせてもらう。任せた。
変わります。止まりませんわよ。あとは頼みます。
任せろ。さーてと。頼んだ。
あとは任せてください。 あとは頼みます。
休んでね。今ならいけ。頼んだ。
あとは任せてください。お願いしますわ。
任せろ。やらせてもらう。悪い。
変わります。お覚悟を。
Oh my nose.
お願い。
俺の出番だな。任せた。
行きますわ。さあ、これから
I
ですわ。
hate the spring.
お願い。
任せろ。
I hate allergy season.
悪い。
あとは任せてくだ
I
さい。
always suffer from it growing up. I
お
remember
願いしますわ。
there were
休ん
times
でね。
when I went to school
さてと
and the only thing you see from me was just watery eyes and just like a runny nose.
悪い。
That's literally the common sight you will see me during the spring, especially if I like walk to
休んで
school.
ね。覚悟しな。頼んだ。
It got even
あとは
worse
任せてください。
when I was like in high school,
お願いしますわ。
任せろ。
where I remembered like in high school, I literally had to have like a box of tissues with me all the time during the spring because my allergies got worse at that time.
あとは頼みます。
休んでね。行くぜ。
See, meanwhile, I got one news that's a bit political maybe, and the funny repercussions were, oh, I don't mind, Ruto. You can tell me. Go, go, go.
任せた。
変わります。始めます。あとは頼みます。
休んでね。覚悟しな。悪い。
あとは任せてください。お願い。
任せろ。やらせてもらう。悪い。
行きますわ。お覚悟を。あとは頼みます。
俺の出番だな。行くぜ。悪い。
行きますわ。お覚悟を。あとは頼みます。
休んでね。覚悟しな。チューはっ飛ぶ。やらせてもらう。おまけ。次。悪いがやらせてもらった。
Let's see. So Indonesia is planning to ban games that the IGRS deem not fit for distribution, right? Oh, wait, really? Wait, why are they doing that? No idea. Oh, okay, so it's one of those cases. All right, keep going. So Indonesia is planning to ban games that the IGRS is like saying, oh, I don't think we should have this game to be in retails and whatnot. Okay, so what's happened then? Like, did something occur that made him realize, huh, that was a stupid idea. Let's don't do that anymore. Or is it going to be like, yeah, let's go for the stupid idea.
うりゃ切る。そこだ。一丁上がり。覚悟しな。まだだ。一丁上がり。悪い。
行きますわ。
But it led to the funniest shit that happened. It's the ratings themselves. Wait, did the ratings of like when you guys use it in Indonesia, did it like conflicted with like the IGRS?
悪い。
変わります。止まりませんわよ。お願い。
俺の出番だな。頼んだ。
行きますわ。お覚悟を。お願いしますわ。
任せろ。やらせてもらう。頼んだ。
あとは任せてください。あとは頼みます。
任せろ。覚悟しな。悪い。
変わります。始めます。お願いしますわ。
任せろ。やらせてもらう。悪い。
あとは任せてください。あとは頼み
Let's
ます。
see. It said the RGRS ratings are pure nonsense. The story of seasons, Friends of Miro Town is considered 18. What?
頼んだ。
あと
Hold
は
on.
任せてください。
Wait. Well, hold on, Ruto. Let me get this straight. Are you telling me Indonesia is calling Harvest Moon, well, more specifically, the one of their entries, an R18 plus game, in the same vein as an Oroge? Are you kidding me?
お
Come
願
on.
いしますわ。
任せろ。やらせてもらう。任せた。
変わります。 行きますわよ。
Let's see,
始
the
めます
entire Mary Sculptor trilogy is not considered fit for distribution. Oh, come on.
お願いしますわ。
任せろ
Are you serious? But you were able to buy them before, Ruto. I guess it's because you bought it through Steam, and they have like a different thing for that, so that's like a different ballgame. But still, like, come on.
任せた
変わります。お覚悟
Let's
を。
see, and the Song of Saya is considered a game for ages dream. Wait, you're telling me Siren no Uta- Are you kidding
お願い
me? They literally consider Saya of all things to be like, yeah, it's really E for everyone. Oh, come on.
うわいい
あとは任せてください。お覚悟を。お願い。
俺の出番だな
Yes. Oh my god, that's so fucking stupid. Okay, who in their right minds look at Saya, look at all the content that occurs in it, and mind you, the literal story is literally like a Lovecraftian story with the main guy having like this I would technically call it a mental illness. Yeah, it's technically a mental illness. He has a mental illness where he sees everything as fucking flesh creatures. And that Saya is like the only normal person, and it's clear that there's something wrong with her. And whatnot. It doesn't help the fact that most of the endings are
あとは
like,
任せてください。
man, the guy really suffers
Onegaishimasu.
humongously throughout most of those endings. But yeah, like, so, are you kidding me? Come on.
あとは頼みます。
休んでなやらせてもらう
That is so fucking dumb. That reminds me of
お覚
like,
悟を。
oh, let me see what else you wrote down. Nuki Tashi is also considered for ages 3 and up to. Wait, the literal
お願
like
いしますわ。
俺の
the
出番だな
literal eroge, where the entire premise is that there's an island where it's encouraged for people to fuck. Except the main guy doesn't like that. He wants to change the standards. He wants to fuck only the person he likes. And that the literal like story has like dildo mines. Like, you know, the mines you place in like Call of Duty and like any shooter game, replace that with dildos. Dildo mines. And they use dildos as like bullets as for their guns. And whatnot. Like, so you're telling me that Yukitashi, a game that has shit like that, is considered E for everyone.
うわいい
行きますわ。
Yes, while Gunvolt Trilogy Enhanced Edition is considered 18. Why Gunvolt? Oh,
お
look,
願い。
I don't think Gunvolt has any content that would like classify it to be 18
うわ
plus.
いい
It's like
あ
the
とは
most
任せてください。
middle schooler shonen story in the world, with every character being an embodiment of that like storytelling, and it's the best thing in the world. So you're telling me like a game that's literally designed for
あとは
late
頼みます。
late elementary to early middle schools, because that was literally the demographic for the Gunvolt games, is considered 18 plus in Indonesia.
うわいい
Oh my
あと
lord.
は任せてください。
Wait,
行き
Ruto,
ます
does that
わ
mean every Mega Man game is going to be 18 plus at that point?
お願い。
俺の出番だな
Because of character looks, language, and violence, it's not even that much of a violent game, to be honest with you.
うわいい
変わります。どな
Language,
たが相手かしら。
maybe the English script, because the English script added more cursings compared to the Japanese. I'm not sure about the Indonesian script, though.
頼んだ
変わります。始めます。あとは頼みます。
俺の出番だなじゃあ飛ぶ寝てろお夜食開催
But yeah, my god, Ruto, that's so funny. I don't even consider that political, Ruto. I just view it as like, oh yes, the funny thing that's happening in the gaming industry. Government being a dum-dum when it comes to rating games. It kind of reminds me of like the rating system for ESRB, because the ESRB will sometimes rate games a little higher than usual. Like, for example, Ruto. Oh, let me see what you wrote down real quick. The recently released Mega Man Star Force Legacy Collection is also considered 18 plus. Dude, are you kidding me? Come on. It's a literal game for kids. It's literally for kids. Meanwhile, Persona 3 Reloaded is 3+. Oh my lord. Yes, Persona 3. 3+. Hey, at least it has Dre in it, Ruto. So that means it's actually accurate to Persona 3. But yeah, like Ruto. Like I remember like telling this to a friend because I always laugh at this when I tell them this like fun fact. So like Ruto, you know like the Persona series and how it's like rated it's like rated M in like the West. Like the ESRB like rates it like rated M for mature and whatnot. Yeah. So when you look at the original Japanese rating, like when the games came out, because it was originally Japanese and shit, the funny thing is that when you look at the Japanese rating, you found out that almost all the games, except for 2 of them, is rated B. And if you're wondering, like, what the fuck is rated B? Rated B is like... Wait, is it B or C? I know there's A, B, C, D, and then Z is like adult. Yeah, it's B. So there's rated B. And if you're wondering, like, okay, what does rated B means? 13+. It is made for middle schoolers. All the Persona games, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to extension, and whatnot. All those games, which, remember, Persona is literally about, like, Carl's Jung psychology, and then you have Persona 3, that's literally about, like, you know, death, and, like, how everyone is affected by it, and how they view death and shit, and then 4 is literally about pursuing the true self, and 5 is, like, you know, oh, yes, rebellion, be like Robin Hood, like, rebel against society, you know, it's literally the theme of a rebellion, and whatnot, but, you know, all this stuff that a lot of Western Persona fans are, like, saying, like, oh, man, it's such a deep story. Like, there's, like, you know, realistic character or shit. And, like, you know, oh, yes, the fan service is nice and whatnot. Like, you know, the way how Western Persona fans, like, you know, treat the series as, like, this, like literal, this literal deep essay of, like, humanity and shit and whatnot. In Japan, it's rated for middle schoolers. It's rated 13+. It is designed for middle schooler boys. And it's worded in a way where the moment I realized that, Ruto, I'm like, wait, no wonder the Persona games are easy to understand, because they had to word it to make sense to middle schoolers. And whatnot. Like, they had to straight up word it so that a middle schooler guy would understand. And whatnot. And if you're wondering, like, wait, what's the only games that aren't, like, you know, rated 13+ and whatnot? It'd be Persona 4 Golden and Persona 5. I think, like, Royal, to be precise. Because those ones are rated C. That's for teenagers. So it's, like, 16+ and whatnot. So, because of that, I was, like, laughing my ass off. Whenever I hear someone talk about, like, oh man, Persona's for adults, it talks about this and that, and I want a Persona game where it has, like, people in college and shit, and I just instantly remember, like, dude, you know the franchise is made for middle schoolers, right? Like, it's literally made for like, you can't make this shit up, Ruto. It's the best. It's funny. So thank you for telling me about the Indonesian rating system. Like, honestly, the way how you tell me how they rate the games just reminds me of, like, some of the shit that ESRB does sometimes. So apparently, Indonesia draw the lines of Ada's Blood Maid Una Musume outside of Party Dash and actual farming, but invokers and HCs are okay. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Not gonna lie, it is kind of weird. Like, I don't get it, Ruto. It's like, it seems like the games that, you know, for us, we can tell, like, it's made for a younger demographic, but for some reason the Indonesian, like, rating system's like, nah, this is for adults. Like, there's no way a kid would be interested in, like, you know, adepts, you know, adepts, Mega Man, you know, etc., and whatnot. But like Oroges and like Persona 3, yeah, those are for like literal babies. That's meant for them and whatnot. So yeah, that's funny. And whatnot, but yeah. Oh wait, Ruto, since we did talk a little bit of like how they rate the Oroges as like a low rating, that kind of reminded me of like how I actually read some Oroges when I was younger. And it was mostly because of like one or two things, but I will word it so it makes sense. So you guys remember how Fate Stay Night is an Oroge, right? Like the original visual novel is an Oroge and everything. So at the time, there was an anime adaptation by Studio Dean, which was known for not being good. And I remembered my uncle had a poster for Fate Stay Night. And I thought it was the coolest shit. So I asked my uncle, like, oh, hey, what was this from? He's like, oh, it's from, like, this anime and whatnot. He's like, oh, okay. I was like, oh, okay, like, that's cool. Can I watch it? And my uncle thought about it and went, I don't think you can watch the anime. It kind of sucks. I'm going to give you the original Oroge. That one's actually the better story. That one's actually more accurate than the shitty anime adaptation. And whatnot. So because of that, my uncle literally just handed me Fate Stay Night, the original Oroge, and he's like, all right, have fun, nephew. And if you need context of how old I was at the time, I was roughly around middle school. I was roughly around middle school when my uncle gave me that, when he gave me the Oroge. And to this day, I'm forever thankful that that was the best decision my uncle did. I mean, I still hang out with him and such. He's a cool guy. But to this day, I still view that as like the best thing he ever done to me. Because I was able to experience the greatness known as Fate Stay Night, the original Oroge. And I don't have to endure the shitty Studio Dean adaptation. So yeah, thank you so much, Uncle. That was interesting, actually. Yeah, like... Man, I remember some of the goofy shit that my uncles and aunts did for me. Because they were literally the reason why I got into anime and video games in general. Like, they are the literal reason why I'm a absolute weeb. And whatnot. Like... Man, the memories. The literal memories. And whatnot. I think that's kind of the reason why I have such a fondness towards, like, I guess, like, old school Oroges, because I got exposed to Fate, and then I ended up, like, reading stuff like Tsukihime, like, To Love, and then To Love 2. There was Love? I don't think that's an Oroge. It just has 18 plus stuff. I did read some, like, Nitro Plus shit. There was also the whole, like, Tears to Tiara. Like, that one was a really good, like, strategy visual novel. I really like that one. At least you get fast cars, H scenes, and invokers, but Shinobi and Mayhems, in Indonesia, that's considered too far. Senran Kagura and Mary Skelter is deemed not suitable for this. Wait. Like, Senran, like, really? Senran Kagura? Oh, come on. You guys need to play Senran Kagura. It's the best piece of video game literature in the world. And I'm saying this unironically. But yeah, it's like the best. I love Senran Kagura. But yeah. Wait, Ruto, I have a question. what did they rate Neptunia? That's like the biggest one to me because I'm like, wait, what about compile hard games other than like Mary Skelter? Like, what about NEP? Like, how does Indonesia view NEP? Let's see, NEP is 18 plus for the same reason as Gunvote. Oh, come on. NEP isn't that bad. Come on. Look, we may have fan service, we may have a goofy plot, but I don't think that justifies it having an 18 plus rating. Like, are you shitting me? Come on, dude. Man, it's starting to feel like the rating system is becoming like Australia of all places. I feel bad for you, Ruto. I don't want Indonesia to experience the hellhole known as the Australian rating system, because that's worse than ERS. Because in my opinion, the Australian rating system is way worse than the ERSRB and Zero. Because at least Zero is like, you know, oh, we don't like gore, so it's like, okay, that's fine. And then ERSRB is just wishy-washy, so it's like, okay, but that's okay. But like Australia, hell the fuck no. They're so indecisive. They're really hypocritical too. So I feel bad for you guys. It seems like it's gonna go in that direction somewhat. And whatnot. Also, I need to do a quick BRB. I need to like, I need to adjust my glasses because they got a little loose. So I need to like fix the frame real quick. Let's see, apparently Hajimari no Kiseki and Story of Season Mineral Town are both 18 plus for the same reason, drug and violence. Kiseki got it a bit tougher because of character design, but oh, wait. Drugs and violence. Like, I know the Trail series, wait, yeah, the Trail series, yeah. I know the Trail series does use drug and shit, but like violence for Story of Seasons? I don't think there's ever a moment you're violent except like you accidentally hit for if you accidentally hit like an NPC and whatnot, like you just accidentally, you don't like do it on purpose. Yeah, for Trails and Harvest Moon. Dude, that's so stupid. I don't even think you have drugs in Harvest Moon. Unless you count milk. What about Peggy? Peggy is Peggy. Like, I don't know lick about Peggy. Other than that, they're European. And Europeans are weird. In my opinion. As someone who's Asian and American.
任せた。
行きますわ。お覚悟を。あとは頼みます。
任せろ。覚悟しな。任せた。
変わります。どなたが相手かしお願い。
Are they confusing mainline with Rune Factory? Yeah, I think so. Because Rune Factory, there is RPG mechanics where you do fight monsters and like you can like tame them with like items. And I know drugs is a thing in Rune Factory because you do need to use drugs to heal yourself, but they'll also cure like, you know, colds and disease if like either you get it or one of the animals you tame gets like sick and whatnot, so you do have to take like actual, you know, pills and whatnot. But yeah, it's so weird because I would assume Rune Factory will meet the whole like, you know, drugs and violence category, but not Harvest Moon of all things.
あとは頼みます。
休んでな。行くぜ。うわ、いい。
変わります。お覚悟をお願いしますわ。
休んでな。やらせてもらう。頼んだ。
行きますわ。お覚悟をお願いしますわ。
Ruto, was there a game that you saw the rating of and you immediately went like, what kind of bullshit are they smoking? Like, what kind of weed is the rating system smoking when they did this?
任せた。
変わります。行きますわ。お願い。
任せろ。さーてと。うわ、いい。
あとは任せてください。お覚悟を。あとは頼みます。
俺の出番だな。行くぜ。うわ、いい。
行きますわ。どなたが相手かしら。お願いしますわ。
休んでな。やらせてもらう。うわ、いい。
あとは任せてください。 あとは頼みます。
任せろ。さーてと。うわ、いい。
あとは任せてください。行きますわ。あとは頼みます。
休んでな。行くぜ。任せた。
行きますわ。どなたが相手お願い。
任せろ。覚悟しな。うわ、いい。
行きますわ。お覚悟をお願い。
任せろ。覚悟しな。うわ、いい。
行きますわ。始めます。 あとは頼みます。
任せろ。今ならいける。おまけ。寝てろ。
But yeah, Ruto, I feel bad for you guys. Why do you guys get a shitty rating system of all things? Like, you guys don't deserve it. You guys deserve some top quality stuff.
50回か。もうそんなに戦ってきたのだな。思えばいろいろなことがあったものだ。例えば、ほら、お前が紅白帽を忘れてしまった時など。そんなことはなかったか？すまない。記憶違いのようだ。未来を知っているというのは、
I was like, Uma gets 18 for gambling, but Command and Conquer Generals is apparently 3+. Wait, so the gacha game gets 18 plus because of gacha mechanics, but Command and Conquer Generals is 3+ despite it's an RTS that goes through a lot of ideas and concepts. It doesn't really skip from like the violence as well. Are you kidding me? Come on, people. Come on.
どんな敵だろうが。ファングめ。トラップや道を知ってっからってファングの野郎。
過去をやり直せるならあんなことやこんな
Oh
こと
yeah,
も
Ruto.
やり直したいんだけどな。
I found out about this like yesterday when I was streaming. So I found out that if you actually interact with the fairies, when you get to certain story beats, they actually change the dialogue
大丈夫
of you interacting with them
きっと
過去をやり
and
直せるな
whatnot.
ら
Like,
同じ
I didn't
ことを
notice that until like yesterday's stream because I thought it was going to be like generic dialogue every time you go back to talk to them. But no, they actually comment about like what's happening at the current story. And when like they all talk about like, oh hey, we went back to the past. We're gonna do a lot of redoing shit. We need to make sure the terrible future doesn't occur and whatnot. And like other ones are like, huh, so the goddess can influence time and space. Interesting. You know, shit like that.
ワングはティアラが知らない未来に変えようとしているのだ。
罵られて喜ぶなんてティアラは何度あっても変なやつね M っていうの私には理解できないわ
And whatnot. But yeah, like I remember there was some dialogues I saw from the fairies where they were talking about like Sherman, and they mentioned stuff like, oh, Sherman's a nice guy. He has some screws loose, but he seems nice. There's something about him. And whatnot. And I remember that some of the dialogues they say was like, oh hey, he's been like looking at Tiara lately. I wonder why. And then there's other ones where they mention like Sherman like buying something, and it seems like it's for a woman and whatnot, and you know, shit like that. And I was like, huh, there's actually a lot of hidden dialogue, but I just didn't notice until then. And I feel kind of bad about it because I was like, wait, that means I could have just talked to each of the fairies every time I went through a story beat when I was streaming the game from the start, so we can see like all the bonus dialogue. God damn it. I guess I can just make it up by doing the current ones we have right now. But yeah, like I just didn't know that. I feel like Ruto, I always feel this way whenever I play like a compile heart game for some reason. Every time I revisit a compile heart game, there's always like one or two small details that I never noticed that makes me go like, damn, that actually makes things better. And whatnot. Like, I don't know. I always get that feeling with compile heart. Like, it's so weird to me. Like, I don't really get that feeling with like with stuff like Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy, because I feel like for those ones I already know like every nook and secret in it. But like compile heart games, not so much. As the amount of times I do play their games, I feel like they always surprise me with like one or two things from like a replay.
行きますわ行きますわお願いしますわ
休んでな行くぜ任せた
変わりますお覚悟をお願いしますわ
任せろテンション上がってきたぜ頼んだ
変わります止まりませんわよお願い
休んでな
Oh,
行く
so
ぜうわいい
あとは
when
任
it's
せて
the
くださ
next
い
turn,
始
she
めま
does
す
restore like a fuck. That's a lot of HP.
あとは頼みます
休んでなやらせてもらううわいい
I can kind of see why it's important to invest in your fairies properly. Because that's a really good like amount of HP recovered.
休んでな覚悟しな
So that means if we get like the SP recovery
あと
skills,
は任せてください
that would mean to make it easier for us to like, you know, spam magic often then.
やらせてもらう頼んだ
あとは任せてくださいお覚悟をお願いしますわ
任せろやらせてもらう
But I wonder if the passive healing counts to the challenge of like you have to heal like a certain amount during
休んで
battle.
な覚悟しな
I think it should count because you are technically healing yourself. It's just through a passive effect.
お願いしますわ
任せろさーてと頼んだ
行きますわ始めますあとは頼みます
任せろ行くぜうわいい
行きますわどなたが相手かしらお願いしますわ
休んでなさーてとうわいい
あとは任せてくださいお願い
休んでな行くぜうわいい
変わります行きますわお願い
任せろやらせてもらううお任せた
変わります始めますお願いしますわ
任せろ行くぜ頼んだ
あとは任せてくださいお願いします
There we
わ
go.
休んでな
Good old swapping.
やらせてもらう こだ。次悪いがやらせてもらった。
Alright, where are we? Where are we, chat? Where are we for this challenge? Ruta, we've been spending like at least a good like hour trying to grind this achievement. Oh. Ruta, we're almost done. We're almost done. We just need to do this 90 more times. And the moment we do that, we complete this entire challenge. And then for the other ones, I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I'll do them like off stream and shit because like, like Ruta, look at this. You have to jump a certain amount of times. I know that the Neptune games do have this, but I know there's a challenge system in some other games where you do have to do shit like this. But I don't know. There's something about like, hey, you need to jump like this many times, my dude. Makes me go like, you know what? I don't mind sitting in place, just like, you know, listening to some like, I don't know, some grunge music. Maybe like watch a YouTube video on the side and just like, you know, mash the jump button while I'm just doing other shit. It's just like, I don't know. It sounds therapeutic to me. At least the silver lining is that IGRS puts Gunvolt Psy Chronicles at 13 plus for violence. There's no violence other than like the cutscenes that play in the generic tracks where you see footage of gameplay. That's not violence. If anything, it's just a cube rhythm game, even though I suck at rhythm games. And why not? Like Ruto, if for some reason we get into like a video game competition and that the competition is it's literally rhythm games, I'll fail so hard. I am not good at rhythm games. I have no sense of rhythm and whatnot. Like I struggle with rhythm games. Like sure, I play like shit like Guitar Hero, and I play DDR and whatnot. But if you ask me like, oh Mizu, are you really good at those games? How the fuck no? I don't even understand what tone is. And whatnot. But like, yeah, that's how bad I am in rhythm games, Ruto. It's a case of like, yeah, we both got into a competition and it's literally about rhythm games. I'm gonna be last place, you be number one. Like that's how bad I am. And whatnot. Like the only game genre I feel like I have some form of confidence in is JRPGs and anime fighting games. Those are the only ones I feel somewhat confident in. Rhythm games, hella fuck no. Yeah, it's a bra moment for sure, indeed. Should I count Mega Man platformers? I mean, I play a lot of Mega Man. So I guess I have some form of confidence in that one, but still. I don't know. I don't think I'm that confident enough.
変わります。始めます。お願い。
休んでな。さーてと悪い。
あとは任せてください。あとは頼みます。
任せろ。覚悟しな。切る。飛ぶ。どうだ。親食再々。
Are you kidding me? It's not leveled up yet? Come on. At least Tiara's, her fairy's leveled up, so that's cool. Who would I want to level up next from the DLC lineup? Or maybe from this lineup, now that I think about it. Hold on. Maybe this guy. Or maybe this good boy here. I mean, he's watercolored, so like that's fine, I guess. Yeah, that's okay. Let's see. Speaking of fate, ooh, what happened?
頼んだ。
変わります。行きますわ。お願いしますわ。
俺の出番だな。行くぜ。任せた。
行きますわ。行きますわ。あとは頼みます。
休んでな。やらせてもらう。悪い。
あとは任せ。私の出番はまだかしら。あとは頼みます。
休んでな。覚悟しな。任せた。
行きますわ。どなたが相手かしら。お願い。
俺の出番だな。テンション
Let's
上がっ
see.
てきたぜ。
Extelia is deemed not suitable for distribution in the rest of the series 18 plus.
任せた。
行きますわ。
I'm trying to piece together why they would do that. Because Extelia is just a Muso game. Plot wise,
あとは頼みます。
it isn't like.
悪い。
I would say it's not like the usual urban like fantasy, like darkness that Stay Night and Zero, and also Hollow Alexia Australia. I forget how they pronounce the sequel. Like the sequel to Fate Stay Night. Like those ones I know like they go into more deeper and darker contents and such. But the other games, it's like a mixed bag sort of thing. Like if you're talking about Extra, like the original, yeah, it definitely went through a lot of different ideas and concepts. And then you have CCC, that's literally the embodiment of like sex. Like there's no sex scenes, mind you, but sex plays a huge role in the plot and theme of CCC. And you have Samurai Revenant that I don't think it was how I word it. It's like medieval. Well, not medieval. It's like historical fantasy, and I don't think they actually went through too much in it from what I remember playing. So that one's fine. So I don't think it would deserve a rating. But sorry, X Stella. No, there's nothing about that game that will make me go like, yeah, it's not suitable for distribution, nor it's like 18 plus. Like that one felt more like a rated T game, like straight up. Like there's really not anything in that game that will make you like question shit, other than like the wonderful fan service from the artist, because she is known for being an open pervert when it comes to her art. Let's see, does IGRS affect Steam in Indonesia? Oh yeah, that is a good question, because you've been telling me about the rating system, Ruto, so I'm curious if it affects Steam, or is it like its own ball game where it has no influence on it?
やらせてもらう。いい。
あとは任せてください。あとは頼みます。
俺の出番だな。やらせてもらう。どうだ。俺にかかればこれぐらい。
Let's see, in the near future, yeah. Wait, in the near future? So, it's not gonna happen now. It's gonna happen way later on. Dude, that sucks balls, man. Yeah, Indonesians are trying to push back. That's good. I hope that it works well for you guys, because I can't imagine, like, the way how you're telling me how the rating system works now, that sounds like fucking terrible. I would not want that at all. Like, if ESRB was like that, I'm pretty sure a lot of Americans would just actually go full fisticuffs against ESRB at that point. So yeah, I hope it goes well for you guys. Like, I really hope they don't do it. Like, you guys actually managed to win and such. Like, I really hope so.
行きますわ。始めます。お願いしますわ。
任せろ。行くぜ。任せた。
行きますわ。始めます。お願いしますわ。
俺の出番だな。いい。
行きますわ。本当の力。あとは頼みます。
休んでな。さてと。いい。
行きますわ。お覚悟を。お願い。
俺の出番だな。テンション上がってきたぜ。任せた。
行きますわ。
Oh yeah, Ruto, I just remembered there was like a spring sale from Steam. I just remembered that. I was like, wait a minute. There was something happening in Steam at one point. You bought anything during it? Or was it like, oh, I was just window shopping, I got some stuff were cool there.
変わります。お覚悟を。お願い。
任せろ。さてと。頼んだ。
変わります。お覚悟を。お願い。
任せろ。覚悟しな。いい。
変わります。行きますわ。お願い。
任せろ。さてと。いい。
あとは任せてください。お願い。
俺の出番だな。いい。
行きますわ。お覚悟を。あとは頼みます。
任せろ。覚悟しな。いい。
あとは任せてください。お願いしますわ。
休んでな。さてと。任せた。
変わります。お覚悟を。あとは頼みます。
休んでな。行くぜ。任せた。
あとは任せてください。行きますわよ。あとは頼みます。
休んでな。さてと。任せた。
行きますわ。お覚悟を。あとは頼みます。
俺の出番だな。頼んだ。
あとは任せてください。お願いしますわ。
Maybe two more. And then
任せた。
変わります。
we might have enough to get the achievement.
あとは頼みます。
俺の出番だな。覚悟しな。俺
アクセスモード。
どうだ。突っ込んだな。
Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there, guys. Look at that. Almost to 400. It only took us a couple of, well, roughly an hour. Was it an hour or was it 2 hours? I don't know. Just to get this achievement. That's fine, because I was able to kind of yap with you guys, and I always enjoy yapping with you all. But yeah, oh yeah, the spring sale. I did bought some stuff on the spring sale, but I bought some like SNK games, like collections. I mean, because I noticed there was a sale for it, and I went like, yeah, I'll buy some of the collections. Those look cool. Oh, So I ended up getting like the Neo Geo Pocket Volume 1 collection, and I spent my time playing the games on it. I think the one that I look forward to the most was Dark Arms, because I never played that one, but it piqued my interest because I like SNK like action RPGs. Like the ones that they make are pretty great. Like Godslayer, like on the NES, that one was awesome. Like Godslayer was cool. I know it has a different name, which was Trialis, which was the English name for it, but I like Godslayer more. That's such a cooler title. And not only that, but like I like the story of Godslayer a lot more than like the one they did on Trialis, because it's a case of like, yeah, it's like early 90s NES translation localization sort of practice, because you know back then they didn't really care about having an accurate like script. If they just kind of make up whatever at that point, like, which for the most part it was fine. It was okay. Like I didn't have any issues with it. It was fine for what it was doing at the time. But personally, I like the story of Godslayer more because it was so interesting. It was so funny. And whatnot. Like that one was really good. It was really good. But yeah, I saw Dark Arms and I was like, oh, this looks neat. I never played this game, or like this was like the first time I heard of it, so I wanted to like get the opportunity to play that. And then I also spent a lot of time in SNK Gal Fighters. That one's the game that is the predecessor to SNK Heroines Tag Team Frenzy, which is the successor game. And that one is known for like, you know, the dress up mechanic, and also is very heavy on the fan service. The roster is a little bit on the smaller side, and the gameplay is literally just Smash Brothers. Like it literally has the same mechanics as Smash Brothers, except it fights like a traditional fighting game, so it's more in my jam, if anything. So like, yeah, I remember playing that. It was fun. Like I was playing it to get all the single player content, and it was pretty neat. I liked it a lot. But yeah, Gal Fighters, I remember actually playing it through quote unquote legal methods, and I remember having a lot of fun with it. So from the collection, I started to play it, and I was able to like get pretty far for the most part. I managed to unlock one character, and I'm trying to unlock the other ones, which does require me to okay, one character requires me to beat the story mode with all of the default characters. And then I know the other one requires me to get all the items in the game, or I need to go through like a certain amount of matches for it. I don't think I can do the matches one because I don't know how they count matches in that game. So I'm gonna try to do the items one, but that one requires you to actually what's the word I'm looking for? That one requires you to actually defeat specific enemies in the story mode under specific conditions to get said item from them. And I don't know all of the requirements. So that's probably gonna require me to like dig around and try to find out. But yeah, I spent a lot of time with that game that I got from the Steam sale. I also got like the SNK 40th anniversary one. 40th anniversary game. That one was actually pretty decent too. It was a lot of arcade shoot 'em ups and Princess Adina, which I remember people were like, "Oh man, Princess Adina was like bullshitterly hard," and because of like this and that reason. And I played it, and I was like, I can kind of see why. It's an arcade game. Of course, it's gonna be really difficult. But at the same time, I find it funny that this is literally the game that introduced Princess Adina, who's not related to Adina in King of Fighters, because the Adina in King of Fighters is actually Adina from Psycho Soldiers, who is the descendant of Princess Adina. And if you're wondering, that's so many Adinas. I'm like, yeah, the SNK really likes the Adina. Let's put it like that. And whatnot. But yeah, like I kind of want to. I kind of. How do I word this? I really wish SNK release like King of Fighters collection, like the Orochi Saga collection, the Ness collection, the Tales of Ash collection. Because like the only King of Fighters I noticed they have was like let's see, it was 1990. No, it's not. Like yeah, it was 1997. There was 2002 Ultimate Match Dream Up. There was King of Fighters 13, 14, and 15. The only collection of fighting games that I saw they like bundled together was Samurai Showdown, like Neo Geo collection, where they had like all of the Samurai Showdown games from like 1 to 6 and whatnot. They also had like the reboot, which was I don't know how I feel about the reboot. I really don't know. It's kind of like it's really mixed to me. It's like I don't know if I should call it a shitty game or should I call it a mediocre game. Like I was very split with the Samurai Showdown reboot. Like I was very split on that game. But like yeah, I would love if they had a collection of all the King of Fighter games, because I spent so much time on King of Fighters 13 and King of Fighters 1997. Like those are the ones I played the most, and the reason why was because I guess I can like kind of show this like funny story. So I grew up in an area where we will go to the Asian district, and the Asian district is usually composed of like a mixture of Chinese, Korean, Vietnamese, no Japanese at the time, and I think there was like 1 or 2 shops that were Indonesian, if I remember correctly from like my childhood memories. So it was the Asian district essentially. So in the Asian district, I remember there was a laundromat where my family used to do laundry at whenever either the washing machine doesn't work or something happens to it and we had to like repair it. So there's a laundromat that I remember my folks will go to do laundry. And in the laundromat, there was a door. There was like a section where if you enter it, it's like a small snack room where you can like buy snacks and get water and shit. So in that snack room, there was a arcade cabinet, and it was like a bootleg Neo Geo. Like it's not like the actual cabinets of Neo Geos. It's a bootleg that the guy probably bought from like a Chinese retail or something. Like it's literally a Chinese knockoff and whatnot. So he had this cabinet that played a lot of Neo Geo games, and one of them was King of Fighters 97. And I remember seeing it. I saw Shermie, who was part of the main cast in that one, and I was like, yo, she is hot and she is cute. I want to play as her. So I remember actually putting in quarters in it so I can like, you know, give it a whirl. And I remember playing that game, and that was literally the first time I played an SNK game. And I immediately learned why they're notorious for being difficult. And whatnot. But yeah, and ever since then, when it came to SNK, I kind of play like a good mix of their catalog. Like I love Metal Slug. I have the Metal Slug collection on the Wii. I have I played, was it Samurai Showdown? I played, was it called Unlimited Blade or oh no, it was called Last Blade. I played Last Blade. That one was pretty cool. I already told you guys I played Samurai Showdown. I played the Anthology Collection on the Wii. Like, that was how I played that one. And then for King of Fighters, I had the Orochi Saga Collection on the Wii. And then for the NES games, I had to play it through quote-unquote legal methods on PlayStation 2. And when it came to King of Fighters, was it called 2000? No, it was called 2011. No, was it 2011? No, I'm trying to remember the title that started like the Ash, like Tales of Ash story arc of King of Fighters. I think it was 11. Yeah, it was 11. So, no, wait. Was it 2010? And then it was 11 and 13. Because I know King of Fighters 12 is not canon. Like, that's like a dream match game. So yeah, I remember playing the Ash like story arc games. So that was like 2010 and then 11 and then 13. I remember playing those. For 13, I played it on PlayStation 3 and such. What else? Oh yeah, I played I played King of Fighters 14 on arcade, surprisingly. But I never played the console game, like the console port of King of Fighters 14. I only played 14 through the arcade cabinet. 15 I actually do own on console. And I have to say this. King of Fighters in 3D is kind of awkward. Like, I know this isn't the first time they did it. They did it with, like, Maximum Impact back on PlayStation 2. But at least for that one, it was kind of lovable, a little charming. But 14 and 15 were kind of weird to me. I think it's because of how they made the characters look in that game, which kind of felt a little awkward. Well, to me, it felt a little weird. It felt a little awkward. And whatnot. I feel like 15 it looks at least better than 14 because 14 felt really rough when it came to how the 3D models looked. Like, it really felt like a rough game in terms of the appearance. And if you ask me, the best looking King of Fighters game, 13, hands down. 13 is the best looking King of Fighters game, hands down. The amount of effort they did on the sprites, and you can literally find interviews of the developers going into literal essays of how much they had to work on the sprites for that game. It is mad impressive. As someone that loves like 2D graphics over like 3D models, like King of Fighters 13 still looks good to this very day. It is a gorgeous game, like hot damn and whatnot. Like, it's just amazing. Do you think City of the Wolves also look weird? Yeah. I feel like by the time you get to City of the Wolves, they did improve on the graphics, because if you ask me, Shinx, 14 is the weird looking one. 15 looks better, although I'm not really a fan of 3D models. City of the Wolves, I can still look at it and go like, yeah, that's City of the Wolves. That's Fatal Fury. Like, it's easy for me to tell. And whatnot. Like, I felt like they did a decent job with the art direction in that one, so I didn't have too much of a complaint for that game. Which is something I kind of noticed when it comes to like some of the, I guess, latest entries for like popular fighting games. I noticed they kind of lean towards like a semi-realistic like art style, and also terms of like graphics and skin when it comes to those particular fighting games. Like, take Street Fighter 6 for example. Like, Street Fighter 6, if it wasn't like, you know, if they didn't tell you it was Street Fighter, I would have assumed it was just a realistic looking fighting game. I wouldn't immediately think Street Fighter and whatnot. That's how much of a big difference it is to me. And when you do incorporate some of the more colorful aspects of Street Fighter, I feel like they kind of have to go like in a weird middle ground of sorts. Like, I know we already talked about Ingrid looking super weird when you saw the trailer and whatnot, but for the other characters, I don't know. I feel like some characters you're able to tell like, oh yeah, this is like them in a more kind of realistic art way, but you can still tell that that's the same character, like Chun-Li and Ryu. Like you're able to tell, like, okay, those are like obviously them. There's also Guile, like you can tell that's Guile. Zangief is okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. Zangief looked fine until you look at him in the eyes. I felt like they made his eyes too small. And when they make his eyes bulge for like some of his attacks, it looks really awkward. Like it looks really weird. I'm not gonna lie. You have Tekken. I feel like Tekken always had like a realistic art style to begin with, so I didn't have too many complaints with Tekken. So I felt like Tekken was fine for where it was going for. But Street Fighter was odd to me because I'm so used to Street Fighter having more like exaggerated features that when you try to proportion it into real, like somewhat normal human proportions, it looks really off. You have like Akuma. Akuma is I felt like they make him, well, I know they made him have like a lot of facial hair, but I felt like the way how they show the facial hair, it makes it seem like it's really prickly. Like it seems like it's more like needles. If anything, it doesn't look like hair to me. And whatnot. What other characters were there on Street Fighter 6? There was dude, it's been a while since I played 6. You have M. Bison. I don't think M. Bison looked bad in Street Fighter 6. M. Bison looked fine. Like you can still tell that's M. Bison, even when you give him like somewhat human proportions. Like you can still tell that's M. Bison. Like I don't think they did like him badly. Cammy is Cammy. I don't think they did her terribly either. If anything, I felt like they actually went really hard with like Cammy to make sure that she still looks like Cammy while also having like, you know, some of the things that people remember Cammy for and whatnot. So yeah, Cammy was fine. And whatnot. But like, yeah, like I don't know. I feel like with a lot of the mainstream fighting games that have a more, I guess, leaning on a more realistic art style, it's not really my cup of tea, especially for franchises that I known for having like more exaggerated proportions, like I said, Street Fighter 6 and whatnot. But if you ask me about like, okay, what about the games that are more stylized, like Grand Blue Fantasy versus Under Night 2, Under Night 2. Fuck, I can never pronounce it properly. Under Night 2. There was also Guilty Gear Guilty Gear Strive. And whatnot. Okay, personally, when it comes to those ones, Grand Blue Fantasy Versus, not bad. They actually were able to translate the art style, well, the modern art style of Grand Blue Fantasy into the fighting game format. And I think they did a good job with it. I had no complaints. It was pretty accurate to the gacha games art style, especially nowadays. You have Under Night. Under Night still looks good. Like it still is like the same art style as the original first game, but the sequel is like, yeah, we're gonna add like some new art, you know, like kind of add some new portraits. Maybe like for the new characters, we're gonna give them like cooler animations and whatnot, while also updating the ones for the old characters. I felt like for that one, because it's like a 2D game, and I know French Bread, the people who made not only like Under Night, but also made Melty Blood, both the old one and the new one. I feel like French Bread knew what they're doing. They knew how to make a game still look good to this day. Like they stick to the 2D format, and they're like, okay, we need to make sure that this is not only accurate to like the portrait of the character, and to extension like the concept art of them, and making sure that it makes sense in like fighting game animation wise. And they did a really good job with it. Like, it's a really good looking game and whatnot. But yeah, what else is there? Oh yeah, Guilty Gear Strive. Strive, I will give Strive props that it does look nice. Although I'm not really a fan of the color palette and the designs of the characters, because I feel like Guilty Gear Strive is like, they make the characters very over designed, but at the same time they make them dress in a very casual manner, so it's easy for people to cosplay into. But I just wasn't a fan of that, because I like the older designs better, because they're a lot more simplistic in terms of like conveying what the character is and their general personnel. But also it gives you like enough for you to like think, oh, okay, like this character looks cool. Like, I can kind of get a gist of that. This guy is maybe a rushdown character. He's probably really hot-blooded. He probably uses a lot of techniques that are a little bit on the martial arts side and whatnot. Like, you know, you get stuff like that with the older designs. But the newer designs, it's kind of like, okay, he's like dressed in a hoodie. Like, I don't know how the fuck this guy plays. He's dressed in a hoodie. Maybe he's like a sports guy. Like, maybe he does hockey. Maybe he's a basketball dude. Like, you can't really tell. Sort of thing and whatnot. Like, that's kind of how I felt when it came to Strive designs. Like, you just can't tell what the character is meant to do, like what kind of archetype they're trying to go for in a fighting game sense and whatnot. So yeah, there's also Avatar Legends, Marvel Token, and Invincible Versus. I did not see the Invincible Versus game. From what I saw, it looks like it's using 3D models and it's just trying to replicate the look of the animated show. So I would say it looks fine for what it was going for. Not really much for me to say. For Avatar Legends actually look pretty decent. Like, I think it's a pretty decent looking game. Like, art style wise, it's actually pretty like accurate to the original cartoon. So I'm actually glad for that, because I love Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like, that is, like, I really love that cartoon a lot. If you ever ask me about Korra, I'm not a huge fan of it. I will tell you this: I think the first season was solid. Like, for a first season, it's a pretty solid one. Season 2, I actually like compared to what most people think. Season 3 was okay, and then the last season was fucking garbage, and I couldn't bear to watch it. And whatnot. So, like, yeah, Legend of Korra, absolute downgrade compared to like Last Airbender, because Last Airbender was very entertaining, and it had so many cool stuff happening in it from day one, like ever since the first episode. The way how like Aang is as a character and how they developed the other side characters in The Last Airbender was so good. It was amazing. For like a kid show, it was really well done. And then you get to Legend of Korra, and like it only feels like only 1 or 2 people get like full-on development, while the other ones get flanderized. And Korra is like, I don't know how I feel about her. I feel like for every positive thing they did for her character, they always get set back by some of the shitty writing in the later seasons. So I feel really bad for her, because she is an interesting character. And whatnot. But yeah, Marvel Token. From what I saw, it looks nice. I don't really have much of a complaint for it. I was laughing a lot when they show like Penny Parker as like one of the characters in the roster. And I remember people were going like, oh, why they went with the Spider Lolly? Why can't it be Miles Morales and whatnot? And I'm like, you know, Penny is super popular, right? Like, I know people are gonna go into like a literal heyday about like, oh, but she's this anime Spider-Man and whatnot. I'm like, yeah, she's anime. Why you think she's gonna be popular? Especially the amount of weebs that are in the internet. And not only that, but like, I remember when it came to both Penny and Miles Morales, they weren't that popular back when they first came out. Because I remember for the longest time, people were saying like, oh man, people really like Miles in the past. I'm like, no, they didn't. Back then when Miles was first introduced, they just went like, oh, okay, like, that's a cool character, I guess. Like, nothing really much to talk about at that point. That was literally how they reacted to not only Miles, but also with Penny as well. And then you get to the Spider-Verse movies that really boosted their popularity. You know, especially like both Miles and Penny respectively. I feel like both Spider-Verse movies actually boosted both characters' popularity to the degree that, in my opinion, they're actually in the same wavelength and whatnot. So yeah, when it came to Miles, it's clear that a lot of Miles' current characterization, especially in the comics, it is based on how he developed in the Spider-Verse movies. Same case with Penny. A lot of Penny's character development comes from those movies as well. Oh, and whatnot. And I remember design-wise, people really love Penny. Like, they straight up loved her. Like, there was so much anime fan art, and there was also a lot of R18 works as well. Like, they really love Penny and whatnot. So to me, it kind of made sense that, like, yeah, Penny would be a natural fit to, like, an Arc Systems anime fighting game based on Marvel characters and whatnot. And also, I can absolutely picture Penny playing as either, playing similarly to, like, Carl Clover from Blaze Blue. Maybe, like, a puppet user from Arcana Heart Dree, because there was a puppet user in that one, and I remember you had to do some like cool setups for the puppet as well for that game. There was also I'm trying to remember another puppet user. Maybe the Shadow guy in Guilty Gear, because technically he is a puppet like character with the whole Eddie, where you have to, like, you know, use Eddie to incorporate Eddie to your combos, and you can actually use Eddie to, like, serve as a bit of a meat shield for you and whatnot. And whatnot, but like, yeah, I feel like Penny would naturally fit into that archetype compared to like Miles, because I don't really read like comic books that much anymore. I used to read the ones from the early 2000s, like, you know, like the fuck, what was it called? It was called like Ultimate X-Men, like the one where there was a plot line where Scarlet Witch and like Quicksilver were like having incest sex while like Wolverine was watching in the background by accident and whatnot. Like, I remember stuff like that, but I didn't read any like comics nowadays because I feel like modern comics sucks balls and there's really no point in me reading them. But early 2000s comics, they were an absolute wild ride. Like, there is so many wild shit that happens in like early 2000s comics that lean on the like, oh, it's like 2000s edge, there's blood and gore, there's like sex, there's death metal and whatnot. That's literally how I would describe the early 2000s comics, and it was an absolute treat. It was really funny. It was also pretty cool too. Yay, we did it. We beat the challenge, guys. Oh man, I'm so glad. Because I feel like this is actually like the first time I actually finished this challenge to completion. Because I remember in my PlayStation resave for Fairy Fencer F, I just didn't really did it that much. So this is like the first time I actually seeing it. So thanks, guys. Alright, this seems fine. Let's go through here.
どなたが相手かしら。消えなさい。チャンスですわ。
やらせてもらう。
マジカルエフェクト。
どうだ。
どなたが相手かしら。行きます。はい、おしまい。やったー。
Wait, what fairy did I equip you with? Oh, this guy. Yeah.
覚悟はいいんだな。
お覚悟を。チャンスですわ。
やらせてもらう。一丁上がり。
行きますわ。消えなさい。はっ、今です。終わりですわね。やったー。
Let's see, escape plus. Oh, this is actually good. If we want to do the escape challenge, we had to like escape a certain amount of times.
お覚悟を。行きますわ。はっ、チャンスですわ。
やらせてもらう。
アップスモード。
飛ぶ。
Hell yeah, he's stunned.
チャンスですわ。
やっ。それ。
たわいもないわ。さあ、行きますわよ。
So it's giving us 300 for battle. Are we gonna get Harley right away? I'm assuming that's what's gonna happen. Like, we're just gonna slowly reunite with everyone.
寒い寒い。前回よりはマシだけど、やっぱり寒いもんは寒いよ。
寒い。洞窟に入る前までがすげえ幸せだった気がしてきた。
見たこともないような凄まじい鳥肌が。今なら生姜をすりおろせそうだよ。
生姜を入れた鍋焼きうどんになりてえ。
Ginger is good. Ginger is really good when it comes to udon soup. It does help a lot. Like with both digestion, but also flavor. Because I remember like my family would make like ginger water. So it's like easy for the upset stomach, and it does help a lot.
食べたいっていうより、もはやなりたいよね。
毛糸のパンツのおかげでケツだけはあったかいけどな。
すごいよね、このパンツ。ってこら、手をパンツの中に入れないでよ。
あったけー。
きたな。その手で私に触らないでよね。あ、ティアラ、さっきから黙ってるけど大丈夫？私のことは気にしないでください。その鼻声、 さてはティアラ、あんだけ鼻水なんてありませんとか言っておいて鼻垂らしてるでしょう。ちょっと顔見せなさいよ。失礼ですわね。言いがかりは用意してください。
Good old Tiara. It's literally how this played out. And then she's gonna get pissed off at one point.
じゃあなんで下向いてんの？ちゃんと顔上げないと危ないよ。うるさいですわね。余計なことを言って無駄な体力を使わない方がいいですわよ。ふふん、転んだって知らないよ。
I kind of like how it's under the context of the two always at each other's necks, but because of us knowing what happened beforehand, they're a little bit more smug about it. Because they're like, oh yes, this is classic Tiara. This is like how she always acts. And we know exactly what she's gonna say next.
どなたが相手かしら。次、やったー。
中身は覚悟はいいんだな。
始めます。だーやあ、今です。
行くぜ。キルおまけどうだ。
お覚悟を。消えなさい。チャンスですわ。はい、おしまい。あら、この程度なんですよ。行きますわ。始めます。次。
Oh, I thought it would one-shot them. Oh well.
マジカル。
どうだ。突っ込んだな。
We're getting a lot by 400s. So this guy's gonna level up soon. This one's gonna probably take like a couple encounters. I need to grind money somehow. Because I wanna buy more like SP potions.
ティアラ、お尻大丈夫？その悪意を感じさせる笑い方はやめてください。だって本当に滑って転ぶんだもん。意地張って下向いてるからだよ。ププ。下を向いていたせいではありません。たまたまこぼして滑っただけです。はいはい。洞窟出たらまず湿布買いに行かなきゃ。ねえファング。
特用パックの湿布を買わずに済むよ。気をつけるこったな。ボスのお出ましだ。
It's so interesting to see Fang all positive. Because he's usually like the smartass, you know, making all kinds of remarks, but this time he's actually taking things seriously. Oh, there's two of them. Okay.
フューリーが折れた。大丈夫かアリン。この敵前に戦った時より強くなってやがる。
それもあるけどフューリーを酷使しすぎたみたい。ファングの戦いに耐えきれなかったんだよ。
そんなんで折れるなんて根性ねえな。情けねえぞ。
どうやら湿布は特用を買う羽目になりそうだね。そんなことを言ってる場合ではありません。フェンサーと妖精をつなぐ絆であるフューリーが折れた以上、お二人が戦うのは無理です。ここは私が引き受けますから逃げてください。
んなことできるか。ティアラだってもうズタボロじゃねえか。
あなたは良くてもアリーさんは重傷です。パートナーを大切にするのもフェンサーの役目ですわよ。ティアラに心配されるなんて最悪。ファング？ファング！
くそ、こんなんでやられるかよ。
ファングさん、危ない！ダメ！
アリン、バカ野郎、どけ！
ファングは私が守る。
これはアリンの力なのか。
そうみたい。ファング、いけるね。
体が軽い。飛べそうな気分だ。行くぜ。
Oh, look at that. Bane got a power up. This is actually like one of the complaints I had with Advent Dark Force, because they actually changed how Fang's like transformation looked in that game. Where, how I word it? They changed it so that he had like a cool armor set from the get-go compared to like here where it's like incomplete and now it's like completed, so it's kind of related to his character arc and everything. So because of that, I was like, man, why did they did that in Advent Dark Force? I would have loved if well, I'll put it like this: if they wanted to redesign it, they should have make it look incomplete from the start, but no, they make it look complete from the get-go, so it kind of ruins the impact. Oh, it literally starts with them powered up. Okay, that's fine. It is kind of sad that the other characters don't get like an upgrade to their like fencer form.
ほん
さーてと必殺
ギガンティックブロー
だ
どなたが相手かしら。どうぞ。
これならやる。
リミット
はじけろ。
バーニングストライク。
おりゃー寝てろ。新しい
ま、当然の結果ですわね。
力が溢れる。
Oh, look at that. His sword looks different now.
これが新しい力か。なかなかやるじゃねえかアリ。
まあね、女神の一部である私が本気を出せばこんなもんよ。
よくもまあこのタイミングで力を発動できたな。
ティアラに心配されるのがうざすぎてやる気出たよ。つまりお二人がパワーアップしたのは私のおかげですのね。あなたたち一生私に頭が上がりませんわね。頭上がらないのはそっちでしょ。助けてもらっておいて。私のおかげだと言ったのはアリンさんです。おかげだなんて言ってないよ。この恩知らず。
やーがうるせえな。アリンとティアラは憎まれ口叩き合いながらもお互いを成長させてる。それでいいだろう。仲間ってのはそういうもんだ。
I mean, yeah, they're literally Cinderella's. It makes sense.
どんなに性格が違っても意見が対立してもいざとなりゃ助け合っちまうんだよ。いやでもな。
ファング、せっかくいいこと言ってるのに。パンツに手を入れて温めるのはやめてください。
Wait, he just ruined the moment by like sticking his hands into his pants. Yeah, this plays out exactly the same as before. Yeah. But yeah, Fang stands out as he's one of the few characters that gets like an extra like combo compared to everyone else. Everyone else has 4. He's like one of the few that gets 5. Wait, we got 700 from that encounter. I'm kind of curious, guys. I want to see how much we get if we like if we put like a bunch of swords in the ground. Let's see, that's WP. Oh. Hold on. Heal. So that means we can only use magic for that one. I guess I'm kind of okay with that. Not magic, sword skills. Because we can just have Tiara just spam her spells. I mean, Fang also has a decent magic stat as well, so I think that's fine.
Mickey!
先手必勝ってことですわ。どなたが相手かしら。チャンスですわ。
行くぜ。おまけ一丁上がり。
始めます。消えなさい。今です。
行くぜ。うりゃ飛ぶ。どうだ。ま、俺にかかればこれぐらい。
Yeah, that's like a good amount of experience.
さあやるぜ。
どなたが相手かしら。
覚悟しな。だおまけ
お覚悟を消えなさい。チャンスですわ。はい、おしまい。やったー。あら、いいのかしら。
片付ける。
始めます。
You see, my beautiful, wise masochist showing off how hot they are. Hey, Stella, long time no see. How are ya?
Ha! Yeah! Ha!
覚悟しな。切る。まだだ。どうし。力が。
始めます。
You're skipping the cutscenes. You're a monster. Just because I already showed them already. That's why. If I didn't show them, then I wouldn't skip. But I already did. I just decided to like redo the boss battle because I was like, oh yeah, I should like stab swords into the ground. Because I have some of them that can give me like a bunch of bonus experience. And whatnot. That's pretty much the only reason why I'm skipping it, Stella. If I didn't show the cutscene already, then that means like, oh, I didn't show it, so I might as well show it. And whatnot. But if I already did, I'm like, yeah, I can just skip it. How would I know? I haven't been a while, my friend. Well, sorry, my man. Well, I guess I'll let this play out for you. Oh, oops. I keep forgetting that square is skipping. It's not like auto. Auto is start. I'm so used to start being skip and square being auto in some games.
フューリーが折れた。大丈夫かアリン。この敵前に戦った時より強
My
くなっ
bad.
てる。
I didn't mean to do that, so might as well just play this out for you, Stella.
それもあるけどフューリーを酷使しすぎたみたい。ファングの戦いに耐えきれなかったんだよ。
I'm doing fine. How about you? I'm doing fine too. I'm just streaming very Fencer F. We're at the second half of the game where you have to like revisit old events because when you reach the second half, well, more specifically when you get to the end of the first half, they're like, okay, what should we do for the first half? They're like, you're gonna time travel to the past. So at the start of the second half, you're pretty much having to kind of retrace your steps while also trying to figure out the changes to the timeline now because of like us fucking with the timeline essentially. So we need to figure out the differences and whatnot.
どうやら湿布は
Oh yes, those two are my waifus, Tiara and Aaron, the best girls in my heart. Yeah, I love Aaron. Aaron's my favorite compared to the two. Aaron's my favorite waifu in this game. Tiara is... she's fine. I feel like when it comes to Tiara, it's kind of like if you're into sadist masochist, then you do you, brother. I don't know. The fact that she gives you parasite, well, she gives you tea that paralyzes you as like the first thing you meet her and whatnot. It's kind of like, yeah, I think it's gonna be kind of a rough start at that point. But as a character, I do like Tiara. I do like how they handle her throughout the story, especially in the context of the original. Advent Dark Force with the new routes, I think they did her pretty well. Although I do think she's kind of out of focus in the third route for Advent Dark Force, because I felt like for that one they did lean more heavily on like the other characters, while Tiara's kind of on the side. I do understand why, because she doesn't have like a huge burden on her in that route, so because of that she's able to actually relax and actually be herself essentially. So I'm glad that that's the case, but she is really out of focus in that route though. Like everyone else had like a much heavier one compared to her and whatnot. But yeah, for the original, aka the goddess route, both the original interpretation and the Advent Dark Force interpretation, yeah, she's pretty cool. I like her character in that one. I know in the second story route, which is Vile God in Advent Dark Force, I remember in that one she is kind of like front and center, although that's mostly because of what happens in that one, and so that one made sense to me. But like, yeah, what do you wrote down real quick? But both are masochists and they're hot in that way. I would argue that Tiara is a sadist masochist. Erin is just like, she doesn't want to get involved.
そんなことを言ってる場合ではありません。フェンサーと妖精をつなぐ絆であるフューリーが折れた以上、お二人が戦うのは無理です。ここは私が引き受けますから逃げてください。
んなことできるか。ティアラだってもうズタボロじゃねえか。
あなたは良くてもアリンさんは重傷です。パートナーを大切にするのもフェンサーの役目ですわよ。ティアラに心配されるなんて最悪。ファング？ファング！くそ、こんなんでやられるかよ。ファングさん、危ない。
No, both are masochists is Drew. I'm the sadist one here. I doubt that when you listen to TR's like dialogue. Yeah. I'm still sad that in Advent Dark Force, they changed the design of his fair eyes, because I unironically like the original one, because to me it made sense why his looked so like half complete, because it's actually related to his character, and like him getting a complete set is also reflective of what he's going through in the story and whatnot. So like to me it made sense why there's like an evolution to his design, especially with him getting the power up now. But in Advent Dark Force, they literally start him out with a complete armor set. Like they straight up gave him a complete armor set from the get-go. And I was very disappointed by that, because I was like, but that means when you get to this moment in the story, they're not going to add anything new to the armor. It's already complete to begin with. So it kind of like, you know, kind of ruins the symbolic nature of it. So yeah, that's like one gripe I had with Advent Dark Force. But then, let's see you wrote down real quick. And then you don't know my Seiya's nature. Sure, dude. Sure, buddy. Sure. Let's see, Stella, have you heard of the blue reflection quarter or situation? Oh yeah, that. So me and Shinx were like talking about it last stream, where we were like talking about a of an JRPG that was made by Gus. They're the ones that made the Atelier. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's literally those cute alchemy like JRPG games, like, you know, the one with Ryza, and then there's like Sophia and shit, and Maria, which is literally my first Atelier game. But yeah, there was Blue Reflection. It's the Magical Girl JRPG made by Gus. They announced that they're going to release a collection that has like both the original first game, the second game, the cancel mobile, well, not cancel, the end of service mobile game Sun, and also the anime. So they're gonna bundle together in a collection called Blue Reflection Quarter, because there's like 4 stuff in it. Let's see. Nope, have not. Sadly been away. Had to attend my friend's birthday stream. Oh, no problem. Oh, that's good. Peak then. Oh, that's good. Peak is peak then. Unfortunately, this is where you get the bad news, Stella. So when they announced the collection, the developers unfortunately had to apologize, because they're like, oh, we're being forced to censor it, by the way. Like, we had to abide to the modern standards. And let me tell you this, Stella, if you hear the phrase the modern standard, that's a bad thing. And the current climate as well. Like, they even said that word as well. And if you're wondering, like, okay, what did they do? So let's see, they changed the dialogue, where a good chunk of the dialogue lean on the suggestive side of things. This is actually related to a mechanic in the first game, Stella, where if you answer certain questions in a specific matter, you actually get huge bonus stats, and a majority of those answers lean on the flirty, suggestive side. So because of that, a lot of the because of that, they had to straight up remove that mechanic, because it didn't abide to the modern standards according to the developer. And the developers actually expressed so much disappointment about it too. They're like, damn it, we worked so hard in that cool mechanic, because it was something that you wouldn't like find out until, like, you know, you think about it or you learn about it later on and such. Like, you know, it's like a hidden mechanic essentially. But unfortunately, they were forced to remove it. They had to tone down a lot of the fan service moments. That includes, like, they had to give all the characters bathing towers when it came to like the shower scenes, where in the original they were just straight up butt-ass naked. Like, no nudity, of course, because, like, you know, like, they can't show like actual nips and shit. So it's just like Barbie doll, like autonomy essentially. So that was what the shower scenes were like in the original. In this collection, they revealed that they were forced to make all the characters wear really ugly like towels. Very ugly, like, you know, like bath towels that you use to wrap yourself and whatnot. It doesn't look good. This is cold day in hell that we're in right now. Yeah, that's one of the things they revealed. They also mentioned they're forced to do that for Second Light. That's like the second Blue Reflection game, if you remember, Stella, and whatnot. When it came to the it's not cancel, it's end of service mobile game, Sun. That one was known for being very heavy on the fan service because, Stella, I need to specify this. I remember like a lot of Western Blue Reflection fans, they're like, oh man, isn't this game for like, you know, lesbians, you know, LGBT people, because there's like a huge amount of like Yuri shipping in the games. And I was like, not really, because when you listen to the developers' commentary about each of the games, they specifically mention that they made the franchise for like guys who are into Yuri stuff. Because I was like, yeah, because Yuri was unironically things that guys were into. It's not even because of like they're pro-LGBT. They just think the concept of like, you know, girls going out with other girls is neat. And also it's kind of a fetish thing as well, but like, I mean, that's pretty obvious based on how I describe it, but still, like, they make it very clear that it was made for guys and whatnot. And I remember Sun stood out where in that mobile game, they introduced a player character that's supposed to be a self-insert of you. So, in other words, this person is a guy. And they really went ham with the fan service in that one because they had to like make it lean towards like the romantic side of things. So it makes sense why you're in these like positions with like the characters in that mobile game. And honestly, like when I saw the actual cutscenes in that one, I was like, God damn, this is almost like an actual visual novel, like something that you would read and just be like, yo, that's poggers as hell. That's awesome. And whatnot. Like, it was genuinely impressive in terms of the CGs I saw in it. And whatnot. But like I said, in the interview, they unfortunately mentioned that they're going to be forced to like change how it looks like in the collection. And then you have the anime that they made for it. And I didn't hear much of it other than like they just, you know, had the anime available in the collection. And that was it. Like, I don't think they ever mentioned, like, them having to, like, censor what happens in the anime, so I think that one's a little bit safe for now, unless we get more information afterwards. But, like, yeah, that's the situation, Stella. Like, you know, good old Blue Reflection, the anime manga game, oh, sorry, not manga, the Magical Girl JRPG game that everyone knows for, like, the heavy fan service and is really great and shit, guess what? It's getting censored because of the upcoming collection. And the developers are really sad about it because they are like, dude, we don't want to censor it. We want to keep this intact, but unfortunately, we had to abide to the modern standards and whatnot. And it's really sad because, like, Stella, if you actually look at the interview, they look so defeated. They look genuinely defeated. They felt like they lost, like, all their weapons. And they're just forced to, like, retreat. Like, they felt really defeated. And whatnot. Trust me, you don't have to say anymore. It's like censorship and Mary Skelter. Yep, indeed. Damn it, that's freaking horrible. Yeah, I do. Damn this modern day bullshit. And whatnot. Yeah, it sounds like it's gonna be incredibly butchered. It is, Stella. It really is. And whatnot. Like, I'm really sad about it too. I don't blame them. They worked so hard and it felt so hurt. It does. Like, if you work hard on something and then you're told like, oh, hey, we can't have this because of like the modern standards, even though like it was okay in the past, but nowadays you can't really do it anymore. You're just forced to just essentially neuter your baby, essentially. Like this product that you've been working on for like God knows how long, you're just forced to neuter it. Like it's just sad. And whatnot. But yeah, that was like the news for Blue Reflection quarter, Stella. And me and Chinks were like talking about it yesterday, and I was just like, yeah, I'm really disappointed. I'm really sad about it. And whatnot. But yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot the setup. Oops. Oh yeah, earlier, like in the chat log, before I accidentally interrupted you, Stella, and whatnot, you said you were hanging at a friend's birthday stream. How is it? Like, is your friend having fun with their birthday stream? Like, or are they just like having, like, are they like watching something? Are they like playing a game that they want to use to celebrate it and whatnot? Like, how is it? Like, how are they? That's such bullshit I hate now. Overly sensitive and brain dead people. Brain dead people are over what is true art and peak. I see why you guys felt the way you did. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's really sad. It's really sad indeed. Let's see. And now I'm sad. Yeah, like... I'm sorry if I, like, just... I kind of just mumble, like, really hard. Because, like, that's literally how it's like whenever I, like, get into, like, a topic. It's like, yeah, I'm probably gonna be, like, yapping. And it's gonna be, like, a long-ass, what's the word I'm looking for? Is this gonna be me, like, yapping hard at that point? Oh, it was a subathon, and he got to do what he wanted, and now it's over. Oh, okay, so he, like, finished it and such. Okay. I thought it was, like, it's still going on, and he's just, like, you know, going as long as he can. But that's cool that he's able to do what he wanted to do before he, like, ended stream. That's amazing. That almost happened with Brown Dust 2, and Brown Dust 2 is in great standing nowadays. Oh yeah, that whole controversy about like Brown Dust initially were going to like self-censor themselves because of like the standards that's happening in like I believe it was China, yeah? Like China was like no, it was not China. It was probably like when they were trying to get I forgot what the story was because I remember people were like talking about it. And whatnot. I think it was like they were trying to appeal to a more wider audience to get more people to play the game. But by doing that, they were going to like censor a lot of the fan service things that the game was known for to do that, and then fans were like really disappointed and actually refunded the game and such until they kind of like back off and they realize like, you know what, let's listen to the dedicated fans. I don't think like this new like modern audience is gonna be faithful like them and shit. So like I'm glad for that because I do play Brown Dust every now and then, especially for like some of the you know, some of the CGs, like some of the cutscenes. Like come on, like who doesn't think Brown Dust is like the embodiment of like, yes, this is almost an eroge, but not really. So it's like a nice middle ground. Let's see. After hearing the news, it breaks my heart for them. Exactly. Yeah, pretty much. Do I have anything on Brown Dust? Let me see. Because I remember I did save like the wallpapers. Like I got like the collection of it. Unless I accidentally deleted it when I was like cleaning up my my laptop like a month ago. Senran Kagura girls. Yeah, I remember you told me about it, and I hopped into Brown Dust to like do the Senran Kagura event, and I got everything in it. No, that's not it. I would have sworn I actually. God damn it! Did I have to like redo each file just to find the right one? Hold on. That's not it. This is the art book. Twitter icon. No, that's not what I was looking for. Flash player. No, that's for like Flash games. Oh, there it is. I found it. It was called like wallpaper, like random ass numbers. Oh, let me see what you wrote down real quick, Stella. Hold on. I mean, look at how badly the fans are trying to ruin Trails because the toxic fans can't let the characters be characters and have canon relationships like Rain and Alyssa, Estelle and Joshua, Lloyd and Ellie, and Kevin and Rise. But no, we need harem big bullshit that doesn't belong in the games. I mean, I don't mind the harem shit because that's literally what the developers like. The developers actually like the harem stuff. If anything, I think it's the fans that didn't like the harem things, which are like mostly Western fans. I feel like they were the toxic one because I know in Japan, like they didn't care about the harem. They were just like, oh, that's cool and neat. Like that's a nice like thing we can like play around with and whatnot. Like if it's a case of like you not being a fan of the harems, then that's like, you know, fine and whatnot. But like I don't think it's like it is what it ruins like Trails. I just think of it as like a neat addition. Like I didn't think it was that bad. Hold on, let me spell some things correctly. Around us. Go. And whatnot. Let's see. So what happened with the Trails of the Sky remake? I know like the remake sold really badly. It did not sell well. I am aware of that. And whatnot. But yeah, when it comes to the harem stuff, I didn't mind it. I thought it was okay. I thought it was neat. For the most part. It's mostly because it's a case of like when it comes to harems in general, I really don't mind it at all. It does help that I watch a lot of like harem ecchi from like the early 2000s, and they tend to be like the ones I'm like, yeah, I can jam with this. This is okay. And whatnot. I mean, you're literally talking to someone whose first anime is Perfect Girl Evolution, or what the English name is the Wallflower. That story is literally a bunch of hot guys being forced by their sugar mama to look after her niece and give her like a makeover and whatnot. Like, and the niece is known for being like this kind of creepy ass girl who likes likes bloody horror movies, and her whole room is just filled with a bunch of like gore props. It's not real gore, by the way. It's like literal props from like horror movies, like fake gore and shit and whatnot. And like the whole premise is literally just them helping this girl like I guess be more, I wouldn't call it presentable. it's more like make her less of an introvert like individual who literally just spends all her time in the dark to being like, at least you're able to like talk to someone. Like, you know, at least you're able to hold a conversation. Sort of thing. That's like the best way I would describe it. And all the guys are fucking hot. And you can absolutely call it like a reverse harem because some of the things that happens in it and whatnot. Like, I didn't mind that at all. It was it was normal. Was the overseas that did amazing? Sorry, my friend. And let's see. Someone I follow said the remake did amazing in Japan. And not really. Like, it didn't really sell that much in Japan from what I remembered. Or like for the West, maybe. But if you look at the total amount that's being sold, it's like it's not that much compared to like the other entries, sort of thing. Like it's that sort of case. It's not like it's not like this only sold like 100 copies but it sold like 1 million copies in the other region. No, it's like the total amount from both overseas and Japan is still less than the other entries. It's one of the low selling ones is what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to say that it, you know, sold like shit. It's more like compared to the sales number of the other entries, it is one of the least selling ones. And whatnot. Sorry, my friend. I can't accept harem bullshit. It hurts the series more than it helps it. I don't think it hurts it at all. It's literally just a neat secret. And whatnot. Like, there was no point in, like, Trails that I went like, wow, the harem fucking sucks. I'm like, oh, no, it works. It's fine. I didn't even think it ruined anything. Like, if anything. Like, I just felt like, yeah, it's cool. I know, like I said, in Japan, like, they straight up don't care. They're just really accepting towards it. The West, on the other hand, and that's where you get like the mixed reception, as you can tell. Oh, where you either have people who are like the Japanese, they really don't care, they don't think it ruined anything. They're just like, yeah, it's neat, like it's okay, and whatnot. And then you have the ones that literally think it's the worst shit in the world, and they're being a little over dramatic about it from the reactions I had from them. and whatnot. So because of that, it's a case of like, you know, the West can just be whatever the fuck they want to do. Japan, they're cool. I like interacting with them the most because they're actually a lot more chill with everything compared to like the West, where I feel like every time I talk to a Western Trails fan, Stella, it feels like I'm literally talking to like a genuinely like actual, what's the word I'm looking for? Like an actual person who I feel like they lost a couple of screws in their head. Like that's how I felt when I talked to like Western Trails fan. And whatnot. That's how I feel when I interact with them at times. It really does feel that way. And whatnot. So because of that, I'm just like, I don't know. I just don't listen to like any Western fans in general. Oh, also it doesn't help the fact that like when it comes to like the English localization for Trails, I literally stopped at like Cold Steel 2. Because when it came to Cold Steel 3 and onwards, I straight up didn't like the English localization. Let's put it like that. I mean, you already know that I literally went on like essays about how much I didn't like the English localization for the later Trails games. And I think like my dislike towards them kind of expanded more and whatnot. So yeah. Well, sadly, Alyssa has to pay the price for the harem bullshit. They hated her for no reason, but I know in Japan she's very well below. Oh, that's the thing. When it comes to like harem stuff, you can tell like in Japan, like almost all the harem members, they're like well loved by so many people compared to like in the West, because in the West is either like only like 1 or 2 people, and then the rest they just straight up hate for like no reason. And I do mean like absolutely no reason still. Like even if that character had like the best character arc and whatnot, they're still gonna hate them for like, I would say, really mundane reasons. I would word it like that. Very mundane reasons and whatnot. But in Japan, like every member is like well loved. Like everyone has their own Oshi, essentially. I think that's kind of the funny thing about them. Like when it comes to Japan, they really love every character. Like, even characters that they kind of rank low in popularity votes, they still love them. Like, they still do. Like, they love them no matter what. And whatnot. Like, Stella, take like Blaze Blue, for example. There is a character named Lychee Fei Ling. So in Japan, she's not the most popular character in terms of like the popularity poll. But in terms of like her story and her like how she plays a role throughout the Blaze Blue story, people in Japan love her. They understood her struggles. They love the moral problems that she had to face in her story, and they're able to relate to her because it's more associated with like their cultural beliefs in terms of like how you handle a promise and how you should keep it and whatnot, because her whole like story revolves around promises, like the Dima promise and whatnot. But in the West, she's a lot more split because people think that she's a fucking dumbass for like keeping a promise and whatnot. And they think like a lot of the things she do is like, oh, she's actually a piece of shit person. When in actuality, she's just given a shitty hand in life. She really doesn't want to be in that scenario. She's just being forced to cope with whatever shitty hand she got. Like, she was literally meant to deal with it. Like, she is just forced to deal with it. And you can tell by her interaction is that she really doesn't want to be in that scenario. Like, you can't help but like I said, in Japan, it's really easy to be more sympathetic towards her. Like, because you can tell that a lot of the situations she get put into to fulfill the promise is unavoidable. Like, it's genuinely unavoidable. But in the West, they're like, oh, you can technically avoid it by like, you know, this breaking the promise and whatnot. But it's like, no, the whole point of her character is that she's a very nice individual that's willing to keep promises no matter what. And you do get to see like the bad side, I too keeping a promise such as that. But it's done in a nuanced way. Like, you're able to understand both perspectives, essentially. But in the West, they don't give a shit about that, and they're just like, oh, she's just a shitty character, and that's literally what happened. And whatnot. But yeah. I guess that's like a good example for you, Stella, when you like mentioning stuff like that. Of course, hers isn't a harem. It's more like, is this related to like how her character story is portrayed in both Japan and English and how people react to it? And when I would see, my friends show me hard evidence that Alyssa Rainford is very loved in Japan as a character. She should be with Rain, which I completely agree with on heart. Alright, yeah, I know. Like, I don't hate Alyssa at all. I think she's a cool character. She's not my favorite though. I like Sarah. I like the teacher. And whatnot. Well, when it comes to Code Steel, like in terms of like Code Steel 1 and 2. Because remember, I didn't play 3 or 4. Or, like, for 1 and 2, I like Sarah. And then if you ask me about, like, oh, Mizi, I heard you played the other Trails games. Like, who do you like in the Sky Trilogy? I'm like, for the Sky Trilogy, it'd probably be either Estelle, because she's just a likable character in general. But I think who I like the most would probably be, like... I'm trying to remember who. I think her name was Agnes. Wait, was Agnes in was Agnes in like the Sky Trilogy? I don't remember because the only exposure I remember from Agnes in recent years is like her current design in like the newer Trails game. Because I see a lot of fan art of it. Also, the R18 works as well for it. But still, like, was Agnes in Sky? I don't remember. I really don't. It's been a while. But yeah, I remember liking Estelle and like Agnes. And like Trails of the Sky. And when it came to like Crossspell Arc, it has to be Noelle. Like, I think Noelle is I like Noelle a lot. I think the reason why I like Noelle is because I straight up don't remember a lot of things from Crossbell. Because Stella, if I'm gonna be honest with you, when it comes to like each of the story routes, well, story arcs in Trails, I remember Sky the most because that was memorable to me. Crossbell, I barely remember. I straight up don't remember lick of like Crossbell. I only remember Noelle and Ellie. And I think the reason why I remember Ellie was because I saw fan art of her recently. And I went like, oh yeah, that girl. She's like the main heroine in Crossbell. I remember. Like that's literally what that fan art literally just immediately made me go like, oh yeah, I remember this character from Crossbell. And whatnot. But yeah, outside of that, I really don't remember like Crossbell that much, to be honest. Like I really didn't. And whatnot. Cold Steel, because remember, I only played like the first two Cold Steel games. I liked it. I enjoyed it. I understood what they were going for those games, and I was like, yeah, go for it. Like I don't mind that at all. It's actually pretty cool. Cool and whatnot. Like, I didn't mind it. Like and whatnot. And then from me trying to play like Cold Steel 3 and 4 in Japanese, I can understand why like those games are pretty peak in terms of like what's happening in the story in those two. But like other than that, I guess that's like the limit of my exposure because I didn't play Trails Through the Ravine because like I hated the shitty ass English translation for that one. Like that one literally pisses me off the most when it comes to like the English localizations. I did saw a little bit of Trails Through Daybreak. I did saw a little bit of it. I thought that one was neato. Like I know at some point I do need to finish playing all the Trails games and such, but I want to brush up on my Japanese before I do that because I'd rather just play those games in Japanese than play the English localization. But like yeah. Anyway, was a no. Agnes is in the current saga. Okay, so Agnes was the current saga. Fuck, who was the blonde girl in like in Sky then? Because I remember there was a blonde character. And whatnot. Let's see. That's interesting. Most people say Crossbow is the best arc ever. Do they? I don't remember. I just remember people praising the shit out of like Trails of the Sky. Crossbow is like good, and then Cold Steel is like it's good but mixed depending on who you talk to in the West. And whatnot. Like I never heard people saying like it's like the peak best arc because like that's like a huge like ball game to me. That's like a huge like thing like you just drop onto me. Like that information is brand new to me. Because I have never heard someone ever talk to me that Crossbell was the best arc. Like I usually hear people talk about like they talk about how cool Sky Trilogy was. They talk about like Cold Steel because of like it being the latest game at the time. But Crossbell, not so much. All I heard was like, oh, it's like a cool like it's a cool arc. That was it. Like it's just a cool arc. They didn't say like it's peak or like it's the greatest. They just think it's cool and whatnot. So because of that, I was under the impression like Crossbell is like a nice, I don't know, kind of a middle ground sort of thing. It's like, you know, oh, depending on who you talk to, you think it's like the best thing in the world, or it's like it's fine, it's decent. Like I didn't think too much of it, sort of thing. That's like my impression of it back when I I actually interacted with the fans and whatnot. Let's see, Trails into Ravine I heard was amazing in Japanese. My friend told me they tried to do Alyssa Dirty in the West. Yeah, like I don't know. It's so weird how like when you listen to the English localization for like the Trails games, you either get like actual good ones or you get like shitty ones. And the shitty ones are really noticeable because it makes you go like, are you kidding me? Come on. on sort of thing. But like, yeah, not for me though. Trails of the Cold Steel and Trails in the Sky is incredibly amazing. Yeah, like I'm kind of in the same camp as well, Stella. I know like I know you're gonna be like, but you didn't finish Cold Steel though. I'm like, okay, look, the first 2 games were awesome. Okay, I will always agree with that. They were great. They were peak to me. They're not as peak as Trails of the Sky. You can't beat Trails of the Sky for me. Trails of the Sky trilogy is the peak of the peak in my opinion. But I do agree. It's incredible. It's amazing. But still, Crossbell on the other hand, I don't know. Like that game will always be like I barely remember it, but I had a lot of fun with it, sort of thing. Like, I guess that's like the best way I would describe it to you, Stella, when it came to my opinion of Crossbell Arc. It's like, I don't think it's a terrible game, nor I think it's like peak at the peak. I think it's a good game. I just don't remember shit. And whatnot. Like, that's the thing. It's literally that case of like, yeah, I just don't remember it. Like, but I do remember enjoying it. Let's see. I seen other things that was BS my friends showed me, and I was like, damn, you guys ruined peak. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. But still, Stella, I feel so bad for like the Trails. Well, more specifically, Falcom games. Like, you know, they made YS and whatnot. I know it's called East, but I like calling it YS. And whatnot, but that's my own opinion. And whatnot. But yeah, like I feel so bad for Falcom games because every time I look at like their localized games, it's so mixed. I feel so bad for people. Because like every time I look at a Falcom game that gets an English localization, I literally have to flip the coin, Stella. I literally have to flip a coin to see if it's either going to be a good localization or it's going to be shitty of the shit. And whatnot. And it's really sad that I actually had to flip a coin for that. And whatnot. And it also doesn't help the fact that I don't really enjoy like talking to like Western Falcom fans, because I feel like Western Falcom fans are like, how I word it, Stella, I feel like they're kind of performative. Like, I feel like so many things I hear them talk about is so irrelevant to the point that I think they're just being stupid for the sake of it than like them actually caring about it. Because it feels more like they just want to bitch about stuff just to bitch. Like that's kind of how I felt when it comes to a lot of Western Falcom fans. Like that's based on my current like interactions, mind you. That it's based on my current interactions and whatnot. Like, I don't know. I just feel bad for like the other half that genuinely just don't give a shit and they just want to play a game and whatnot. Like, I just feel bad for those people because like you can tell that though the ones that have like an indifferent like opinion and whatnot, you can tell they're the ones that actually care the most. Because when you actually care about something, you don't go in like a huge tyrant or essay about like shit. And whatnot, you just like talk about like, oh yeah, I like this. Like this was neat. And whatnot. And like, oh man, I can't wait for the next game. You're like you know, that's how you can tell that's like a type of person you're like, yeah, that person's 100% a fan. Like they actually like they're just chill about it. And whatnot. Like I don't know. That is just that's just how it was like for me. That was how it was like whenever I interacted with a Western Falcom fan, Stella. Like that's literally how it felt like to me. And whatnot. Let's see. Nessa has most of the shitty localizations. I agree. I agree. I feel so bad for like Neptunia. And whatnot, because how I word this for you guys, the first Neptunia game on PlayStation 3 actually had a great localization. Like it's actually one of the few times that the localization was actually decent. It was actually good. It was actually accurate. But then you get to like MK2 and Victory, which were like the next two entries, and they had the shitty localizations. Like, Stella, I need to provide context. For MK2 and Victory, for some reason, they decided to kind of Flanderize a lot of the characters. And they added jokes where there was not meant to have a joke. Like, there are some characters that are meant to be playing, like, you know, actually serious. Like, they rarely crack a joke and whatnot, because the point of that character was that they're supposed to, like, interact with the more serious plot points of that particular story. But for some reason, the English localization decided to make them crack jokes all the time for, like, no apparent reason. And then some characters were acted more like an asshole compared to their original counterpart. Like, I remember one example was Neptune, because, like, the one thing I noticed about Neptune from, like, the English localization for those, like, two particular games, not the first game, where, like, Neptune is more of an ass in Victory compared to her Japanese counterpart, where she's more nice. Like, sure, she can be mean sometimes, but it's not, like, out of malice. It's just more like, you know, she just overstep her boundaries essentially by accident. So, like, Neptune did. Yeah, exactly. There was also, like, I'm trying to remember, there was one, oh yeah, there was, like, one moment in MK2 where they depict a character to be more creepier in it compared to what they were like in the Japanese. In the Japanese, they weren't, like, super duper creepy. Like, they were just kind of a joke character that just kind of, like, tell, I would say, jokes that makes you go, like, it's funny, but at the same time, you can't help but break into a nervous sweat at times. Like, I'm not saying that that's a bad type of comedy. It's just how the character was designed to do. And I went like, yeah, that works for them. But in the English, they made that character more creepy with the jokes. Like, it leans more on, like, actual harassment than, like, an actual haha funny. And whatnot. So, like, yeah, they did that. But because of that, when it came to those two games localization, it was it was terrible. And whatnot. Like, I'm kind of glad that the Rebirth games kind of fixed it up, but Rebirth 2 and 3 also suffered from a terrible localization as well. And then we had a fan, like, retranslation that fixed it, and I was really glad for that. So I'm glad that the Rebirth games had, like, you know, a proper way of using the original script of sorts. But yeah, also having a decent localization. And whatnot. But yeah, let me see what you wrote down real quick for, like, Alyssa. And whatnot. Let me see. Wait, does that mean you don't trust or enjoy my talks with me? I'm from the West. I won't lie about the West Falcon fans being stupid, toxic, and treat people like crap when they do with anything in their power to hate on you or treat you like a monster. If you love or say Alyssa Reinhardt, or it is an amazing girl / heroine. Yeah, exactly. Like, I guess for UK, Stella, like, at least we have stuff that we agree to disagree with, so you're actually one of the ones I can get along with, because that's kind of like the criteria, Stella. It's like, it's either we jam well enough that we're able to just agree to disagree with shit, but also at the same time go like, oh, hell yeah, let's do this, brother, compared to, like, you know, oh, you don't like me? Well, guess what? You're a fucking curse word / bigot and whatnot. Like, that's, like, if it was like that, Stella, then I would not get along with you. But you're not that. You're just more like, oh, yeah, I don't like this stuff, but, like, hey, if you like it, that's cool on you, brother. Or sort of thing. Or, like, oh, hey, like, I like this thing. What do you think about it? I'm like, it's okay. Like, I'm more of a fan of this other thing. And you're like, okay, that's cool. That's cool. Like, that's how it feels like when I interact with you, Stella. It's more like that, so I'm actually more lax with you. Well, that's messed up that they butchered the hell out of Neptune and the other's heart. Yeah, well, that's a sad thing about, like, the Neptune franchise when it came to the English localization. They really did change, like, how some characters talk and interact. It's very rare for you to actually see, like, how they actually were in the original sort of thing. But, like, yeah. I feel like, fuck, I'm trying to remember, Stella. I would say, like, Mega Dimension 7, that one actually had a decent localization. I had no complaints for that one. So that one was like, yeah, that one's a good localized. I like that one. Also, I feel like when it came to Mega Dimension, I have a slight bias towards that one, Stella, because there's a character named like God Eater Chan. And it's literally just a God Eater reference. And you know I love God Eater. It's literally my favorite Monster Hunter genre game. Like, she is such a cutie, but I'm really sad that she's not playable in Mega Dimension 7 VR because they remove like all the guest DLC characters in that game. So because of that, it's like, damn it. Let me see if I can get a picture of God Eater Chan for you, Stella. Because I love her. I love God Eater. God Eater is my jam. I love the God Eater games. The picture's kind of bad, huh? I need a clearer picture. All right, let's do this. That's true. I agree with you. I have a disagree with you on stuff even now. I respect your opinion and feelings on stuff. I mean, we're good friends, you know. Yeah, exactly. Like, if we're like that, Stella, then I'm like, yeah, we can get along well. It's just when you act like it's only when like you act like an ass, like the Toxic Falcon fans that you mentioned and whatnot. That's when it's like, yeah, I don't think we can get along. It's only when you act like an ass is when it's when that's when we get into a disagreement. And because in my rule of thumb, Stella, it's a case of like you can be like, you know, oh, I'm not a fan of this thing, but you're like, hey, let's just keep it to myself, sort of thing. But if you're like being an ass about it and try to force it on others, that's when it's like, you know, a problem, sort of thing. Like in my opinion, that's actually being an a-hole. And whatnot. But you never do that, and we never do that to each other, so that's a good thing. But yeah, God Eater. I agree with you. I agree with you with that 100%. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, like Stella, in Mega Dimension 7, there is a DLC character named God Eater Chan. That's literally her name. It's literally God Eater, and then you just add Chan in it. And whatnot. And they're like, okay, what design should we go for her? They're like, okay, make the top like Alyssa from God Eater 1. Make the bottom like Nana's like short ass pants in God Eater 2. Give her a hairstyle similar to CL from God Eater 2. And then give her a God arc that's similar to like Alyssa's in God Eater 1. That's literally what they did with her. They're just like, yeah, let's combine like Dree elements, like Dree girls from like the first two God Eater games, because there was only 2 God Eater games at the time and whatnot. So they decided just to combine those combine those Dree, and then there you go, God Eater Chan. And she's literally the embodiment of like, what do you expect from God Eater? And whatnot. And I also like how her DLC outfit literally like gives you actual outfits from the God Eater games. Like there's a CL outfit where you actually dress her up exactly like CL, and then there's a swimsuit outfit where she actually dresses up similarly to this bunny mascot character. I forgot the name of this character, Stella, but it's like this mascot bunny character that appears in God Eater 2, and that their whole gimmick is that they don't know, like, we don't know who they are. Like, they're silent, they don't talk at all. And that there's a literal recurring gag where people try to demask the bunny mascot only to find out there's another bunny mask underneath. So because of that, people are just like, who is this bunny person? Like, there's a mystery at that point. And whatnot. So like, yeah, they did that for her, and I'm like, ah, oh, beautiful. I love this character. I love her. And whatnot. Like, they even like in terms of gameplay, they actually made her interesting. Where how I word it? She's designed to be kind of a semi-support character, but she's really good at killing single-target enemies. So she's really good at boss battles, essentially. And all of her moves are literally references to God Eater. Oh, she's hot. Yeah, she's very adorable, very cute. She does look like Alyssa. She has a daughter. Yeah, like, not even mention it. Yeah, she does kind of look like Alyssa's daughter. like the MC like ended up with like Alyssa, and they made God Eater Chan and whatnot. Like, yeah. Man, Stella, I just remembered, like, when you mentioned the whole daughter shit, I was like, oh yeah, like she has like a romantic interest in like the default character, and like in God Eater 1, his name is like Yu, and he's designed to be like your self. Well, I'll put it like this: he is designed to be the representation of the main character of the first God Eater game, because in the actual game, you, the player, is the God Eater, and you can customize them however you like be a guy, girl, or like make them have short hair, long hair, etc., etc. Sort of thing. But they need like someone to represent the first game, so they made you. Why you? Like, they made you to be the representation of the first God Eater. And I was like, yeah, makes sense that she kind of had the hots for him, because they kind of play along with it as well. And I remember that they did changed it in the God Eater anime to like Luca, which oh boy. Oh boy. I had mixed feelings towards Luca. Was worded like that. I had mixed feelings towards that character. I think his backstory is cool. It's just that I don't know how I feel about the guy throughout the story. It's it's quite something. Let's put it like that, Stella. It's quite something. And I know in God Eater 2, they actually swap between the guy and girl like character, Stella, like to represent God Eater 2. Because I remember in God Eater 2 Rage Burst, which is like the little game that's like mentioned at the feet of God Eater Chan. Because I know in God Eater 2 Rage Burst, they actually have two separate openings depending on which gender you played the most. Like, if you didn't play the game at all, then the game will give you like a random opening between either the male or female. Like, it's like a randomize, essentially. It's like a, it's like a gotcha pull. You either get the guy one or you get the girl one and whatnot. But afterwards, when you do actually make your save file and such, depending on the gender you play as the most, it will make the opening play that gender instead. So let's say, Stella, you're like, yo, I like playing as a girl. Girl characters have the best outfit compared to the guy. I like to make my girl sexy as fuck, so I'd rather play that one. And whatnot. So let's say you like to play the girl character the most. So because of you doing that, the game will recognize that, hey, Stella really likes to play as a girl. So we're going to give him the opening that's the girl version, essentially. So you get the girl version opening, essentially. And let's say, like, oh, for my case, I like to play as a guy. I like to play a guy more often in God Eater 2. So because of that, the game recognizes that, oh, okay, Mizu like playing as a guy, so we're going to give him the guy version of the opening instead. That sort of thing. That's what they did with God Eater 2 Rage Burst. So depending on the gender you play as the most, it will affect the type of opening you get. And whatnot. And I really like that a lot. Let's see. So Alyssa is the canon love interest in God Eater, and Alyssa Rainford is the canon love interest in Trails of the Cold Steel for Ryan. I love that. Yeah, it is kind of funny. It is really funny in that regard. I agree. I play girl characters a lot, so and I make them so hot and sexy as well. Yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Like I also play like a good amount of girl characters as well. I feel like how I word this still. I felt like growing up, I did play a lot of guy characters, and I think the reason why was because I self-inserted in those guy characters, so it made sense for me to play as a guy. But I think nowadays I play as a girl character because I went like I might as well look at something that looks nice because not a lot of guy characters have like a fine ass because like I mean it's kind of obvious that I told you before that yes I am considered bisexual and whatnot, but still girl characters I think they look better. They have better outfits. They look way better. I'd rather play as a girl character because of that. Like, I don't self-insert anymore, unfortunately. I'm just like, yep, I'll just make a girl character, and I'm just gonna design her how I like her, and then it's usually leaning on the very, cute, sexy side of things. So, like, yeah. Anyway. Hey, and whatnot. But yeah, I feel like I can relate to you in that regard, Stella. Like, nowadays, I do play as a girl character more. Compared to past me. Past me like to play guy characters because I self-insert. We're the same on that. Some guy characters are fine, others are meh. Girls have hot bodies and personalities. Exactly, brother. Exactly. Oh yeah, you tell me that before. No worries, I won't judge you. Oh, I don't care about the judging part. Is this more of a case of like I don't remember if I ever told you before? Sort of thing. That's the thing. It's not like, oh, don't judge me for being bisexual. Like, if I'm being honest with you, Stella, I really don't give a shit about my bisexuality and whatnot. Because like, Stella, I'm gonna point this out because I know like I'm probably gonna get flack for this from like some of the other out of touch like social media people and whatnot. Like, I really don't give a shit about being like bisexual. Like, to me, being bisexual is just like just a fun fact, essentially. I don't use it as like my definitive personality and whatnot. Like, I don't even partake in it that much. Well, actually, I kind of do, but not really. But still. So, like, to me, just like people knowing like I'm bisexual is just like, oh yeah, like that's cool. But when I talk about video games and anime tits, I'm like, hell yeah, bro. Like, that's me. That's literally me. I'd rather just talk about that than just be like, oh man, Musu, you must be so brave to like both guy and girls and shit. I'm like, no, not really. I don't give a shit about that. Like, to me, it's like, yeah, I think both genders are cool. I think they're kind of hot, but like, I'd rather just talk about anime tits in video games. And whatnot. That's literally the case for me, Stella. That's literally the case for me. But and whatnot. But like, yeah, like because, but yeah, like I don't know. I feel like if I do talk like this, like in general still, I know there's gonna be some out of touch like social media people that go like, what? You don't give a shit about being bisexual? You don't use it as your personality? You actually have one outside of that? Oh, you're a fucking grifter. You're a wannabe gay. I was literally called that. And whatnot. I was literally called that. And there was even one time when I was in an LGBT group, which I initially kind of got along with until I kind of quitted because I just couldn't get along with them anymore because they kind of overstepped their boundaries in terms of like stuff that they talk about and whatnot. Like, I remember like that group was initially okay with me because they're like, oh, you're like bi, but you're Vietnamese as well. That's like you're like a unicorn. And whatnot. That's rare. And whatnot. So because of that, that group literally kept me as a token minority. Like, Stella, I was literally token black from South Park in that group. I was literally a token minority because I was a Vietnamese person who happened to be bisexual. And if I was not Vietnamese, and if instead I was like Caucasian, African American, Black, Chinese, Filipino, etc., they would have just kicked me out and just called me wannabe gay. But because of me being Vietnamese, and it's actually rare for you to find someone in Vietnam that's like that, they are like, yo, we need to treasure this guy and kind of treat him as this kind of trophy guy, essentially. Like, they didn't see me as an actual person and whatnot. So because of that, I just couldn't get along with them. Well, initially I kind of did until they kind of dropped that bombshell on me, and it just kind of ruined it for me. And there's only one person that I got along with in that group, and the only reason why was because they understood how uncomfortable I was, and they knocked it off and actually apologized for their behavior, and we actually got along afterwards. There was only one person I liked from that group, and I still talk to that person to this day, and they were actually a nice person. But still, like, man, that group was that group was but man, that group was insane. Like, I still remember them, and I'm like, yeah, I don't enjoy talking to them and whatnot. But yeah, oh yeah, well, no worries. I know a lot of assholes from the West that will do that here and there. A few that may not do, but still, like, damn, that's crazy. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just so crazy to me. Like, I don't know how I got involved in that and whatnot. But yeah, I love mainly talking about girls, their hot bodies tied up in gag, being punished, and seeing how hot they are in their outfits. Yeah, I understand you, my man. I understand you indeed. And whatnot, but man, Stella, we've been yapping hard. I know I should continue on with the game, but I don't mind like us continuing to like the talk while I'm also doing that as well. Oh, and whatnot. But yeah, I have no shame on what I like. Indeed, I think that's like a good thing to have, given like we're all on the internet and shit. Like, I probably would say there should be a limit if you did it in like real life, because like, let's be real still, I don't think any of us wants to talk about like anime tits in the public, because we all know there's a time and place for it and whatnot. Like, maybe if it's like, you know, with close friends, you know, in real life, it's like, yeah, that's normal. Like, I wouldn't question it. I wouldn't be like, hey, you can't talk about that in public. I'm eating my sandwich here. Like, no, I wouldn't do that. I'm like, oh, this is a bunch of guys, like, you know, talking with each other. They're like best friends and shit. Like, I'm just gonna ignore them. I want to leave them alone, sort of thing. But like, you know, stuff like that. Like, I feel like when it comes to those like topics and such, I feel like when it comes to like not having no shame, I think it's fine to have it in like within a personal group or like your online sort of thing, because like, let's be real, online is already unhinged enough. Like, online is already unhinged to the point that I don't think anyone's gonna like bat an eye when someone says like something outrageous. Like, let's be real. Like, I feel like that is the case. But in terms of reality, I do think there's a time and place for stuff. I always believe that. But I feel like people don't really do that anymore. I feel like it's kind of a missing art. It's fine, we can keep going. Oh, yeah, I always keep that to myself. I only talk that way with my friends here online. Yeah, exactly. Like, you absolutely get it, my dude.
行きますわ。これが水の力です。
Oh yeah, Stella, I will forever laugh at like how busted I made Tiara. Because when it came to like Tiara, I had like a chatter who liked the character in like the initial appearance that he saw her. He's like, yo, she's really hot. Like, can you do some of the challenges for her? Can you like dress her up and shit? I'm like, yeah, I don't mind. Like, this is a casual stream. I don't mind doing shit like that. So I ended up doing some of the challenges. I ended up doing one challenge where you had to like beat a certain amount of battles by yourself, like you have no allies and whatnot. And I noticed I ended up doing it so often that I finished that challenge for Tiara, and her reward for beating it is like 100 points in her intelligence, which boosted her magic attack to insane levels. So in the early game, Tiara was literally just killing everything left and right with her magic. Like, nothing stood a chance at that point. She was just spamming magic like she was Dumbelina and Mary Skelter. Because, Stella, you did saw how I built my Dumbelina. You saw how dummy was like when I was streaming Mary Skelter. She literally drop-kick everything with Mortal Force, and they just never last. The enemies just didn't stand a chance. And whatnot. But, like, yeah. Wait, that's a huge amount of experience. Oh yeah, Stella. So, for context, when I did this battle initially, the encounter gave me 7,000. But because of me going like, I wonder how much they will give me if I stuck like 2 swords into the ground to increase the experience gain, it went from like 7,000 to like 13,000. And I'm like, wait, that's such a huge boost. What the hell? I didn't expect it to be that big because it was like a 30% increase. Well, let's see, 30 plus 30 is... No, it was 30%. Yeah, it was a 30% increase. So I didn't expect a 30% increase to be that huge. No, and I remember... I remember that she sure did when I damn watch out for this one. She's gonna live up to the name of the... Ass kicker master, indeed. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, hot damn. She kicked so much ass, indeed. Like Tiara did so much.
よくもまあこのタイミングで力を発動できたな。
ティアラに心配されるのがうざすぎてやる気出たよ。つまりお二人がパワーアップしたのは私のおかげですのね。あなたたち一生私に頭が上がりませんわね。頭上がらないのはそっちでしょ。助けてもらっておいて。私のおかげだと言ったのはアリさんです。But yes, Stella, I would say this. You are spot on with Tiara being like a masochist. Because when you first meet her, she was a sadist. But then she evolved to a sadist masochist after Fate like insults her, calling her a bitch and shit. And she's actually into that sort of masochism. I don't think she's the physical kind. She just likes it when you like berate her and like insult her and whatnot. Like there's actual moments in the story where she like kind of creams herself after like getting insulted so much. And whatnot. Like it is so funny. It is fun. It's hilarious. Nah, she likes being hit and tied up and gagged. I mean, I know there's a... I don't think this is a spoiler for you, Stella. Because this is like a CG from like one of the later games in Fairy Fencer. I don't mind showing it as like a little sneak peek. Hold on. Where is it? I need to go into the... Where is it? Oh, there it is. Come on. Load. I need this to load faster. Hold on. But yeah, what was my ramblings about? Oh yeah, so I remember finding like a website where they had like, it's like a blog
like it's an actual like old school blog where the person is Vietnamese and they played a lot of like Compile Heart games, and they even had a section where the guy extracted like CGs from each of the Neptune games and also Compile Heart games in general. So because of that, I was like, yo, this is cool. Not only this guy is Vietnamese, but this guy likes Compile Heart shit that he actually archived like most of this stuff. So I'm glad for that. Oh, please do. About my girl loving about being tied up and gagged and punished by me. Yee, indeed. Let me see if I can find it for you. Hold on. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. That's not. All right, let's do this for you, Stella. Oh, damn, that's huge. Oh, my bad. Hold on. Actually, this is a bad idea. I should have done the background instead. Hold on. That would have been a smarter idea. I don't know why I did that. Hold on, sorry about that. There you go. Like, you have one that's literally bondage, like you described, tied up and shit. There's another one that's a different type of bondage. This was more like being captured and being put into like the prison because if I remember correctly, at this point in the story, they had to like break into a cult, but they ended up getting caught. So everyone got bondage, including like all the guys and such. But like, yeah, and then you have this one, Stella. This one, if I'm trying to go by like my literal memory. If I remember correctly, this CG appears when you are going through a specific dungeon where the game literally described the dungeon as, oh, you're inside of a giant ass god and whatnot. Like, I'm literally going by memory, mind you. Like, they're like, oh yeah, you're inside of a god and it's like cosmos shit and whatnot. There's like like tentacles every now and then and whatnot. So you end up going to here where you find Tiara, where you need to like pop her out of the wall essentially, and this is what she looks like. And then there is even a picture of like when you do pop her out. There you go. Hold on. There you go. All right, there you go, my man. We're all done. Those are all the Bondish CGs I remember correctly. Let's see. She looks so fucking hot in all of them. I wish my girl was gag. I would punish her so hard. Yes, let the SMM blood boil. Well, not boil. Let it flow in you and whatnot. But yeah, like I will forever laugh at like the fact that the artist for both Neptunia and also Fairy Fencer is literally the same one from like Data Live. Like, it's literally the same artist, the same female artist, and she is an open ass pervert. Like, she doesn't give a shit. She is like, yeah, I like drawing this shit. And when I mean, given what happens in the actual Data Live light novels, I mean, it does make sense. It does make sense why. Also, I do need to play the visual novels because, like, I like the light novels a lot. I enjoy them. The anime was fine. I'm sad that the manga adaptation died really quickly. I know the visual novel was, like, cool from what I heard from, like, Data Live fans and whatnot. And I do want to like get into it at one point, but I don't know when though. But yeah, she even knows what's peak exactly. Like, it's so funny to me, Stella, because Stella, remember that one time in like social media where a bunch of like people were like, oh, you know, oh, all of these like, you know, sexy anime women, they're made by guys, and it's like, you know, quote unquote sexist and misogynist and, you know, yada yada, essentially. I remember when people were trying to do that, so many people clapped back by saying, like, you know, a majority of these like very lewd art and also straight up porn is made by girls. It's literally made by women. Like, almost 50% of it is actually made by women. Like, you have Bayonetta, for example. Like, her character designer is literally like a woman. Like, sure, you can argue that the founder of like both Devil May Cry and also Bayonetta is a guy, and he did mention that he told the character designer to like, you know, design her in a specific manner. But the thing is that the character designer went like, you know what, we should go full lewd. I know you want me to go a little tame from like how you describe her to me, but I think we should make her go like full lewd, like make her like just be the embodiment of like fucking sexiness, and that's literally what Bayonetta is. And there's like other other artists too. Like, you have the Ranma 1/2 mangaka, like, you know, Ranma 1/2. It's literally like so much tits and ass everywhere. Like, there is just so much of it and whatnot, and it's literally made by a female mangaka. There's also I think you heard of this before, Stella, because it's like one of the recent animes I do enjoy. I honestly, I like reading the manga more compared to the anime, but I liked it overall because I understood like it was made to be like essentially a parody and like a celebration of like rom-com harems. Essentially, it's like, you know, 100 girlfriends that love you really, very much. Like, the artist of that of the manga is a woman, and she really likes drawing tits and ass as well. And I remember that like I remember there was some people that were like questioning if it was made by a guy or girl, like that franchise, because they were like, you know, going, oh, but there's fan service, despite the fact that it's a very funny, you know, I wouldn't call it satire because it doesn't act like a satire. It's more like a funny celebration of rom-com harem stories. That's the best way I would describe it. It's a celebration of it. Like, it has all the tropes you expected from that genre, and it holds it really wholeheartedly. Like, it does a really good job with it because you can tell there's a lot of love to it as well and whatnot. But yeah, I remember when that series came out, people were like questioning like, oh, was it a guy or was it a girl, because there's like fan service and whatnot. And then they found out that the artist is a woman who likes tits and ass, and the guy likes to write funny ass stories and whatnot. So these two just work together, and they just made like a absolutely funny ass masterpiece. I liked it a lot. Yeah, it's funny how dumb people are when they don't think women can write lewd or do lewd things. And for me, I love and respect female pervy writers, their peak. Exactly. Yeah, I seen it and I could tell. Oh, it's done by a woman. Agree. Both did an amazing job. I agree. Yeah, I agree. What's like another example of a female artist? I know most people would say like My Dress Up Darling and whatnot, because that was also made by a woman and she really likes erotic cosplay like Marin, because like Marin is literally just the author herself and whatnot. Like I know that's like one good example people listed out. I know another one would be fuck, I'm trying to remember. Like I'm literally going by like literal memory. Oh, Dangers of My Heart. I know that's like me just saying the English name, but that's a lot easier for people to like get. Like yeah, like Dangers of My Heart. That one was also made by a woman. More specifically, she views the main heroine as her kind of self-insert because the main heroine has similar personality traits of the author herself. Although she doesn't fully like connect to the female heroine, she does base some of it on her and whatnot. And I will always laugh at the fact that like there is so much fancy ass risque art of the main heroine in Dangers of My Heart, and that you actually do get to see like the author, and she actually has a similar body type to like the heroine. So it's literally just her being like, yeah, this character's body shape is literally based on myself and whatnot. Like it is so funny. Also, Dangers of My Heart, I do like that one too. Although I think the reason why I like that one, Stella, is because it's actually, well, in my humble opinion, like Dangers of My Heart is actually a pretty accurate way of depicting your actual edgy ass middle schooler, because like the whole point of the main character's personality is that he's your typical middle schooler. Like he's just like he's acting edgy just because he thinks it's cool. Like that's literally what his character is. He's your regular ass middle schooler. He acts edgy because he thinks that's like the cool thing to do. He has like random dots about like killing people, but that's because of his edgy like, you know, persona. He's like, oh, that's what edgy people like to do, yeah. And when I'm pretty sure all of us, doesn't matter what gender you are, you've been through that one point in your life. Like you were in middle school, you have hormones developing, you were going through puberty, you probably thought about random shit in like the most awkward way possible. Sometimes you might be like an edgy emo and whatnot. I know I was kind of an emo when I was in middle school as well. And everything. So because of that, a lot of my tastes when I was in middle school leaned on the like, you know, grunge music like Limp Bizkit, Prince of Persia, Warrior Within with like the blood and gore, the metal dongs and shit. Like, you know, that's literally what middle school edge was. That was literally me. And whatnot. And the main character of The Dangers of My Heart, he's the literal embodiment of that. He's the literal embodiment of your typical edgy preteen. Like, he just thinks this shit is cool. Like, he is aware that he's, like, a fucking loser to some extent. Like, he's aware of that. But at the same time, he's unapologetic about the fact that he's, like, an edgy edgelord. And whatnot. And it's so funny. Like, it's an actual, accurate, like, depiction of it. Like, it's so funny. Like, it's really great. But yeah, other than that, I did like the relationship between him and the heroine. And yes, you are correct, Stella, they do end up together. And the later chapters is literally just like the guy, you know, slowly growing up to be like a high schooler. Although it's not like a case of like, oh, he's like super mature now and whatnot. Like, no, it's still the same old him. It's just more in a grounded sense. of like him being like, yeah, he's mature for a high schooler, but you can still tell that he's still a high schooler. Like, he's still gonna be like a bit like, you know, oh, hormones, haha, funny, and like, you know, oh yes, I love this shit, this is amazing, sort of thing, you know, stuff like that. Like, they don't like portray him in a unrealistic high schooler way. Like, no, they portray him in a more grounded sense, so it makes more sense for his character and whatnot. So yeah, that's like one thing I liked about it. And whatnot. Let's see. I wish both 100 Girlfriends and Dangers of My Heart drew official nipples of the girl of the girl's manga or something. Did they ever did that? I feel like, wait, I know 100 Girlfriends didn't do that. They straight up did not do that. There's like innuendos, like of penises and shit, but I don't think they draw nipples. Dangers of My Heart, I wouldn't be surprised if the mangaka did drew nipples for everyone. I feel like that's in her ballpark. Like, she wouldn't hesitate to do it. But like, yeah. Man. Oh my lord. And whatnot. But yeah, man, we've been yapping. What other things I remember? I can't really think of like Oh yeah, let me see what else we wrote down. My bad, Stella. Hold on. Yeah, she was great. I got to meet her Japanese VA. She was an amazing woman and so sweet. Oh, that's cool. I love that for you. That's great. Oh yeah, what was I? Shit, I've been like yapping hard. So because of that, my brain kind of just went like, oh, fuck, what was I gonna say next? Like, oh, god damn it. Huh. Oh wait, that reminds me of something. Okay. So I'm gonna use a Western example. You were talking about my wife and showing me her tied up, though I wish so much that she be gagged. Yeah. Oh wait. Okay. So Stella, I'm gonna use like a Western example. I remembered one of the early episodes in South Park, like in season 1 and shit, where I'm not sure if you guys ever saw old South Park. I watch old South Park a lot. I didn't watch new South Park that much, but I remember watching the earlier seasons. But when it came to the earlier seasons, I remember there was this one episode where they got a substitute teacher, and it was the lady from Species, like the Sloppy B movie about like aliens wanting to breed with humans, and that when they do that, they actually reproduce in like massive numbers, and like the whole plot is literally just the government trying to figure out how to like get these aliens to stop being horny, essentially. That was literally kind of the plot of it. But anyway, so I remember that the substitute teacher was voice acted by that character, by the actress of that movie. And I remember that the whole point of that episode was that all the girls, including Stan, were like, getting the hots for the substitute. And it made Wendy jealous. Because at the time, Wendy and Stan were like kind of in a, would they not like end up together sort of thing. And Wendy, she likes Stan. It's very clear that she likes Stan. So she got jealous that the substitute teacher is like, getting his attention and whatnot. And I remember throughout the episode, Wendy is the most passive-aggressive little like 4th grader, like telling the substitute that she's a bitch and she needs to stay away from her man, and she constantly insults the substitute for being like old and go like, oh, when I grew up in your age, do I need to wear like a specific like underpants that's literally made for old people because like old people have like troubles like holding their bladder and whatnot, so and everything. Like, I remember she was so passive aggressive sort of thing. Like, yeah, it's like typical mean girl shit, but she was also really on your face with it. Like, it was so funny. And I remember that like a lot of the dialogue of Wendy like insulting the substitute was actually improvised. Well, I wouldn't call it improvised. It was suggested by the female staff members at the time, because the creators at the time, they wanted Wendy to say certain things, but they thought it was like at poor taste, only for the female staffs to be like, no, you need to make her aggressive, you need to make her rip into that substitute teacher, she needs to tell that substitute teacher to stay away from Stan, stay away from her man, or else she means business. You know, they need to emphasize that. That's what the female staff said. So as a result, they ended up writing like the most unhinged dialogue for Wendy in that episode. Like, and you want to know the funny thing about it, Stella? The way how the episode ends. Well, actually, no. I need to list out 2 moments in the episode that I liked a lot. So there was this moment early on where Wendy is having like flashbacks to when like Stan and Wendy were like, you know, kind of flirting, kind of like, you know, together sort of thing. And like the whole flashback is literally a montage of Stan growing up. Because the whole gimmick of Stan is that whenever he gets near Wendy, because it's obvious that he likes her, he gets like, you know, a little nervous to the point that he nervous puke and whatnot. So because of that, every time he interacts with Wendy in the earlier season, he would just puke. And because of that, throughout that whole montage of Wendy just looking back to like all the moments she had with Stan, it's literally just him puking. Just every time she talks to him, he just pukes. And it doesn't help the fact that the music they use is genuinely the most saddest breakup music in the world. Like, they're not dating at this point, mind you, but the music they use is definitely that type of energy. It's literally like, you know, oh, it's like I'm saying goodbye to like my boyfriend and whatnot. You know, it's like the saddest breakup sort of shit. Like, the music they used for that montage was so great. It was so great. It made me laugh, but also I went like, man, I feel bad for Wendy. Oh, why not? But like, yeah, that happened early on in the episode. The next moment I want to mention this was the end. So at the end of the episode, Wendy kind of gives up, well, quote unquote gives up, and she's like, all right, I give up. It looks like Stan likes the substitute teacher more than me. And so the next day in class, like, Wendy apologizes to the substitute, and like she tells the substitute like, oh, I'm sorry that I acted like a jerk to you. I wish happiness for both you and Stan, even though the substitute isn't interested in Stan because, okay, first of all, he's in 4th grade. Second of all, the substitute is implied to be a lesbian. So because of that, she's not interested in Stan because he's a boy. And whatnot. So because of that, you know, the substitute is like, Wendy, you know I'm not into Stan, right? But Wendy thinks that the substitute is, because, you know, that's how girls in jealousy are like sometimes. But so she like apologizes to the substitute, and then all of a sudden a bunch of like Middle Easterner men appear in the classroom. And they're like, aha, we found you, Miss Ellen. That's the name of the substitute. And then the principal comes in and she's like, hey, what's going on? And the Middle Eastern men are like, oh, so this woman here, she's not actually Miss Ellen. She's actually this like other name. I forgot what her name was. But she's actually a traitor to the Middle East because she was, she did some, shoot, I'm trying to remember. I'm like laughing too hard for me to properly tell this. So, they're like, oh, she's actually like a spy from the Middle East where she did some crazy shit that like killed our leader and whatnot. And we've been like looking for this entire time, and finally someone give us a tip that she's in South Park and whatnot. So they're like, so the principal is like, oh boy howdy, it looks like you try to pull one on us, Miss Helen. Like, take her away, you know, sort of thing. Like, because you know in South Park they can't have like a war terrorist or someone that caused a lot of stuff happening in like in the government to be a teacher. So they're gonna take away Miss Helen away, and then Miss Helen tries to fight back. She accidentally kills Kenny because you know it's South Park and whatnot. And they're like, oh, she killed Kenny, you bastard! And then they took her away, and then the Middle Eastern men put Miss Helen in a rocket, and then they launched the rocket to the sun. And while that's happening, Wendy's having a pool party, and she's like talking to like the people there, and then Kyle comes in, and Kyle's like, hey, it's kind of weird that Miss Helen is like, she got arrested early in the morning, like I wonder why. And then Wendy's like, yeah sure, whatever. And then the Middle Eastern men come to Wendy, and then she ends up talking in their dialect, and they're like, oh, mission accomplished. She's like, okay, good job, like here's your payment and whatnot. And then after she does that, Kyle is like, wait a minute. And then she's like, oh, time for me to like get my eclipse solar eclipse telescope. So she pulls up a telescope that's supposed to block like the sun ray and whatnot. So she gets this telescope, she looks at the sun, she sees the rocket with Miss Ellen in there, like getting fling into it, and then eventually the rocket like, you know, blows up the moment it touches the sun. And then Wendy's like, oh, goodbye, Miss Ellen. And then Kyle kind of realizes that, you know, Wendy got Miss Ellen killed and launched into the sun. And Kyle's like, oh, you didn't, Wendy. And Wendy ends the episode with the line, I told her, don't fuck with Wendy Tesla Burger. And that's how the episode ends. And whatnot. Like, the episode literally ends with Wendy actually getting someone killed, which is very funny because I'm used to people saying like, oh, doesn't Carmen kill the most people like in the earlier season? I'm like, actually no, he started killing people later on. It was Wendy that actually killed people. It was all because of her being jealous. And that's crazy how it ends. Yeah, exactly. Like, Stella, I do recommend like early South Park, because early South Park, in my opinion, it actually had really good writing. Like, I know most people would argue that for a lot of old like American cartoons that the earlier seasons were like, okay, it's meant to like establish the world and whatnot. But in my opinion, I think South Park was at its best in the earlier seasons. I think they did a really good job with the story writing and like the type of comedy they wanted to go for at the time. And whatnot, and how it kind of built its reputation that people know for it to this day. So I think the earlier seasons are actually worth a watch, and I do recommend them. They're pretty funny. I like them a lot. I'll give it a shot then. Yeah, I think you will like it, because in my opinion, when it comes to South Park, I know most people would say it's like acquired taste. I would agree to an extent, but I feel like if you're the type of person that just doesn't give a shit about like anything in general, and you just view a joke as a joke, then you will absolutely love South Park, because it really doesn't hold back when it comes to the type of like jokes it makes.
あー、疲れた。腹減った。なんかこう甘ったるいもんが食いてえな。
その願い叶えて信ぜようぞ。
おお、部屋に大量の菓子が並んでやがる。ランプの魔人でも現れたか。
やあ、邪魔してるよ、少年。
Oh yeah, this is literally how you meet Harley. I guess they like like I said, they had to speed up like you reuniting with the characters because of like time travel shenanigans, where Fang and Aaron are like the only ones that remember like the previous timeline. Everyone else is like a fresh like, you know, state. They don't know what's happening. They don't have their memories from the previous timeline.
ほら、おっさん。
なぜ私の名前を知っているんだい？
because we met before.
俺はこう見えて妖精研究に興味があってだな。だからお前のことも知ってるんだ。
Wait. Wait, did this guy just fucking lie? I thought he was gonna be honest with them and be like, oh, I know you from like another timeline. Because that's what he did with like Tiara. Like he literally told Tiara like, oh hey, I known you like for a long, like we actually know each other. Like we've been companions in a previous timeline. I came from the future. Or for some reason, like something happened in the future and now I'm in the past and I'm gonna prevent that from happening. You know, like he tells like Tiara that, like he literally gives her the spiel that he time traveled and whatnot. Like he didn't hold back, he didn't like dilute it and whatnot. But for Harley, he just went like, oh, I'm gonna lie a little bit.
君がね。なんだよ。言っとくがストーカーじゃねえからな。
Stalker. Oh yeah, that one. So Stella, when Fang told Tiara like he's from the future and that he actually lists like some of the things that Tiara would do that only she will know. And when at first she thought that he was a stalker and actually give him the nickname Mr. Stalker. And whatnot, and I'm just kind of sitting here going like, I feel bad for this guy because I know what happens to Tiara in the future, and this guy is literally trying his best to like tell her that he's from the future and whatnot, but at the same time I'm like, dude, this is peak comedy. And whatnot, like you can tell that Fang is like, well, in that moment he was really struggling to like tell her. Like he was trying to like be like, oh my god, how can I break it to her?
ストーカーだなんて思うわけないだろ。面白いね、君は。
Agreed, yeah.
こいつがストーカーされるような玉かよ。
That's actually a true statement. Because Harley, like, we do learn early on that she travels a lot and she's usually by herself. Well, besides with her fairy. She's usually by herself. So I'm actually surprised that she doesn't get stalkers. I guess it's because like she's such a shut-in research like character. Like, you know, she likes to do research all the time. I guess most people are like, oh, let's just leave her alone.
俺がいなくちゃゴミためと化した部屋でジャンクフード片手に研究ばっかしてる女だ。
Yeah, exactly. Like Balkis got it right.
ところで君、そのマントはどうしたんだい？
ああ、さっき拾ったんだ。まったくありがてえ。
それは私が置いといたもんだよ。でもまあいい。こうなったら君にあげよう。
このマントはハーラーのもんだったのか。ならお前こそあんなとこで何をしてたんだよ。
ああ、私はね。騒がしいけどなんかあった？
Let's see, do you know there was a Senran Kagura burst renewal delocalization translation mod? Wait, there's a there's a mod for burst renewal that's not like nudity or like more outfits? There's an actual like mod for like to retranslate it? I didn't even know that. Shinx, I don't mind if you like, I don't know, drop the link on like chat if that's like okay. Unless like the link gives me like a fucking virus, then I would say don't do that. But if it's like safe and whatnot, then I don't mind. So I can like, you know, testify that it's real or not. Because I'm the type of person that kind of needs hard evidence. Like maybe like, I don't know, like a GitHub sort of thing. Unless they do they do GitHubs for that? Yeah, they do.
おや？君も私を知っているのかい？
おいおい、俺はおっさんじゃねえぞ。
ファングさんとアリンさんのお知り合いなのですか？
ややこしくなるからお前は口挟むな。しっし。
Wait, are you kidding me? Bang, come on.
そんな虫けらを払うような手でドキドキ。
Yeah, see, Stella, look, she really likes it when you berate her.
そんな虫けらを払うような手でドキドキ。
まあいいか。私を知っているなら話は早い。ご存知の通り、私は妖精研究家のハーラー。こっちはパートナー妖精のバハス。いきなり部屋で待ち伏せなんかして悪かった。実は折り入って頼みたいことがあってね。
Damn right, that's my wife there. Indeed.
そんなことよりこのスイーツ食べていい？いいよね。よかったもんね。いただきます。
It's literally the same
それ
CG.
はあり。これは俺のだ。
It's literally the same CG as before. But yeah, Stella, like look at that. What a nice picture. Everyone's eating desserts. Bogus is being the house husband that he is. Everyone's eating all kinds of sweets. You have good old QE here. Being cute.
もぐもぐもぐもぐ。うわー、やっぱりうまー。このミルフィーユの生クリームと生地の黄金比、フルーツのみずみずしさ、とろける舌触り、たまらないよ。
こっちのフォンダンショコラはもっとうめえ。焦げ目のついたほろ苦い生地と中から出てくる濃厚なチョコレート。生地の重厚感とチョコレートのトロトロ感のギャップもたまらねえ。
ちょっとお二人とも勝手に人様のものを食べるなんていけません。
But we did got permission.
そしてその無駄にうまい食レポはどこで身につけたんですか？
嬉しいね。そんなに喜んでもらえると作りがいがあるってもんだ。ハーラーのやつはこの俺の料理を食っても全然感動しやがらねえからな。
あいにくと味音痴なもんでね。そこのお嬢さんも食べたらいい。私は構わないよ。
そうですか。ではお言葉に甘えて。
フォンダンショコラは俺んだぞ。
では私はマカロンを。ほん。
どうだ。
ても美味しいです。それに美味しいだけじゃなくてすっとお腹に馴染んでいくような感じです。
いいとこに気づくな、ジョーちゃん。俺の料理は素材も厳選されてる。体に悪いもんは使わねえ主義だ。
へえ、そうなのか。
そうなのかって知らなかったのかよ。まったく宝の持ち腐れだな。まあうまい。
こんなことの繰り返しなら何度だっていいよ。でも妙じゃない？ドルファの立食パーティーはどうなったの？
いやしいなてめえは。食い物のことばっかか。
そうじゃなくて、私たちがハーラーと知り合ったのはドルファのパーティーでシャルマン様と出会った後だったじゃない。
Yeah,
そういや
there's
そう
like
だった。
changes to the timeline now.
ティアラ、お前宛てにドルファの立食パーティーの招待状は来てないか？
招待状？いいえ、来ていませんけど。
ドルファホールディングスのパーティーなら中止になったと聞いたよ。
Yep, there's a big difference. Because originally, after the ice cave, you would go to the Dwarfa party where Tiara and Aaron were like gushing over Lord Sherman. Stella. So Sherman is like this very pretty boy, like blonde guy. He's literally a pretty boy. Like, he's literally designed to be your typical, like, you know, oh, he's like a handsome prince sort of guy, you know, very elegant. He plays the piano for fuck's sake, so like, and whatnot. Like, I will forever laugh at the fact that Sherman is literally designed to be such a pretty boy from the get-go, that when you actually get to know his character, you kind of realize one of two things. One, the guy's missing some screws, and two, wow, no wonder he actually gets along with Fang, despite the fact that the two are like rival characters and whatnot. But like, yeah.
どういうことだ？
考えられるのは一つだね。ファングが時空を超えて過去に戻ったために、それが得意点になった。
Makes sense to me, yeah. Like, dude, I wish I can show you what Sherman looks like, because like, I do have a save file that you can actually see how he looks and whatnot. But I'll do that later. Let me save first and like, you know, power through these cutscenes.
君たち、お取り込み中悪いけど、そろそろ私の要件も聞いてもらっていいかな。
聞くだけ聞いてやっから勝手に喋りな。
それはありがたいことだね。実はザワザ平野にフューリーがあるらしい。だがそれがドルファの幹部に守られていてね。
ザワザ平野、アポローネスだね。
彼のことも知っているのか。君たちはかなりの情報通らしい。私の要件とはそれだよ。力を合わせてフューリーを手に入れたい。
なんで俺がそんなことしなきゃなんねんだ。お断りだね。
やります。女神復活のためには避けて通れない道です
もの。やっぱこうなるか。
ザワザ平野に行くのはいいけどさ、ハーラーの目的は何なの？ただ協力してくれるだけじゃないよね。
Oh, hey! Hey, Eagle, how are you? Welcome, welcome. Let me give you a shout out. Hold on. Wait, I just realized, like, I need to close a tab. I didn't spend a raid. Hold on. But yeah, hello raiders. Welcome, welcome. How was Ace Attorney? How far you guys went? Let's see if I go. There you go, Eagle. Welcome, welcome, raiders. I'm in the middle of a cutscene with Fairy Fencer. I literally spend like, I spent the first hour stream literally yapping I didn't even touch the game yet. And I spent the last 2 hours, sorry, the next 2 hours, like doing some of the challenges, like switching characters like 400 times, like jumping a certain amount and shit, because I wanted to do it. Like, I just use it as an opportunity just to keep yapping. And then I spend the next 2 hours actually going through the game. And then I kind of like started yapping with Stella, and I started to show him like all kinds of funny like fan service shit. And we also talked about like just anime stuff in general. Especially when it comes to like people going, oh, women's aren't perverts, they don't like drawing perverted shit. And then me and Stella literally started listing like a bunch of female mangakas that really likes tits and ass. And whatnot. But yeah, we've been doing that and also going through the story as well. Let's see, we completed the first part of the final case where we have stopped Whimperson. We also saw Targe's physical appearance. They're so cute. Oh, that's cool. Well, I'm glad for that. Wait, if you say you're in like the first part of the final case, that means you're pretty much near the end of the game then. Hey, congrats. I'm assuming you have to do like a few more like parts, and then I'm not sure if that game has like DLC cases for it or whatnot, but if it does, then that means you still have stuff to do. But if it's like, nope, there's only the main story and that's it, then like, yo, you're near the end game. That's amazing.
Let's
see, yeah, women can be perverted. Most of those cringy literature of Monday morning milking was written by a woman, and there was a ton of them. Yeah. Agreed. Oh yeah, Ego. I was talking about this with both with Shinx and also Stella. Well, both like yesterday's stream when I was talking to Stella, but also today's stream when I was talking to yesterday's stream when I was talking to Shinx, my bad. And today's stream that I was talking with Stella and whatnot. So Ego, there is a JRPG game called Blue Reflection. It's basically magical girls, but in a JRPG format. So you're like, okay, that sounds cool. What else do I need to know? So they're going to release a collection called Blue Reflection Quarter, where it's gonna have the first game, the second game, the end of service mobile game, and the anime in like a neat collection. And before you're like, oh, that sounds awesome. Where's the downside of this? Simple. They are forced to censor it. You see, when they announced it, the developers literally like had to tell everyone like, unfortunately, we're going to be forced to censor this game because we are forced to abide to the modern standards. And if you're wondering, like, what did they change? Like, you must tell me the horrible news. For example, they reduced the amount of TNA in the games. So I need to tell you this, Ego, because you need to have some form of context. Blue Reflection is a Yuri shipping, very fan servicey magical girl game. Like, there is a lot of moments that will make you scream, damn, that is some good ass Yuri. But at the same time, man, that's a good ass tit. And whatnot. There's even a growth system. Well, a hidden growth system to be more precise. Where depending on the answers you give to certain questions, it will influence certain stats. There is and the funny thing about this is that most of the answers that give you like the best like stats for it is when you act more suggestively, like you are a little bit more flirty, a little bit more, you know, a little handsy, essentially. And because of that, a lot of the time, most players would just pick the risque answers to get like the huge stat boosts and whatnot, and you do get like the occasional good like fan service moment and whatnot, because it's very obvious it's gonna have that and whatnot. But yeah, so the developers mentioned that they had to remove it for the collection because of the, you know, modern standards and whatnot. Another one was that they had to reduce the amount of suggestive content, where there are actual scenes in the game where the characters are actually nude, but not like you can see their nipples and shit. It's more like Barbie doll, like autonomy sort of thing. Like, you know, it's just like a blank slate, essentially. But unfortunately, they're forced to censor it by giving the characters really ugly looking bath towels. And I really do mean like it really looks ugly. And whatnot, and they had to reduce a lot of the suggestive language that I mentioned beforehand and whatnot. So yeah, they did that and whatnot. And you want to know the sad thing about it, Eagle, is that when you actually look at that interview, the developers look so defeated. They sound defeated. They look defeated. They literally look like all their weapons broke in front of them, and they're just forced to retreat. Like, they felt so beaten up. It is really sad to see. And it didn't help the fact that when it came to the Blue Reflection franchise in general, it was very open to the fact that it's very fan servicey. It was literally made for like a male audience because like Ego. So when it came to like Blue Reflection fans in the West, they're under the impression that like this game franchise that has like a lot of Yuri shipping and whatnot, they think it's for like LGBT people. They think it's for like lesbians and whatnot. Only for the developers to say in like interviews, they literally say like, oh, these games are meant for guys. Like, like only guys are into Blue Reflection. Which I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, because when you look at Yuri stuff and whatnot, it is clear that it has a more male demographic, and it's mostly made for guys that think like, you know, like, hey, girl and girl action, that's pretty cool. I think it's kind of hot at the same time, you know, that sort of reaction, sort of thing. Like, that's how Yuri is like when it comes to the genre and whatnot. So because of that, it kind of made me go like, yeah, what's the point at this point? Like you said, what's the point? It was meant to have all this fan service and shit, but it's just gone. They have to abide to the modern standards. And whatnot. But yeah, I was talking about that with Stella and Shinx, and we were all just expressing so much disappointment. Like, we were just really sad about it. Let me see what you wrote down real quick. I remember a Japanese account posting, I hate how people always pirate our games, but after seeing all this censorship going on in your country, I can understand why you all pirate it now. Yeah, that is really true. Oh, hold on. Let me get water because my throat is kind of dying right now. But yeah, like, I'm kind of glad that the Japanese side understands our pain now, because after they like notice our posts, they're like, oh, no wonder. And to be honest with you, Ego, before like they learned that and shit, I understand that in Japan, piracy is looked down on because of like they have a much stricter sense of copyright, and it's also due to the fact of like stuff that happened during like the gaming industry during the 90s and whatnot, and why they have that strict like policy and everything. But I'll say that for another time. And let me see what we wrote down real quick. Going to lurk, going to stretch, and get something to eat now. No problem, Ego. Like if you guys need to like lurk and like, you know, raid and like ditch and whatnot, I'm completely fine with that because you guys have been streaming for like a really long time. So I do hope that you guys rest well, you know, stretch, get something to eat, like you said, Ego and whatnot. I hope you guys do well and everything. So I do appreciate you guys like rating and me and like just entertaining my like rants every now and then. I do appreciate it. And whatnot. But yeah. So have a good one, Eagle. I hope you get something good to eat. Let's see, also the crossover arc between Japanese Twitter and Twitter in other languages. Oh yeah, true. Didn't like okay, I don't use social media that much. If I'm gonna be honest with you, chat, I rarely use it. I only use it for like anime shit and whatnot. But what was the reason for like Japanese Twitter and like other Twitters to like kind of merge together to like have each other's posts like, you know, appear with one another? Like what was the reason for that? Because I was kind of confused about that. Because for my case, because of me following a bunch of Japanese artists, of course I'm gonna have like a bunch of Japanese like, you know, posts and whatnot. But like from what I'm hearing, from how some people describe it, it seems like it doesn't matter if they didn't follow a Japanese person or not, they're still gonna get Japanese posts. So I'm curious to why that's the case.
ここいらでは見ない顔だと思ってね、ちょいと気になったんだよ。そしてカダカス氷窟の中で強大な力を私の陽性力測定器が観測した。
カダカス氷窟というと、折れたフューリーがアリンさんの力で進化した時ですわね。
進化か。それは大変興味深い。先日計測した数値ほどではなかったけれど、今回も見事な数値だったんだ。私はこれほどの陽性力を発揮したのがどんな陽性なのかますます興味が湧き、君たちの後をつけた。それでこの宿を見つけた。ああ、マントは君たちが軽装に見えたんで、私からのささやかな支援のつもりだったんだよ。
へえ、そりゃありがてえな。ってよく考えるとお前の方が俺たちをずっとストーカーしてたってことかよ。
Pretty much.
ハーラーらしいって言えばらしいけど、ちょっと怖い。狙いは私なんだよね。
怖くないよ。おいでおいで。
なんか前より目つきが怖い。
冗談はさておき、私は君のファング君の妖精の力を間近で見たい。それだけなんだよ。正直に言うと、世界平和なんてどうでもいいし、正義が何かもわからない。こんな人間を仲間にするのは嫌かい？
俺は構わないぜ。なんというか、こういうのは慣れてるからな。
Let's see. Yo, hey, the mean green pepper bean. How are ya?
Arigatou. そう言ってもらえると嬉しいよ。
Good. How about you? I'm doing fine. I've been like yapping hard, like for the whole stream, both on like topics that isn't related to Fairy Fencer, and also topics that kind of relate to it but not completely. I've been yapping more than I've been like, you know, playing it. And whatnot, but yeah. Dude, I love this game. Got the Advent Dark Force. Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, I have both the original back on like PlayStation 3 and also like the Steam port of it. And I have Advent Dark Force on the Switch. And why not? And yeah, I do enjoy the games. Like Fairy Fencer, I will always enjoy because I understood what they were going for the story, where it's literally like, yeah, it's extremely lighthearted. And when it does have like a serious plot point or two, it's like, you know, they still maintain the lighthearted nature. It's just like they're still able to make sure that the serious plot point does act serious. Like they don't dilute it that much. So that I'm glad that they do that. And also I do like the other story routes in Advent Dark Force. I do want to play actually no, not play. I want to continue playing the tactic game, the tactic spin-off game, because I really like the music in that one. I mean, granted, like the whole point of that game is like, hey, we have like some really banger ass music and you can do like a bunch of duets in the battlefield. Like it's literally Bean, have you heard of a game called Stella Glow? That's literally what the tactics spin-off game of Fairy Fencer is. It's literally Stella Glow. And it's such a good tactics game. No, you never played it? Okay, so Stella Glow is a 3DS tactic game where the general plot is that you play as a guy whose hometown gets ravaged by a witch, and that his childhood friend ends up becoming a witch as well. And that the general plot line is just you trying to figure out like, okay, why did this witch like destroy my hometown? Why is my childhood friend a witch? Why do I have memories of the enemy witch and her being sad that I apparently died and whatnot? And that there's a heavy emphasis on the fact that you have a bunch of love interests, and each of those love interests are witches. And when you use the witches in battle, they actually sing, and that changes the BGM of the field as well. And not only that, but every song has a specific status effect. Like for example, your childhood friend, she's like a water witch, so all of her songs focus on like improving healing, maybe put a heavier emphasis on your defense or make sure you have more HP. And when that's what the water witch does. Let's see. Also, the game music is a little loud. Oh, okay, my bad. Hold on. There we go. Holy shoot, sounds cool. Yeah, what else is there? There's a Wind Witch. I like using her the most because she all of her songs focuses on agility, which improves your accuracy, but also the turn order, so you're able to get your turns in more often. And then you have like One Witch, which a lot of people really like a lot because they're like, yo, she's literally the peak embodiment of ideal waifu. And when all of her songs are literally like, yeah, does unga bunga damage, does increase your damage output. Also, it helps that she's more connected to the general story outside of like the independent endings you get depending on the witch you get along with. Also, there's a harem ending, and it's, in my opinion, it's worth it. I like the harem ending. It's absolutely worth it. I'm like, yo, finally an actual harem. I'm so used to getting cock-blocked. Whenever a harem series says like, oh, we have a harem, they always pick one girl. I want him to get all of them because he's actually a good character. And whatnot, but yeah. So yeah, because of that being like, I highly recommend Stellar Glow. It's a really good game. It will hit all the niches you like if you're into that sort of genre, like in terms of gameplay. Like if you're like, yo, I'm a absolute otaku that likes the early 2000s, well, not early 2000s, like 2010s aesthetic, you know, like the moe blob shit, I think you will like it and whatnot. Like it's absolutely amazing. Also, soundtrack, like I said, the songs are great. Like each Witch song, absolutely memorable. It's really good. I like it a lot. I highly recommend it. It's a 3DS game though, so you either have to play it through legal methods. I'm putting quotation marks on the legal method part, or you actually have a 3DS and you just happen to get a copy of it and whatnot. Me personally, I do have it physically, but I did back it up because of archiving purposes. So at that point, I can literally just play that game in a quote-unquote legal sense, but also in another legal sense as well. But like, you guys know what I mean by that. But anyway, let's see, that's nice. But my favorite game is Dragon Steel Volnir. Dragon Star Volnir. Yeah. Dude, I also like that game too. I wouldn't say it's like my favorite game. It would be Mary Skelter, but Dragon Star Volnir, pretty cool. I love the concept. I love the fact that you have to eat enemies in order to gain skills. Like, it reminds me of, have you heard of a game called Digital Devil Saga? It's like a spin-off game of the Megami Tensei franchise. Yeah, if I recall correctly. Yeah, it's literally that, of course. Yeah. Like, Dragon Star Volnir is literally that mechanic in Digital Devil Saga, where you eat the enemies to get, like, you know, skill points to, like, master your class, so you get new skills and whatnot. Like, it's literally the same mechanic when you think about it. You eat the enemy, you get new skills from them. And I'm a big otaku nerd. Yeah, same. Like, dude, I kind of feel like nowadays, when it comes to being an otaku, it's really rare. Because I feel like a majority of, like, modern fans, I feel like they only focus on mainstream stuff. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I just feel like a majority of the time when you interact with them, it's always, like, the mainstream things. And it's kind of like, in my opinion, it's kind of like being a normie. I know that sounds weird because I'm so used to, like, you know, us anime nerds being, like, literally bullied all the time in the early 2000s and whatnot. Like, I remember getting bullied in that sense too. But it's so weird to actually say that statement. Like, modern anime fans that only watch mainstream shit are normies. Like, do you guys know how weird of a sentence that is? Like, it's so weird to me. Like, I just don't get it. And whatnot. But yeah, let's see, I did have the second game of Digital Devil Saga. The second game. I love that game too. I know it's a duology, but I love the whole, like, duology in general. They're amazing. But yeah, that's true. Never thought of it like that. It is. Me too. Yeah, exactly. But when I was in school, people will hate and bully me for being a nerd. But now anime is peak. Yeah, it's so weird. Because, like, for your case, you literally, unfortunately, got hate and bullied for it. For my case, I remembered that, for my case, anime was something that either A, you were a loser, B, you had to be Asian for, or C, here's the C part. Are you ready, Bean? C is you're one of those people that watch anime in the boys' bathroom. Because I remember back in middle school and high school, the only place you will actually find anime nerds to, like, have a peaceful time watching anime is literally in the bathroom. The school bathroom. Remember, it's the school bathroom. It fucking smells like crap in there, but that's literally the only way for you to like find like anime nerds there that are just like minding their own business watching shit. That's like literally one of the ways you can find them. Like, it's just, that's literally how it was like for me growing up. It's like, yeah, you're a loser, you're either Asian, which, I mean, Asian is Asian, like that. Or you hang out in the bathroom. And whatnot. Like, I don't know. It was just like that in school for me. Like, it's just so funny. Like, yeah, it's weird compared to, like, other people. Like, I know some people were like, oh, yeah, I got, like, swirlies and shit. Like, no, like, from my school, it's like, oh, if you go to the bathroom, you'll find, like, a little, like, covenant group. Like, a little cult group of, like, anime nerds just watching anime on the phone. And whatnot. But, yeah, a secret nerd, yeah. Pretty much, well, not the last part. Never happened to me, yep. But yeah, I remember that. That was literally how it was like to be an anime nerd for me back when I attended school and shit. I don't think I ever got it. Like, I'm gonna try to remember college, because I remember we did had a college, club. In the college I attended. If I remember correctly, there was a club where a bunch of guys would just like ask well, I wouldn't say ask permission. They actually got permission to like put a giant ass TV in the cafeteria where they can just watch anime on it and also play video games. Like, they were literally given permission to, like, put a TV there. And they, like, carried the TV like it's nothing. Where they would just watch, like, anime, and it didn't matter what genre, like, whatever it's gonna be, like, a serious anime, or is it gonna be, like, a rom-com ecchi anime, etc., etc. They would literally just, like, set up the TV, put on a random anime, and then they just sit there and watch. And then if there's video game night, they just plug in like a random console and just play video games there. I remember them. It was an interesting experience. Let's put it like that. It was kind of an interesting experience. And why not? But yeah, let me see what you guys wrote down real quick. Let's see, that's good. Wow, yeah. Let's see, that series, that fit in popular shonen Atasatori. Maybe not Oshi no Koi, since the manga ended and got a lot of hate for the ending. Sailor Moon and Ghibli. Yeah, like indeed, most people talk about Dragon Ball, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, and others. True. Still a huge Pokemon and DBZ fan, but I love other animes. Oh, I believe it. Yeah. Was there hentai? No. That was considered bad. You get banned, unfortunately, in the college grounds. Like, you will get like suspended. We can't show porn, unfortunately. But yeah, my favorite anime is you like Fairy Tail? Hell yeah, brother. I love Fairy Tail. That's my favorite shonen. Like, dude, I played the PSP games growing up. Like, the moment my uncle saw that I like watching Fairy Tail, because my uncles and aunts, they were the reason why I got into anime to begin with. So every week they will give me like a new anime to watch every now and then. So one of them was Fairy Tail, and I remember watching it, and I just fell in love. I loved it a lot, to the point that I read the manga afterwards, and I got to like compare and contrast the two and everything. But yeah, but I love watching it. And I remember my uncle noticed that I liked it a lot, so he gave me the Japanese ROMs for those Fairy Tail games, since they were only released in Japan. And even though I didn't understand Japanese at the time, I still had a lot of fun with it. I loved it so much. And whatnot. Like it was amazing. I loved it. I loved it a lot. Let's see. That's the best. It is. Let's see. I still like Dragon Ball and Pokemon as well as other anime. Yeah. You watched the OVAs? Yes, you did. Yeah. Let's see. I got the necklace and got both games for PlayStation 4. Oh, the Gus Fairy Tail games. Yeah, the one that covers the time skip and also the final story arc of Fairy Tail, like those ones, those Fairy Tail games, if I remember correctly, because I didn't spend a lot of time in the Gus games that much. I remember spending at least 5 hours in the first one because I went from like the tutorial to I think the end of the Magic tournament. The Magic games. My bad. The Magic games. Because I remember that's where I stopped playing. And then for Fairy Tail 2, I remember actually finishing that one. I remember finishing that one. Like, I got all the way to the ending. And I did the post-game content. And when I remember doing that. But, no spoilers. Yeah, no problem. I know, like, when it comes to, like, RPG games, they always have, like, post-game content. Like, to me, it's, like, a given. Because, like, sure, you can have, like, an anime adaptation game that only focuses on the main story. But at the same time, I feel like most of the time, they would add, like, a bunch of post-game shit that you can do to kind of, like, I guess, satisfy you for a little bit after you just see how they format the game. The story in a game format. So to my case, it's like, yeah, that makes sense. And whatnot. But anyway, what else do you guys wrote down? did anyone was smart enough to hide hentai and watch it? I mean, I did that when I was school. Yeah. Yeah, I like how Natsu is like, I'm the best, and then the train comes by and it's like, remember me? Yeah, dude. I remember the whole, like, motion sickness that all the Dragon Slayers have. It's so funny to me that, like, the whole motion sickness thing makes sense when you kind of think about, like, the whole, oh, yeah, because they literally think like dragons. Like, they have the sensibilities of one. So, like, if you disrupt it, of course it's going to make them feel sick. Like, it makes sense to me, and I always laugh. Like, Bean, I'm pretty sure everyone saw the ending of Fairy Tail. Yeah, I'm in the assumption that people saw the ending. I will forever laugh at the fact that the literal plan that they did to, like, get the upper hand. Oh wait, really? You did not? Oh, I thought you did. My bad. All right, I'll not mention it. All right, I suggest you just see it because I will forever crack up at it. But anyway. But I am getting there. Okay, so I'll just, like, keep the spoilers away. I won't, like, spoil it for you, Bean. I read the manga we read the manga to the end. Oh, that's great. Oh yeah, because you were able to, like, talk to me about Fairy Tail when I mentioned it one time. When I, like, hanged out in your streams. You go, yeah, I remember. I don't read, but thank you. Oh, okay. So I guess you're, like, more of an anime watcher then. I mean, that's fine. Like, in my opinion, when it comes to the anime and manga, I feel like they're kind of in the same boat. Although I like the blood and gore and more of the tits and ass in the manga compared to the anime. I feel like the anime kind of skips out when it comes to, like, certain panels, because I feel like certain panels were kind of done injustice in the anime, in my opinion. But, like, yeah, but outside of that, it's like, I think both ones are pretty good. They're pretty decent. And whatnot. But yeah, let's see. I bought the Sorry, I bought the game on Switch, but I haven't played it. Yeah. Let's see. Not me, not yet. All right. Only because I don't read manga. Yeah, I watch more than reading, but I need the manga for Deadman Wonderland. Dude, Deadman Wonderland is also another classic. I read that one too. I'm kind of sad that the anime stopped at like the first few volumes because I felt like they did a good job at adapting the source material. So because of that, I was kind of hoping that they could do the rest in the anime format, but for the manga's case, it was a fun read. I like reading it. It was cool. Deadman Wonderland is also a pretty good series too. Like, I love how like edgy it was. Like, it was so fucking edgy. It was great. Like, it was literally the embodiment of like the early 2000s edge, like what most people think it is. And I'm like, yeah, it fits well. I like it a lot. The anime was so good, but the ending, dude, yeah, like, god damn, man. And whatnot. Let's say I really like the time I got reincarnated as a slime in ReZero. Need to watch the last seasons. Wait, did they ended the story for them, or is it like the last season for now? And whatnot, because I still hear talks about them still like writing light novels of it and whatnot, unless they actually ended the light novels, so they're just wrapping up the anime at that point. And whatnot. So yeah, for now I think. Oh, okay, so it's for now. Gotcha. All right, that makes sense. Because I think the last time I saw like ReZero was season 3. If I remember correctly. For Slime, I think it was season 2. Because at the time, I didn't have time to like catch up with both the anime and also the light novels where they stopped at. So because of that, I was kind of busy like doing, well, I was busy doing other things, so I wasn't able to catch up and whatnot. But yeah, let's see. Corpse Party was scary but etchy as fuck. That is true. I like when it comes to the Corpse Party writer, he really doesn't hold back when it comes to how people fucking die in the story, but at the same time he does not deny the fact that he has a piss fetish. Like, it is so funny to me how there's always a piss scene in every Corpse Party game. Like, there's no ifs, no buts. There will always be one piss scene. And when, like, this even applies to like there's like his other works that are not Corpse Party. Like, I remember there was one work called like Dolls Fallen. That one had like a piss scene. And then there was like he was also the writer for Death and Request 1 and 2. And I remembered, let's see, from Death and Request 1, I remember there was like at least 2 piss scenes from my memory. I know there's one in Death and Request 2, like at the start, because it was meant to make you go like, oh shit, this is actually frightening. I'm actually pissing along with the character sort of thing. Like, is that scary? And whatnot, but like, yeah. What else did you guys wrote down? Because I know I tend to like yap. Let's see. What about Danmachi? Yeah, is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? I like Danmachi. Danmachi is pretty cool. I like reading the light novels a lot because I felt like the anime kind of skipped off of like some events that played a major role in the story and whatnot, but I felt like they adapted the first few volumes in season 1 and season 3 pretty well. I think season 2 kind of suffered from like them kind of skipping around too much. And whatnot, but I do want to play that like Metroidvania game. that came out recently. Like, it's on Steam and Switch. It's like a side story to Danmachi. I forgot the name of it. Also, I'm gonna be right back. I need to do something real quick. Alright, I'm back. Let's see. Well, I need to go. Need to sleep. I have fun. You guys are awesome. And all. Yeah, no problem, Bean. I'm glad that you stopped by to, like, say hi to us and talk to us before you need to sleep. I do appreciate it. I'm glad to find another person that likes fairy tale as well, so that's that's amazing. But yeah, I hope you have a good night, Bean, and have pleasant dreams. So yeah, see ya. But yeah, fuck, what were we all talking about? Because I felt like we were all talking about all kinds of things. And whatnot. Let's see, you guys mentioned Danmachi. You guys talked about Chivalry of the Failed Knight. I remember reading that one. That one was pretty good. I remember watching the anime too. The anime was also great as well. But yeah, is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? Man, how would I word it? I liked it. I liked it a lot. I feel like, what's the word I'm looking for? I remember reading it when it initially had fan translations, and before it got like an official localization and whatnot. And I remember enjoying the light novel quite a lot. Like, it was a really fun read to me because I don't really what's the word I'm looking for? Light novels is kind of something that I don't really interact with too much. I was more of an anime and manga person. Like, the light novels I did read would be Danmachi, as you guys can tell, Shaka no Shana. There is a certain magical index. Like, I really love reading certain magical index. That one is really good. I love the light novel. The anime, I felt like did it injustice because of them cutting off a lot of stuff. And that's why I'm saying that the light novel and anime are so fucking peak. Yeah, like... I did enjoy the first season of Danmachi. The first season anime was really great. And whatnot. But yeah, what else do you guys wrote down? Let's see. Oh, the Toaru series is amazing. I hate the anime so much. I'm so sad that, like, Index gets the short end of the stick in terms of anime adaptation. But Railgun actually gets the better one. Because they actually properly adapted the source material. Like, the Railgun story, I mean. Like, both the manga and also the light novel for it. Like, I'm so sad that, like, Railgun actually got a proper adaptation compared to Index. Index didn't. That's why I'm saying it's bullshit. Yeah, exactly. Like, I really hated it as well. Because Index was so cool. Like, I'm not saying that Railgun sucks. It's just more like, I really enjoyed the events of Index a lot more. Let's see. Also, the Railgun manga ended as with Chainsaw Man Part 2 manga. Oh yeah, because the author said that after Part 2, it's the end of Chainsaw Man. Like, that's the official finale for it. Yeah, I remember. Let's see. And the Index light novel is so good. Helps you love many of the characters as well as Toma especially. Yeah, I feel like the issue with, like, the Index anime is that they weren't able to incorporate a lot of Toma's, like, monologues, like his inner thoughts. Because when you actually listen to Toma, you kind of realize that, he's literally, like, a chill guy. Like, he's unironically a chill guy who just gets into so many shitty scenarios. Like, you feel really bad for him. And also, he's actually a really smart guy. Like, in terms of battle. Like, he's actually really battle smart. To the point that, like, you realize that the reason why Toma, like, talks to his opponents so much is him trying to figure out their, like, what's the word I'm looking for? He's trying to figure out, like, how to get under their skin. He's trying to get them to be unfocused, like, from, like, you know, them being pissed off and whatnot, so he's able to take advantage of, like, their blind spot. And when, like, that's the thing about Toma. Like, he is a really battle smart character, especially when you listen to his inner monologues. So it's kind of a shame that in the anime, they don't incorporate a lot of his inner monologues, so you're kind of left thinking, like, okay, is he actually smart in battle? Or is he just, like, going by the motions? You know, that sort of thing. When in actuality, he is a really smart individual. He knows how to play his opponents. He knows how to, like, smack talk, essentially. He knows how to, like, rally them up. And whatnot. Like, yeah, that's literally the whole point of Toma as, like, a character and whatnot. Like, he's a very interesting guy when you listen to him. And when he's like both Rain and Shiro. Yeah, he is like, when you think about it, Toma is pretty much like Shiro. Like, they have similar mentalities in terms of, like, some things. Although I feel like Toma is a lot more, I would say he's a little bit more stable compared to Shiro. Because, let's be real. Let's be completely real. When it comes to Shiro, I would not call him the most sane person in the world. Let's be real. I don't think anyone will look at Shiro and go like, yeah, he looks like a normal guy. He looks like he has this, he's not missing any screws. I'm like, are you sure about that? Like, if you actually listen to his dialogue, I mean his monologue, you will get a completely different picture. And whatnot. But yeah, what else is there? What other things I like about Toaru? I remember enjoying like the spin-off games because I noticed that the spin-off games did a pretty decent job at like being a fun game to play, but also kind of just being a short adaptation of like the story and whatnot. So for the most part, the games were actually pretty decent. And I will like Stella, I will forever laugh at the amount of shipping people did with Toma and like the teleporting girl. And it's all because of like him princess carrying her like twice throughout the whole story. Like I remember the amount of people shipping them hard was so hilarious to the point that it became a reoccurring joke, and that they even like the actual like writers played into that because if you remember correctly, fuck, I'm trying to remember what it was. It was the gacha game. Yeah, it was the Toaru gacha game. So I remember in the gacha game, there was a ride event where people were like where, you know, it's like, oh hey, all these characters are dressed up in like wedding outfits and whatnot. Like, you know, it's meant to be that type of event. And I remember the one for the teleporting girl, they literally had her being princess carried by Toma. and she's like all blushing and whatnot. Like, I was just laughing hard when I saw it. Let me see if I can find it for you. Toaru Prince carry. Wait, where is it? Hold on. Toma Kuru 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 sorry, Kuruko. Kuruko. Where's the Princess Carrie? Oh, come on. Why is it loading? I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what's wrong with my laptop. Are you kidding me? Do I have to? Fuck. Hold on. All right, here you go, Stella. Like the gotcha game for the bride event, they're literally like, yes, let's make Toma Princess Carrie or Bridal Carrie, the teleporting girl, because it was a literal reoccurring joke throughout the story, and why people ship them so much because of that. I love this. Yeah, yeah, like Misaka. I don't remember the name of Electricity Girl. Sorry, it's been a while. Like you have the Electricity Girl feeling so betrayed in the picture and whatnot. But yeah. But yeah, like this is the picture I wanted to show to you, Stella. Like here you go. Yep, this is a thing. No, it should have been me, not her. It's not fair, indeed. Imagine getting cock blocked by your best friend that likes to grope you. Like, you can't make this shit up. It's great. I love it. I love it a lot. I know, right? Like, it's crazy indeed. But yeah, like I still read Toaru. Well, Index. I still read Index often. Like I still reread like the older volumes because I know there's like 2 new series for it. Like there's a sequel series and then there's a sequel series. And when I know it's still being in development, but I still reread like Index because it's such a magical like story, like early on especially. Like it's such a magical thing. I feel like Index is literally like the light novel equivalent to like Type Moon because they have similar ideas and concepts and they both focus on like kind of sci-fi urban history sort of aesthetic in my opinion, because when you think about it, yeah, it's like very similar and whatnot. And not only that, but as much as I do have gripes with the anime adaptation of Index, I will never deny the fact that the soundtrack is great. Like, I will never deny the fact that the soundtrack is amazing. Like, dude, like Stella, the opening to the first season of Index, dude, it is so memorable. Like, who doesn't think that's a fucking bop? Come on. It's such a good song. It's like literally early 2000s, like kind of what kind of genre would you call it? I wouldn't call it punk. Punk is something else. It's like kind of rock, a little mystery added in there. Like the opening to season 1 of Index, like it's so good. It is really good. Like, goddamn. I agree. The openings and endings are so peak. Yeah, it is. Like, you have the first opening of season 1. I keep forgetting the name of it. I think it's like Sea Visions or something. I don't remember. You have the second opening. That one was decent. It was fine. You have season 2's opening. That one was okay. Then you have opening 2 for it. It was decent. Opening 3, pretty awesome. And then you have season 3 with its openings, and they were all bangers in my opinion. And then you get to the endings and they were awesome and whatnot. Like, goddamn. Also, Stella, I will forever love like the sound effect they did for Imagine Breaker. Like, every time I hear it, you're just like, oh shit. it's working. It's actually he's gonna do it. Like, the sound effect of like hearing Imagine Breaker activate is really good. Like, to the point that when I was playing like the PSP fighting game for Index, like every time I play as Toma and I use like Imagine Breaker, I was like, yeah, I did it. I parried. I fucking parried it. Let's go. Right? When you hear it, you know someone's gonna get their ass beat. Yeah, indeed.
なかなか賑やかになりそうですわね。
犠牲になるのはアリンだけだ。俺たちは無償でバハスの飯が食える。
Oh, I didn't mean to pause it. I was trying to move some windows. My bad.
アリンさん、成仏してください。
AKA music wise, Index is carried by Mami Kawada involving openings. Same for flip side for Railgun. Yeah, like I love the music of like Index and Railgun. They are really great.
私いいことを思いつきました。
おお、そいつは名案だ。
すごーい。まだ何も言ってませんわよ。
いいことっていう前振りでいいことだったことはまずねえ。
I'm trying to remember something. Oh yeah, I did play that shoot. Like the Dengeki like fighting game. You know, it's the one where all of the Dengeki like light novels, well, published by them. Like all the light novels and all their characters are like in a fighting game essentially. I know like most people be like, yeah, that's the one where you play as Electric Girl, you can fight Shaka no Shana. Shaka no Shana. There was also the whole like, you know, oh, my little sister can't be cute, like you can play as her in the fighting game. There was also like Asuna and Kirito because they were in the box art, I remembered. Who else was there? There was like some Sega characters like Valkyria Chronicles, like Sylvia, and then there was Virtual Fighter characters as well. And I'm trying to remember like other characters you could play as in that one. Oh yeah, the main character from like was it called Blacker Than Black? Was that the name of it? Or was it something else? I don't remember. And whatnot. And I think they had like a bunch of like assist characters that was just from like all kinds of like light novels, like Golden Time. There was also that one DLC character that's literally from that I'm gonna try to describe the premise for you guys. Basically, I remember there was a DLC character based on a light novel where the whole premise, Darker Than Black, not the game. That's Black Bullet. Oh, okay, it's Black Bullet. My bad. So is Black Bullet. Yeah, the main character. Or oh yeah, what was that? Oh yeah, the DLC character. So you have the DLC character that's from a light novel series where the whole premise is that you have this guy, he plays an MMO game, he got married in the MMO game, and the guild leader of the MMO decided like, hey, let's all meet up together for like a real life meeting and whatnot to like, you know, hang out and such. So the guy attends it, and it turns out that everyone in the guild, including the girl that he married in the MMO, are all cute anime girls, and they all happen to attend the same school. And what makes them more funny is that the girl, the married girl, what's this call her that? The girl that's married to the main guy in the MMO, she actually thinks they're married for real, and she is the embodiment of a delusional individual that perceives like, you know, oh, all this stuff that happens in video games, this must be real life, right? Like she's literally the embodiment of that. And I know like the whole premise is literally the guy trying to get her out of that mindset and make her kind of focus on reality and whatnot, but at the same time it's like, you know, it's a cute anime girl, like she's really adorable. Like, you can't fault her for that, but still, like, I know that the whole premise of that series is literally just him trying to get this girl to kind of, you know, wake up in reality and whatnot. And I remember, like, for her DLC, you do have to watch the timing of your attacks, because all of her attacks actually requires you to time it. Because if you time it incorrectly, you get like a weaker version of the attack. But if you time it correctly, you get a stronger version. And so her playstyle was pretty cool. And also it makes like a little small references to like the story as well. So that's cool. And that sounds familiar. Yeah, but reality sucks. Look, I know that, Eagle, but the girl is literally crazy. Like, there is a scene that they actually had to change 3 times from the original light novel. So there is a scene where the girl finds out that the main character used to have a crush on this MMO player that of a former guild that he used to belong to. Of course, this member rejected him by saying like, you know, I'm a guy in real life, right? But it turns out that it's fake. She's like the player is actually a girl. More specifically, she is their teacher and whatnot. And upon finding out about this, she actually confronted the teacher and views the teacher as like a, you know, a wench, like a cheating bastard sort of thing, thinking like he's gonna cheat on her and whatnot. So she was about to attack the teacher until the teacher like pretty much karate chopped her and like self-defended herself. And the weapon she used actually changed from the medium, because in the original light novel, she had a real knife. She had an actual knife that she was planning on stabbing the teacher with. It was an actual real knife and whatnot. In the manga, they changed it to a plastic knife, like it's a fake knife. So, you know, it's not too bad and whatnot. In the anime, they changed it to a magical girl staff because because the girl was a healer in the MMO and she dressed herself like a magical girl. So she pretty much like, you know, made a magical girl staff based on the cosmetic that she had in the MMO, and she was going to use it to smack the teacher and whatnot. So yeah, like if that doesn't tell you that she's not the most sane person in the world, I don't know what is. And whatnot. So like, yeah, I remember that. That was a funny thing. Yo, this girl might be dumb. Yeah. And I remember she had a mom, and the mom was fucking hot. And it's a case of like, you know, if you want to know what your wife will look like in the future, look at her mom. And the mom is the literal embodiment of that, because the mom was smoking hot. Like, oh my lord. I envied her husband. Like, she is a really attractive woman. And whatnot. I'm not saying that the daughter isn't like, you know, hot or cute. I just think that the mom is just a different ballgame at that point. Oh damn, I want to see her now. Oh, I guess I can show you who like what the mom looks like. Just let me finish this cutscene.
空気読めよ。未来から来たやつがいるって状況で聞くなら競馬の大穴とかだろ。何真面目ぶってんだ。俺たちはギャグ世界の住人だぞ。
Remember, our job is to make the player. Of course, you're gonna break the fourth wall.
まあまあ、堅苦しいことばっかり考えてないで、もっと気楽に行こうよ。
Oh yeah, so she will grow up to look exactly like her mom anyway. Yeah, exactly. Like it's just so funny.
いっそのこと、女神復活のことも全部忘れちゃってさ。
おお、それがいいな。そうするか。
Although to be honest with you, I feel like, well, if you're gonna apply this in real life standards, I feel like I look more like my mom than I do with my paw and whatnot. It's mostly because the only thing I got from him was like my eyes, and that's it. Everything else, from like my hair to like my eyebrows, it's strictly from my mom and whatnot. So because of that, I think I guess for my case is that for my case I do look more like my mom than I do with my dad. And whatnot. My sister, well, my siblings, I have more than one. My siblings, I would argue they do look more like our parents and whatnot. But like, yeah, for my case, I look more like my mom. Anyway,
何を言い出すんですか？ちょっとおかしいですよ。
俺たちは何もおかしくない。というわけで、一番ファング歌います。
イエーイ！お二人ともどうしてしまったんですか？
That's how it is for most kids. They look more like their mom than their dad, minus maybe a few things. Yeah, exactly. Like when I think about it, I'm like, yeah, I look more like my mom if anything.
よだれ垂れてたぞ。
垂らしてません。
No, you drool. Everyone drools.
なんかうなされてたみたいだけど。私、夢でいいことを思いつきました。お二人が未来から来たのなら、未来で起こる事件や事故のこともご存知ですよね。
I feel like this would apply if the timeline didn't change, but it definitely did in this scenario. So everything's like, you know, everything's just like off their hands at this point. Like some events will definitely have a huge difference compared to before.
被害を未然に防ぐことができるのではありませんか？
お前空気読めよ。
まさか正夢？
俺たちがニュースの内容とかいちいち覚えてるわけねえだろ。
そっちですか？はあ、これが本当のファングさんでしたわね。むしろ安堵した自分が悲しいですわ。
All right, let's save. Let's save. All right. Let me see if I can find the girl for you guys. Hold on. And a lot of these pictures are literally her like semi-nude. Hold on, let me find the one I think will encapsulate the mom better because I'm looking at the daughter. I don't see many pictures of the mom. Hold on. Wait, is there that? Wait, really? There's not a lot of pictures of mom? Hold on. There's no way. No, there's no way. Come on. Maybe this site would help me. Just what I thought. Yeah. Oh shit. I accidentally extended you guys in my end. My bad. Like Tiara looks exactly like her mom. We haven't even seen her yet. That's why. That's what I thought. Yeah. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. And then official. Let's see. It's literally all the. It's literally all the daughter. There's no mom. Wait, hold on. There has to be at least one, like one picture. Like there has to be at least one. That's tragic, damn. Like, yeah, like come on. There has to be at least one picture of dear old mum. All right, let's just grab this real fast. Is she known under a different alias? Let me see if I can find it. All right, no. So, let's see. Oh, okay. Seems like the only time you actually see the mom in the story, like they only give you a description of her. They don't give you like a actual drawn picture. So I guess like the only time you actually get to see what the mom looks like by technicalities in the anime, and there's not like a lot of screenshots of the mom. um. That's bullshit. Yeah, like I'm literally looking through this and I'm like, where's mum? Where's dear mum? Because like the pictures I'm looking at doesn't give the mom justice because you kind of understand upon looking at her, you're like, oh, no wonder the daughter looks the way she does. She got it from her mom. Mom's genes were strong. Yeah, there's not really a clean pic. That's a shame. All right, I guess we had to make do what we have at this point. All right, let's settle with this. Maybe this will work. And then I need to look for the. Where did I put the? There she is. Yeah, I guess I had to. Make do with this. Kind of ugly. Not gonna lie. Wait, actually, I think I found a better picture. Hold on. Nope, never mind. False alarm. You could... Oh, lordy. Why is it that whenever I want to show you guys stuff, it always bites me in the ass? Like, it always goes like, oh, hey, the laptop's loading fucking slow. I'm not able to get it. And sometimes, like, I can't even find the picture. I guess this is sorry, I guess this is fine for now. Alright, let's pull this out. So Stella, this is the daughter. This is the girl who's the Lulu. She's the one that thinks like, oh, if you marry me in the mobile, sorry, if you marry me in the MMO, that means we're married for real, yeah? Yeah, this is the girl. The girl. This is the daughter. This is the girl. I'm gonna and then you have mom. I'm sorry, this is not a clean picture. I couldn't find one. There's Netoge. Yeah, Netoge. I'm glad that Shanks knows it. Also, Stella knows it too. I thought you didn't know, because I was hoping that by me describing it, it was enough to give you guys like context clues of what it is. Oh, I know her. Yeah, the girl is dumb as fuck, but her mom's hot. Yeah, the mom is very very attractive. What's worded like that? She's very hot. Very hot indeed. All right, need to move you guys over here. And whatnot, but yeah. That's why I said it sounded really familiar, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Yeah. Ooh. Sorry, I have to yawn. Wait. There we go. Alright, let's buy these real quick. And then... let's see, I had the idea in my head. I just couldn't remember the girl's name. Yeah, I suck at remembering names as well. Like, never asked me to remember a person's name. I'll straight up forget it. That's how bad it is for me. I know we have to make one of these. Like, we had to make a blaze one. So we can make, like, a specific one. Wait, you need us to make the sound out. Oh, okay. Let's see. A magic stone that reduces your weight allows you to jump higher inside dungeons. Oh, so we do need this. Wait a minute. I just realized. This is an item I need to steal from one of the enemies. I know technically he drops it, but I didn't got it the first time. So I had to steal it from him to get this. Oh. Oh, hold on. I'm getting called. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, we can't turn these in yet because we don't have the material for it. There's so much dialogue. I know I need to talk to them, but I kind of want to save it for the next stream because I do feel like this is a good stopping point for me. Oh, there's a sub event here? Let's see. Now that you have the music box, the sound gallery is unlocked. Wait. Yeah, oh, you actually do get the whole thing. They even tell you the composer and everything. Oh man, this makes starting streams so much easier because I can like go to the sound gallery and just tap on one of the entries for you guys to listen to as I'm getting stream ready. And also when we do BRB breaks. Ah, thanks game. I didn't expect to unlock the sound gallery that early. I thought it was usually like endgame stuff, like you had to beat the game once for it. But yeah, was this save real quick? And then I think this is a good place for me to end stream for y'all. Because I am getting tired, and also I do need to like get dinner ready and such. So yeah. But yeah, this is the end of the stream, guys. Man, you guys made me talk for literal days today. Like, for real. You guys made me talk so much. I do appreciate it. Like, I guess this is like part of me thanking you guys and shit. Because I usually do the routine of like, oh, let me thank you guys and let me say goodbye and whatnot. But yeah, like, I guess this is just me going straight to the thank you. Like, man, you guys really do make me like... You guys really do make me chat a lot. I know I tend to yap depending on the subject, but man, today you guys really did make me yap for like literal hours. Like, I barely did a lot of game. But I don't mind that at all because like I have fun like talking to you all and whatnot. But yeah. Like, man, you guys made me yap about video games. You guys made me yap about anime and manga. You guys made me yap about like that stuff happening in the gaming industry for a bit. You guys also made me yap about like funny stuff happening in the gaming industry as well, etc., etc. But yeah, I do appreciate it, you guys. Like, I really do enjoy the talks. They are amazing and whatnot. But yeah. Let me see what you guys wrote down real quick, and then I'll tell you guys the schedule. Let's see. But everyone's pretty peaked too. Exactly. Everyone in chat is awesome. Was it hentai and parties or panties? Panties. Yeah, panties. Yeah, hentai and panties are the best. Love them quite a lot. But yeah. So let me tell you guys the schedule. So I'm not gonna stream tomorrow. I have things to do. So I'll probably push stream to maybe Monday. I have free time on Monday. Now that I think of it. Yeah, I have some free time on Monday. I could do like a bit of a yeah. All right. So no Sunday. I have stuff to do. But I do have free time for Monday. So I'll try to do my usual time of 11 a.m. PST time, which I did kind of start it at. It was like 11:45, but it was still at 11. So, hey, I was able to get into it early and whatnot. And let's see, to read after. Oh, okay. So this is the link, like to the Dread of the Senran Kagura like retranslation mod. Gotcha. All right. So let me save this link real quick, Shinx. So I will check it out like off stream in my free time and whatnot. So yeah, there we go. That works for me. Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, the next stream will be on Monday. Like I said, I'll usually try to do my usual time of 11 a.m. PST time. I will still continue on with Fairy Fencer. I want to continue more of the story and side quests, But I am aware that at the point of the story I'm in, I do need to grind Fang level to like level 40. Because there is a character that you can get. Like, he's an optional character. By the way, he's an optional character. You need to be level 40 to get this character at this, like, threshold. Because if you're like, oh, what happens if I wasn't level 40? You don't get the character and whatnot. So you do need to grind to level 40 to get this guy because of story reasons. There's an actual, like, story reason to why you need to be that level. But still, and I do vaguely remember that this is the threshold you need to, like, you're at, so you need to, like, actually get to that level real fast. And we're only at, like, level 33 for Fang, so I need to kind of level him up off stream. So I'm gonna do that. And once I come back to stream on Monday, Fang's probably gonna be like level 40, and we're gonna be able to recruit this character when we continue on with the story and whatnot. So yeah, there's that. Let's see. Play Hatsune Miku Colorful Stage and watch the movie is very peak. I don't really play a lot of Vocaloid games because I'm not really good at rhythm games at all. So because of that, I'll probably just watch the movie, but I don't think I'm going to partake in the gameplay though. And if you don't, I know where you live and slap you. Yeah, indeed, brother. But yeah, like I don't really play rhythm games that much because I'm not really good at it. I'm literally tone deaf. I cannot have a sense of rhythm, so I'm not really good at those. But yeah, I guess this is where I will end stream since I'm done like telling you guys the plans and such. So yeah, this is where I'm gonna say goodbye to you all. Let's see. No worries, you can just watch it on YouTube. I mean, yeah, that too, but I don't know. I tend to if it interests me enough, I'll probably watch it all on YouTube. If it doesn't, I'm just like, it was a fun like intro to it, but not really my cup of tea sort of reaction thing. But yeah, I guess this is like a fine place for me to end with you guys because I feel like I have been talking like for for ages, and like I said, I really do need to get dinner ready. So yeah, for this, I will stop the talking and I will say my goodbyes to you all. And let me see what you guys wrote down real quick, and then I'll do my goodbyes. Let's see. Oh, good. It does the characters. It does the character. Sorry. Oh. Hold on. I don't think I read that correctly. Good. Oh, it does the characters well, and it's amazing. Okay, gotcha. That's good to hear. And whatnot. You strike me as a Nightcore at like 250 kind of person. Dude, Nightcore. Oh my god. I have not heard that in a while. Dude, you open up a literal memory of like being an anime otaku in the early 2000s. Like Nightcore was kind of the jam at that time. Like there were so many songs getting Nightcore versions. But like, yeah. But yeah, I'll say goodbye to you all. So, have a good day. Have a good night. Have a good afternoon, whatever time it is in your side of the world. This is Final Mizu saying goodbye. Goodbye. Also, let me see. We wrote down real quick. See? You'll love it. Oh, okay. Well, if it's Nightcore, then I'll give it a listen. And I wanna bye-bye. Have a good one. See you later. Yeah, no problem. So yeah, goodbye all. Bye-bye.